The system window said, "Welcome to the place where their dreams come true." Dream sighed. It asked the question, "Should I create a new character?" A button appeared that said yes. The system window welcomed. Dream sighed is currently ranked first in gaming trends. First place in popularity on the network, and first place in the number of players. This is the most famous game in all categories. The system window said to meet Dream sighed. The sky towered over a large city with a stone coat of arms. The system window said that this is a national game that everyone has played at least once. It reported that including idols, actors, politicians, and others. No matter who they are, you can meet players of all ages and nationalities there. The guys ran towards each other displeasedly, and the girl recorded her speech into a microphone. The system window told the hero to tell them his name. K began to enter the window, Kansas. He erased it and wrote K. The system window said, "Welcome K." It said that this is channel number 0114. The system window said to make your dreams come true. K, sword in hand, walked forward, away from the large corpse of the monster. He flashed his eyes and smiled. To become number one that no one dares to surpass is his dream. Seojun raised his shiny sword and smiled. He said that the first position in the ranking is his. The system window reported that channel number 0114 would close soon. Some time ago, Seojun was sitting on the floor and looking up. He thought, strange, today is the release day of Dream Side 2, but Seojun wondered what was going on. The system window reported that channel number 0115 had been created. It said, "Welcome, he is on Earth." Seojun wondered, what's going on? Until recently 30 minutes ago, Seojun took his phone and sent a message saying that express delivery was completed. One box was waiting for him at his house. He thought that he had finished the express delivery as usual. Seojun poked his finger on the phone screen and, as usual, clicked the username button to pre-order Dream Side 2. Seojun jumped and thought, when suddenly the elevator stopped. He pressed the button in the elevator and shouted, "Hello, he's stuck there." Seojun wondered if the emergency call button wasn't working and he couldn't get through to 911. As he waited nervously, it appeared before his eyes. Seojun looked up and saw a large system window that announced that channel number 0115 had been created. It said, "Welcome, he's on Earth." Seojun thought it looked familiar. He walked around it, puzzled, and wondered how it flies. Is it a hologram? Seojun looked at the confirm button and thought, what is this? He thought that the button was just asking to be pressed. Seojun pressed the button and thought that such a passionate gamer couldn't resist. The system window reported that he had received the task. It said that the task is an escape, and the difficulty level is F. Description: he is stuck in an elevator that will soon be devoured by parasites. He needs to get out in 1 minute. If he fails, he will die. Remaining time 1 minute. Seojun screamed, "What, death?" He looked at the system window in fear and asked the question, "What's going on?" Seojun screamed, "Oh my god." He turned around and said it was too much. Seojun thoughtfully asked, "What's that noise?" He saw that the elevator car was filled with swarming cockroaches and screamed loudly. Seojun asked what kind of horror. One of the cockroaches climbed onto Seojun's body and his scream was heard throughout the entire huge building. After a while, Seojun fell to the floor, beads of sweat dripping from his face. He looked at the system window, which reported that the task was completed. The remaining time is 13 seconds, and the reward is a rough sword. Seojun thought he was finished. He screamed, "Damned cockroaches." Seojun looked back and saw smoke coming from the crack. He thought that it didn't look like these were coming out of there. Seojun looked at it and thought it was a portal that opened during the game's release. He wondered what was going on, and what was this task screen. Seojun looked at the red eyes and wondered if he was going through withdrawal symptoms because he couldn't play anymore. He turned around sharply and saw a goblin flying towards him. Seojun thought, "Goblin?" Suddenly a red warning triangle appeared. Seojun pursed his lip and sighed. He covered his face with his hand and fell to the floor. Seojun cleared his throat and looked around. He thought, "What?" Seojun thought that he was hurt. Is this really happening? He looked at the system level and thought that his health was decreasing. Seojun thought, "No." He started to get up and said that we need to get out of there. Seojun looked around and thought, but how? He wondered what if he got hit again while he was trying to escape. Seojun looked down and looked at the sword in his hands. He thought that his health was less than half. Another blow. Seojun looked down in fear and thought that this would be his last. The goblin stuck his nose forward and quickly inhaled the air. Seojun covered himself with his hand and shouted that this was dangerous. He would really die. The goblin opened his big fanged mouth and Seojun looked at it thoughtfully. The goblin stood in front of him with his mouth open. Seojun put his hand to his chin and said that it was quite small, although it appeared spectacularly. The goblin lowered his head and growled in displeasure. Seojun wondered if he was distracted. He jumped and screamed as he dodged a blow from the goblin, who ran forward and rammed the wall. A blue seal appeared on the floor, and Seojun thought, horror, one hit and he's done. He thought that he had no time to think. Seojun rushed forward and shouted that he needed to run. He looked to the side and shouted, "Here, you can take the stairs." Seojun extended his hand forward when suddenly a large system window appeared in front of him with a warning that he was undergoing training and access there was limited. He thought in fear, what should he do? Seojun screamed that the exit was also blocked. He widened his eyes and thought that there was nowhere to run. At that moment, the goblin swung a wooden sledgehammer and threw it forward. It hit Seojun on the head, and he screamed in pain. He ducked and the sledgehammer slammed into the wall. Seojun looked ahead and saw a goblin running towards him. He thought he was finished. Seojun looked up thoughtfully and saw a system window that his account was linked to his phone. It reported that the rewards for shutting down the server had been received. The system window reported that the player's level was not high enough for this. Changes have been made. Seojun found himself in an unknown space and asked in surprise what happened. He looked at his hands and said that his body suddenly calmed down. Seojun wondered in surprise, is this some kind of ability? He thought that he didn't do anything. The goblin looked at him and wrinkled his muzzle with displeasure. It swung and went forward. Seojun looked at the goblin and thought that it was an ordinary character from a rank F dungeon. He figured he would just ignore it if it was happening in Dreamside. The goblin gripped the handle of the sledgehammer and looked up. Seojun thought about it, so the chance that he will lose is 0%. The goblin rushed forward, and Seojun wondered what was coming. Seojun grabbed the hilt of his sword and thought, clearly, he had the advantage from the very beginning. The goblin was flying on top of Seojun, and he pulled his sword forward, piercing its body. The goblin opened his mouth wide, and the blood from his body sprayed in all directions. It frowned and dropped the sledgehammer. Seojun raised the sword with the goblin up and thought, that's it. He looked at the energy seals that appeared everywhere and suddenly turned his gaze to the side. Seojun thought not yet. He thought that if it was like in the game, there should be at least 5 more of them there. Seojun wondered, but will he cope? Goblins emerged from the seals and walked towards Seojun, who gripped the hilt of his sword and asked himself, what kind of question? He must. Seojun carefully looked ahead and ordered to advance. The goblins jumped into the air and Seojun swung his sword and covered his eyes. The goblins' heads fell off their shoulders and the system window reported that the task conditions had been exceeded. The system window reported that all monsters on the 13th floor had been destroyed. It reported that Seojun received the title of Evil Killer. Seojun froze, holding the sword in his hands, while parts of the monsters' bodies fell down. He walked forward, and the system window reported that the Hammerblins despised him. Suddenly, things fell in front of Seojun, and the system window reported that he had received tattered rags. At that moment, Seojun realized that this was really a game. He thought that today was the day of the official release, but everything is happening in reality. Seojun put his hand to his chin and, imagining people in virtual reality glasses, thought, is this augmented reality? He stopped and thought, by the way, why is he so calm? Seojun remembered how the system window reported that changes had been made. He thought, oh, that's right, it's still from then. Seojun stood near the system window and looked at it. He thought, well, if he's really in the game. Seojun gave a thumbs up and said statistics. He looked joyfully at the system window and said, cool. Seojun thought there was no need to write the command anymore. Is it good or bad? The system window showed that his name was Kong Seojun. Age 29 years old, no occupation. Characteristics: Strength 5 points, Agility 5 points, Health 5 points, Mana 5 points. Seojun's unique skill: this is the Celestial Body S. The system window reported that because the player's level is low, only partial use of the Celestial Body S is available. It reported that the new skill has been activated, S. Seojun looked at it puzzled and asked, Celestial Body? He wondered where he got the skill that last time he had to earn through a month of repetitions. Seojun remembered how he sat at the computer with a joystick in his hands and cried. The system window told him that it would take him 6 hours to get through. It reported that he had mastered the celestial body. Currently, Seojun said that in the past he was such a psycho. He looked up and asked if perhaps this was the reward for shutting down the server? Dreamside is a modern horror game that was incredibly popular. The big dragon opened his mouth wide as a guy stood next to him on a mountain of bones. The reason this failed was due to its incredible complexity. The typical player dissatisfied with the game. He shouted, "Hey, young scoundrel, why is he sticking his nose into the team of advanced players if he doesn't know how to play? Is he crazy or what?" The player quickly moved his fingers across the keyboard and showed his uninteresting insides. He shouted that he was not doing anything, now everyone would die, and then what would he do? The need to write a command every time he uses a spell. The guy with the bag behind his back said that this is a disgusting game, only professionals can master it. As a result, many users left because they could not get used to the mechanics. But the main reason the game was considered terrible was because of the 3 lives. 3 crystals floated in the air. If he dies 3 times, his character is deleted. That's why there were few great players there and a huge difference between the rankers. Those who entered the top 12 were considered non-humans. The guy with bangs in front of his eyes smiled. Users called them gods. They represented a guy with a blindfold, a man with a long ponytail, a magician's girl, and a man in a hat. They are also known as those above the heavens. Ranker number 1 was K. K turned around and looked behind him. That is him. But 5 years later, the server was turned off, and a survey appeared on the main page. Seojun was sitting at the computer, and there was a mountain of dirty dishes on his desk. A survey appeared on the computer screen. Question 1. What things would he like to carry over to Dreamside 2? The answer options were the god of lightning, a celestial body, and others. These were called server shutdown rewards. Seojun clicked his computer mouse. This is where the first Dreamside ended. Currently, Seojun was standing near the system window and looking at it carefully. But he didn't expect to receive a reward for shutting down the server like this. Seojun grabbed his head and screamed, "Oh, if he had known that this would happen, he would have chosen a mystical object." He poked at the system window and said that he had returned the 3 most important things. At this moment, the system window turned red and said that it is closed, access is denied. It reported that the celestial body, he has adapted to battles, he can use his skill partially, related skills are limited, they will automatically activate when the requirements are met. Seojun touched his chin and asked a question, "Can I use it partially?" He said that it was not surprising that the sword naturally fell into his hand, and most importantly, he felt something that he had not felt in the game before. Seojun lowered his head and thought that his mind was affected by the calmness from the celestial body. He looked to the side and said, "So he will also receive the other 2 skills as a reward." Seojun touched his neck and said thoughtfully, "But it won't be possible to use it since these are items for later in the game." He spread his arms to the sides and said, "Okay, he'll think about it later, anyway, now there's no point in it." Seojun suddenly turned around and thought, "Is he a monster again?" The system window reported that this was a dungeon transformation. Training class, difficulty F. Conditions: the parasite appeared in block 103 IFOG, the dungeon, the corrupted physics tree F, will be formed soon, you need to survive 5 or 6 waves, during which the dungeon will be created. The system window reported that the time limit is 10 minutes. Reward: standard survival kit. If he fails, Seojun will die. The system window reported that Seojun is undergoing training, the level of monsters has been adjusted. It wished a good game and clapped. Seojun carefully read the text on the system windows. He looked puzzled and asked the question, "Won't there even be a break?" At this moment, a huge goblin had already awakened in the dungeon. The system window announced that the boss would appear soon. After some time, cracks appeared in the ceiling of the high-rise building. The light flashed and the girl looked at it in fear. She asked the question, was there a slight earthquake, or did she imagine it? A wish for a good day was heard from the other room. The girl opened the door and closing her eyes said, "That's it." She opened the door and saw a huge goblin and asked if he was leaving. The girl froze and said, "Monster." At that moment blue seals appeared in other people's apartments. The monsters crawled out, and the dog who was sitting on the sofa began to bark loudly. The man screamed, "Wow, this is incredible." He asked the question, "What is this?" The girl who was sitting next to him froze in fear. The goblins rushed forward, opening their huge mouths. At this moment, many monsters also appeared on the street. The mother grabbed her child and screamed loudly. A man in home clothes raised his head and screamed, "It's a monster." He ordered everyone to run. At this moment, Seojun looked around and said this sound. He bared his teeth and wondered, has it already begun? The system window was counting down, 10 minutes and 25 seconds remained. Seojun realized that he only had 10 minutes left. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and said that this is bad. If everything is like in the game, then even more hammerblins will appear, and then Seojun grabbed his head and said that many people would die. Dungeonization is a phenomenon in which a normal zone becomes infected with parasites, and whole crowds of monsters appear in this. A knight was sitting in a tavern drinking a drink when suddenly monsters appeared behind him. The system window asked, isn't he ranked too much? It said that they wouldn't be able to cope, guys, beginners, that's for sure. The huge monster opened its mouth, and the system window reported that they would not even receive experience. It said, it's boring, it's leaving, bye. This was the main concept of Dreamside. However, Seojun stood in the corridor and looked ahead in fear. He looked away and said that if the building was underground, those who were not players would not be able to fight against the hammerblins. Seojun put his hand to his chin and thought, horror. He thought what to do. Seojun looked ahead and said to wait. He remembered the bodies of the monsters and said that he had cleared the 13th floor, and since characters from other floors do not go down there, it means they cannot leave it. Seojun thought that if he escaped from there in 10 minutes, he could clean this up too. He looked at the sign pointing to the stairs and walked in the right direction. Seojun said to do it. He was climbing the stairs, holding a sword in his hand, and thought that he needed to get to the roof. Suddenly Seojun heard loud screams and requests for help. He went upstairs and said that this is part of the plot, it will be underground, and the other building can be accessed through the roof. Seojun stood up and saw the torn bodies of people. He asked, but what will happen to the people who stay there? There is one solution that only K, a top ranker, can implement. Seojun went forward and said that he alone could save everyone. He wrapped both hands around the hilt of the sword and said that it would stay there. Seojun put the sword to himself and said, and will organize a raid in this dungeon. He swung and thought that he was sure, even in training, the boss hates light and hides in the basement. Seojun stood on the landing and thought that it should definitely be there. The only way is to get there in 10 minutes. Seojun turned around and said there was no other option. He saw the portal and said that it appeared there. Seojun shouted, portal. He walked over to it and raised his hand. Seojun said, this is because the infection has stopped. He closed his eyes and said that he could handle it. The system window reported that the comm skill was used. Seojun opened his eyes and said, well, go ahead. He extended his hand and stepped inside the portal. The system window reported that he had discovered the secret infected nature seed room. Seojun closed his eyes and pursed his lips. He moved and opened his eyes and said, this is the place. Seojun ended up in a basement parking lot. He smiled and said, he imagined something like that. Seojun said that although he thought that something would change in the second part of the game, however, he chuckled and put his hand to his chin. Seojun thought that the fact that the action takes place in reality is the change. The goblins wiggled their ears and looked to the side. Seojun hid behind the ledge and exhaled. The goblin looked questioningly in his direction. Seojun thought they almost missed it. He looked out and watched the monsters leave through the blue portals. Seojun wondered, portals? He thought, this is how they get to the top. Seojun looked carefully at the portal and thought, in order to save people, it should be blocked. He grabbed the wall with his hand and thought that to do this he needed to kill the boss. Seojun looked around and asked where it was. A huge goblin stood behind Seojun and held a weapon in his paw. There was a large earring in his long ear, and there was a huge scar on his head. This is the boss, infected nature. Seojun peeked around the corner and said that in reality it was really terribly huge. He asked, is this even a goblin? Seojun presented the image of the monster and said that it was more like the one shown in the movies. He stood around the corner and thought that this monster was probably the boss of the dungeon anyway. Seojun said that while the dungeon is not finished, this place has not yet become a full-fledged dungeon. In training, until the dungeon is completed, raids are carried out using different tactics. Seojun gripped the hilt of the sword and pulled it forward. To use it. The timer was counting down, 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. Seojun thought it was important to consider timing. 1 minute and 55 seconds left. There was 1 minute left, and Seojun thought, now. When the timer drops to 1 minute, monsters receive a breath reduction. The goblin began to sit down on the ground, putting his hands forward. A warning sign appeared above the boss's head. Seojun thought, now. He emerged from his hiding spot and swung his sword. The system window reported that the comm skill F had been activated. Seojun rushed forward, quickly waving his arms. At the last moment before the end of the dungeon, all the monsters began to breathe harder. The goblins with glowing eyes opened their eyes wide. Reduction of breathing. This occurs at the last minute before the formation of the dungeon. The monster that has become the boss stops and temporarily has difficulty breathing. The system window said, "Oh, now is the best time to pass." A lot of players used this. A lot of people wanted to level up. Seojun wasn't sure if this applied to the current situation. He looked up and said, he believes there are no exceptions. The goblins opened their mouths wide, and Seojun thought that he should disorient the smaller monsters first. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and thought that he should choose a better place. Seojun looked at the car and shouted, "Over there." He jumped on it and caught onto the top structure. The goblins looked after him in surprise and exchanged glances among themselves. Seojun sat down on the car and turned around to look at the questioning glances of the monsters. He knew it. The system window reported that the title of Cowardly Killer had been received. The rage of the goblins had been increased. Seojun recalled how he looked at the system window and thoughtfully said that he had better put this on. The system window reported that due to the rage, the goblin's ability to assess the situation was weakened. Seojun put his hand to his chin and thought that equipping himself in advance was the right decision. He laughed a little and imagined a crown on his head. Seojun said what was expected of him. He stood up and said, "Now for the remaining time." The goblin boss came to life at that moment and looked to the side. It swung its weapon and tried to strike Seojun, who dodged it in time. Seojun ducked down and screamed. He looked up and wondered, has this contraction of breathing ended? Seojun looked at the boss whose nose was bleeding and said, "No, it's moving forcibly." The goblin looked at him with displeasure, and Seojun rushed to the side. He said that before it could move, he had to finish it off. Seojun swung his sword and shouted that this is the end. He struck the goblin on the head, and only split his earring. After a while, a voice was heard, "Greeting, this is So Yan from Good Morning. The weather forecast for today is as follows. Most of the country is expected to be cloudy and have a high concentration of fine dust. In densely populated cities, strong winds. Cars were lying on the city street and black pieces of ash were flying." The girl reported that there was thick fog in the morning. Due to the high concentration of dust, please try not to leave the premises and refrain from outside activities. A guy and a girl were lying dead in the car. Everything around was on fire, and from the radio came the voice of a girl who said to be healthy and... At that moment the car exploded. A morning that should have been the same as any other was different today. Dead bodies of people littered the streets. Just 10 minutes changed everything. The incident occurred around 6 in the morning. The time was indicated on the watch that was on the dead man's hand. Starting in Seoul, the center of Korea, and later covering the entire country in an instant. Buildings were burning everywhere. Because of this, the internet exploded. The phone screen showed covers and inscriptions, and the sudden appearance of monsters. News headlines asked the question, "Are there monsters in the city center?" They wrote that at approximately 6 in the morning an unidentified monster appeared. Com News wrote that this is from a game called Dreamside 2. Peak News asked the question, "Has Dreamside become a reality?" Everyone denied this, but the media were convincing. After some time, the post was deleted. Townspeople who did not fully believe and were in doubt about the situation. In the fitting room someone asked the question, "Did she see the news this morning?" The stylist stood in the dressing room and asked not to start, "People say it's graphics." Another stylist said, "Well, they weren't there themselves, so they're talking all sorts of things." She looked at the phone screen and said that everything was quiet with them, but if this was true, then it would be like they were in a movie. The stylist laughed and said that thoughts are material. Choi Hannah looked at her phone in surprise and asked, "Is this Dreamside?" This is Choi Hannah, a popular idol. She turned on the video and saw a man who asked, "Can they see?" The man pointed his finger at the monsters and screamed, "Over there." He said that out of nowhere, lizards with spears fell from the sky. The man said displeasedly that he would go right away and punish these idiots. But at that moment the monster with an axe was already running towards him. The man said that he would pay $300 if he killed them. He asked me to wait with him. At this moment, the broadcast was interrupted, and Hannah asked in surprise, "Has the dungeon really begun?" The stylist asked Hannah not to move. Choi Hannah is the best singer and songwriter in the country. She gathered a large concert venue with many fans. She is called an idol. Hannah is a global star who has appeared in commercials, dramas, and movies. She held the microphone up as confetti rained down from above. However, she, a sweet and innocent girl, has one secret. Suddenly a guy in a hood came into the dressing room and shouted, "Hannah!" He said that all their plans for today are cancelled, they are returning to the dorm, let them get ready quickly. Hannah stood up and screamed in displeasure, "How can this be cancelled?" She told the manager to watch and showed her the phone screen. The manager dissatisfiedly asked the question, "What? When did she get a phone?" He exhaled irritably and said that he told her that she couldn't use it, the director would be unhappy again. The manager looked at the phone screen where the lizard was shown and asked, "Is this a movie?" He answered himself, "No, broadcast." Hannah screamed, "It's a lizard man." The huge scaly creature looked forward. Hannah said to look, "It's coming from Namsan Tower." The manager arched his eyebrows in confusion and continued to look at the phone screen. Hannah said, "And there is a red wyvern." The manager shouted displeasedly, "Hannah!" Hannah clenched her fists and asked, "Did he see?" She said, "It's terrible that Dreamside has become a reality." The manager took the phone from her and asked the question, "Is this her Dreamside again?" He screamed that she had an addiction, he would confiscate the phone. Hannah rushed at him and asked, "What?" Choi Hannah's secret is that she is a Dreamside player. Hannah frowned and shouted that she was serious. She asked for it back. The one that is higher than the heavens. This means she is one of the 12 that all the players looked up to. Among them, the best player who freely used weapons was. Clark held his gun forward with a cigarette in his mouth. He has rank 12 and is a magic shooter. Some time ago, Hannah put on her headphones and sat down at the computer. She said to stand, "They haven't started yet." Hannah asked the question, "Has he already checked the equipment?" She laughed and asked, "Really?" Hannah said that it was he who caught the uncleanness during the raid, unknowingly. She looked ahead and said, "What a sucky team. Even her fans don't know about her hobby." Hannah asked excitedly why he needed her age. "What if she's 40? She said no one had ever pulled anyone through before. Hannah laughed and said it was very funny. To prevent Choi Hannah from being recognized in the game, she used a voice filter and chose a middle-aged man as her character. Clark brought his gun forward and shot at the large monster. No one in the country knew that Clark was the folk idol Choi Hannah. But when the game became a reality, there was no need to hide it. However, at this time the manager responded, "No." He put the phone in his bag, and Hannah screamed loudly. She said, "They don't have time, let him give it to her." The manager replied that he would give it to the director, and then she would take it from him herself. Hannah asked in surprise, "What, excuse me?" She clenched her fists in displeasure and asked why now. Because of this stubborn man, she is finished. Hannah thought, the world has turned upside down, so why is her phone confiscated? The manager got angry and shouted that she might be sent to rehab. He is against it to save her reputation, but if she continues like this, he will have no choice. Hannah thought about it. They say that if you link your phone to your account, you can get access to items and abilities like in the game. Hannah clasped her hands together and began asking the manager to listen to her. Suddenly everything around shook and the manager screamed. Eyeshadow palettes and lipsticks flew off the tables. The manager and Hannah fell to the floor. The manager asked, "Is there a sudden earthquake?" Hannah looked at his hand and saw a phone. She thought, her phone. The manager lay on the floor, stretched his hand forward and shouted, "Hannah, she." Hannah stood up and walked forward, turning around mockingly. She said to stay there and not move. Hannah said that she would connect instead of him. The manager asked what she was talking about. Hannah turned on her phone and thought, great, she'll try logging into her account first. She pressed the sign in button on the phone screen. The system window reported that Choi Hannah had logged in. The manager looked up questioningly. The system window asked, does she wish to equip the registration reward, a magic revolver? Hannah smiled and said, of course. The system window reported that everything was accepted, the magic revolver was equipped. At that moment, the revolver fell into Hannah's hands, to which she looked in surprise. She felt it and screamed, is this real? Hannah asked the question, this is not a dream, right? She asked, can she really shoot this? An energy portal appeared to the side. Hannah said that just think, a real weapon. The manager put his hands forward and shouted, Hannah, this is dangerous. Hannah turned around and asked what? At that moment, a hand came out of the portal, and then a huge monster. Hannah screamed, it's cool. She smiled and said, it's more disgusting in life. Hannah told the manager to watch. The manager said in fear, oh no. Hannah put her revolver forward and said that for a weakling like this, one shot would be enough. She pulled the revolver forward and pulled the trigger. Hannah thought, chick? The manager opened his mouth in fear. Hannah stood in front of the monster with her revolver drawn. She got angry and asked the question, why isn't it shooting? Is it not real? The system window showed loading and said that synchronization was taking place. You need to wait. Hannah screamed in displeasure, are they kidding? The ghoul jumped forward, spreading her arms in different directions. Hannah jumped back and screamed. The monster tried to attack her, but she ducked down in time. Hannah grabbed the phone and screamed, terrible phone, hurry up. The system window showed 100% and reported that synchronization was complete. Hannah looked towards the monster and said that it is now a corpse. She pointed the revolver forward and shot at the ghoul. Smoke came out of the revolver and Hannah looked ahead carefully. In front of her lay the corpse of a monster, and a wall had been broken through. The manager began to rise from the floor in surprise and asked, Hannah, what's going on? Hannah turned around and asked if he was still there. She ordered to run away quickly. Hannah said that she needed to go to one place, so he was on his own. The manager asked, puzzled, what, where? Hannah went forward and said that she was going to the person who knows everything about the battles in this game. She frowned slightly and said that she was going to K. Some time later, in the underground parking lot, Seojun stood next to the severed head of the goblin boss. A system window appeared in front of him, on which it was written that the infected nature tree could not be underground. The system window reported that Seojun had successfully destroyed the F-rank monster, the infected nature. Seojun stepped on the monster's body and it began to bubble. A large whirlwind arose, which Seojun looked at in surprise. He extended his hand forward and said that the monster had disappeared, but all the damage to the building and the blood remained. Seojun looked at the hand and said that he didn't think this place would be raided anytime soon. He looked thoughtfully to the side and saw a portal. A system window appeared near the portal and Seojun looked at it. The system window reported that this was a training task, a choice maze. Seojun frowned and thought, this is where it is. Labyrinth of choice. In this you need to go through each stage of the selected difficulty. Thin streams of lava flowed down the mountains, and a coat of arms was seen. This is the last part of training where ability is the reward. Seojun shouted that it didn't end as he stopped the dungeon, and it went back to the beginning. He wiped his chin and said, so he must undergo training? Seojun smiled and asked, again? After some time, Seojun moved to an unfamiliar square. He said, this is the place? Seojun looked around and saw the coat of arms and stone walls. He thought that it was real. It was a training card from Dreamside. Seojun inhaled the air and said that he could smell the surroundings and the temperature too. He looked at his hand and said that these were amazing settings. Seojun stood near the coat of arms and, turning back, saw several multicolored portals. Above each one there was something written, easy, normal, hard and hell. The color was also clearly chosen to match the description. The labyrinth of choice is the final step of the tutorial, after which the player is awarded an ability depending on the level he has chosen. Seojun looked at the Hell portal and said that even if the ability is the same, if completed on easy difficulty it will be F rank, on Hell difficulty A rank. He thought that normally, he would have chosen Hellish difficulty. Seojun frowned. The problem is that the Hellish difficulty is built in such a way that it cannot be passed. The guy grabbed his head and screamed loudly, horror, his account is over. The man next to him made some kind of incomprehensible set of letters from the game's slang. This was not fixed even after players complained about a bug in the difficulty settings. Hell has always been seen as an unattainable goal. The system window showed Hell. But there was one player who made it through. This. Seojun folded his arms and said that he also died a lot. He sighed and said how many accounts he had lost. Seojun held the sword in his hands and spoke, and this time the circumstances are different. The system window showed an information panel where it was written that there were 130,291 people in the portal easily, 330,215 people in normal, 115,291 people in hard, and 120 people in hell. Seojun looked at it and said there were a lot of people. He asked the question, are these all players? Seojun looked at the system window, where the score was rapidly changing, and thought that there were more of them. He said that 120 people are trying to pass on hellish difficulty. Seojun wondered that the very fact that so many people are being trained means that this phenomenon is happening over a very large area. He imagined the peninsula and thought that at least in all of Korea. Seojun introduced planet Earth and asked a question, or maybe during the world? He remembered the scattered corpses of people and thought that people, he asked them not to die. Seojun walked forward and said, well, first of all. He smiled and said that he should worry about himself. As a result, he will still choose the portal to hell. Seojun walked up to it and extended his hand forward. He said joyfully, well, let's start. A moment later he found himself inside the dungeon and carefully looked around. Seojun exhaled and looked at the system window, where it was written that Level 1, Hell. It reported that the task was to clear the statue of the goddess from golems in a limited space. Time 5 minutes if failed, death. Remaining time 5 minutes. Seojun stood in the square near the statue and looked around, looking at the stone monsters. There is a time limit only in hellish difficulty. Stone monsters with glowing eyes crawled forward. The system window reported that the remaining time was 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The countdown had begun. Seojun thought there was nowhere to retreat. The stone monsters pushed off the ground and jumped forward. Seojun turned around and waved his sword. He gripped the hilt of his sword and struck at the monster. Seojun cut the stone monster's body and looked at it questioningly. He swung it and thought it wasn't as hard as he thought. The bodies of the monsters scattered in different directions. Seojun turned around and wondered if it was because of a celestial body or what. But there are problems. Seojun smiled and thought, this is it. He looked at the monsters with glowing eyes and realized that the problems were just beginning. The system window asked for attention and reported that the oxygen level in the dome was rising and the monsters were becoming more active. Seojun's reaction time has been reduced by 0.5 seconds. The speed and strength of monsters is increased by 5%, and the remaining time is 3 minutes and 59 seconds. In proportion to the remaining time, the player's movements become slower, and the monsters become stronger. The system window reported that there were 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Reaction time is slowed by 1 second, speed and strength of monsters are increased by 10%. After 30 seconds, 3 minutes remained and the system window reported that the reaction time was slowed down by 1.5 seconds, and the speed and strength of monsters were increased by 15%. Seojun swung his sword and rushed towards the monster. At this level, he must predict the movements of monsters and act in advance. The system time reported that there were 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and the reaction time was slowed by 2 seconds. The speed and strength of monsters are increased by 20%. Seojun cut the monster's body and thought that the true horror of the hellish complexity would be revealed now. Seojun scared and wondered, is there any point in taking such risks in training? He lowered his head and waved his sword. Seojun ran forward and thought, of course there is. He thought faster, more precise. Seojun gritted his teeth and thought that this was all for the sake of a secret task that was on hellish difficulty. A system window appeared in front of him, telling him that he had completed a hidden task. The task was to evade for 3 minutes with hellish difficulty. The system window informed him that for completing a secret mission, a secret phase had opened to him. Remaining time 2 minutes. The stones began to fly and gather into one large monster with a huge stone mouth. It was covered with moss and a large shield behind it. The system tutorial window reported that it was a secret boss of an unknown level, a combination golem. Seojun covered his ears with his palms and said joyfully, it's terrible, it's noisy. For a secret mission you can get stat improvements that are not available on other difficulties. The golem walked forward, breaking the paving slabs. Seojun jumped to the side and screamed. The monster's eyes burned brightly, and it began to attack. Seojun pushed off the floor and hit the golem from behind. He looked at his sword, which began to crumble. Seojun looked up at the small scratch on the monster's body and thought it was hard. He thought that he would only be able to receive the reward when the phase ended. Seojun was thrown back and a large red system window appeared in front of him. He wondered if all he could do now was this. Seojun looked carefully at the system window and laughed. He pushed off the ground and shouted, "Hey, big guy!" The monster stood in front of him without moving. The system window reported that he had removed the rough sword. It reported that he was equipping a corrupted hammer of physical damage. Seojun suggested again. He threw a large spiked hammer over his shoulder and said with a smile, "And now for real." A system window with a timer appeared above the golem. There were 1 minute and 31 seconds left. The monster stomped its big paw and the ground shook. The system window reported that 1 minute and 30 seconds remained. Seojun ran forward, clutching the handle of his hammer. He swung and struck at the golem. Small stones scattered in different directions, and Seojun happily thought that it should work. The golem clenched his fist and swung it. Seojun swung and hit the golem. Once again the stones scattered in different directions. Seojun found another hit on the monster, and it screamed loudly. The golem swung its stone paw and tried to hit Seojun. Seojun thought that this is a monster from training, so it's enough to just cut off its health. He thought that the weak point of this must be that core in the stomach. Seojun looked at the shining ball in the stone monster. Seojun clutched the handle of the hammer and thought it was too high. He pushed off the ground and realized that it was not like in the game. Seojun swung his hammer and thought that he couldn't jump that high. He narrowed his eyes and looked confidently forward at the golem. Seojun thought then. The golem looked around puzzled, and Seojun had already run out of his sight. He stamped his foot and swung his hammer at the monster. Seojun thought it should be brought down. He cut off part of the golem's body and it flew down. The golem fell to the ground with its body, and Seojun jumped up and swung his hammer. He shouted joyfully that this was the end. Seojun hit the monster's glowing core with his hammer, and it split into pieces. The monster's eyes went out and the protective barrier began to be removed. Seojun exhaled and said they were done. The system window congratulated him on completing the first stage of training on hellish difficulty. Remaining time 37 seconds. Seojun grinned and said, another 37 seconds. He looked at the hammer and said with a smile on his face that he saved a lot of time thanks to this hammer. Seojun spoke, praise physical damage. He cried out that he was very lucky. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a system window that informed him that he had received rewards for completing the first stage of training on hell difficulty. The system window reported that the reward was A-rank stamina. It said it was a hidden reward. The system window reported that Seojun had received a huge amount of health. It reported that some elements of the initial skill Celestial Body had been activated. The Dragon Eye skill has been unlocked. Seojun thought happily, Dragon Eye. Seojun's mouth began to drool in admiration and he screamed, exactly. He said that the hidden reward is why he chose the hellish difficulty. Seojun said happily, everyone is a rank, and the Dragon's Eye has also activated. His eyes lit up and he put his palm to his face. But this is only the first stage of a huge many. Seojun stood on the golem's body, joyfully raising his hand up. Even in the real dream side. Seojun imagined his character K fighting and then wearing torn clothes and thinking that he had been completing his training for a month. K opened the monster's mouth with his hands. After some time, energy traces spread through the forest. There were stones and pieces of architecture lying everywhere. The large bush was also cut by the energy, and slimes were floating and crawling everywhere. Seojun lowered his head slightly and smiled, showing his teeth. He raised his head up and asked, what is this? Seojun shouted that it was too easy. He held a sword in his hand and said that he would see it even if it was hiding. Seojun shouted that he loves hellish difficulty and loves Dragon Eye. The system window reported that the jelly with eyes was a training monster of an unknown level. Seojun looked at it and shouted that he loved running on Smurfs. He sighed and shouted that this was so exciting. Suddenly he looked to the side and saw a blur flying towards him. It flew over and crashed into a tree. Seojun looked at the blade that hit the tree and asked where it was hiding. Seojun's eyes burned madly and he ordered not to hope that he would let this go. The system window reported that a rank of Dragon's Eye allows the user to see the flow of mana. Seojun said, well then. The system window reported that he had completed a hidden task. He needed to destroy the aura of darkness 3 times on hellish difficulty. Seojun raised his head up and shouted, it's time. A spherical luminous creature appeared in front of him, and the system window reported that the hidden stage had opened due to the completion of the hidden task. A girl with large wings hovered in the air, closing her eyes. The system window reported that a hidden boss of an unknown level had been found. The girl opened her eyes and said that it was stupid to wake her up. She said he could live if he just walked away and pretended he didn't see her. The girl was floating in the air and looking at Seojun. She blew bubbles from her mouth and said that his arrogance led to his destruction. The girl put her hand forward with the slime and said if he wants to die, she will help. Suddenly, she saw that Seojun had disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind him. The girl looked at it questioningly and asked where did he go. At that moment, a streak of energy passed through her body and Seojun flew down, holding a sword in his hands. The girl's body was cut in half and she fell down. Seojun landed on the ground and kicked up some dust. The girl flashed her black eyes and said if this were her real body, he would already be dead. She said she hasn't lost yet. Seojun chuckled and replied that if she thinks he is who he was at the beginning of training, then she has a problem. He looked at the stream of black energy and said to return to his body and wait for it. Seojun turned around and said that he would come for it soon. At this moment, a system window appeared, which attracted Seojun's attention. It congratulated him on completing all the tutorial steps on hellish difficulty. The system window reported that Seojun received rewards for completing the game and gained experience. It said he received awards for completing his training. Bright energy threads appeared around Seojun, and he looked around happily. The system window reported that he would be moved to the settlement in 5 seconds. Seojun smiled and said, finally. The system window reported that he would be moved to the settlement in 1 second. Seojun said it's time to start leveling up. After some time, water flowed out of the metal pipes. There were cars lying around in the underground parking lot and a portal appeared. It appeared and Seojun came out from there. He came out and thought, this is the place. The system window congratulated him that Seojun had successfully completed the selection maze on hellish difficulty. By the way, since Seojun entered the maze of choice, he looked at the system window and asked the question, what day is it today? Seojun had plant branches sticking out of his head, and his clothes were tattered. The system window reported that today is January 17, 2022. Time 17 hours 10 minutes. Seojun asked, puzzled, what, January? 3 months have passed. Seojun didn't think he would be gone for so long. He froze and thought that he would look for survivors there first. Seojun thought he needed to assess the situation. After some time in Seoul High School, there was a crowd of people in the schoolyard. Someone sat on the sidewalk and cried, and someone communicated with each other. Someone shouted that they would die if they just stayed there. The guy asked displeasedly, hey, does he have a plan? Someone asked the policeman to say something already. Dae-soo was sitting on the sidewalk. Someone asked the question, how long will he remain silent? Dae-soo turned around and said that everything is right, there is no more time, they have 1 day left. He stood up and said seriously, to clear the dungeon. Oh Dae-soo, the police officer looked to the side. The guy grabbed him and shouted in displeasure, hey, is he kidding? He asked displeasedly, he plans to clear an E-rank dungeon, does he think it's as easy as in the game? The guy was angry and shouted that he didn't know how many lives he had, but they all had one. He asked, they will die, does he understand? Dae-soo grabbed his hand and said that he was scared, he was scared himself. He grabbed the guy and said they should go there. Dae-soo said that the dungeon will break soon. A large red portal opened next to the entrance to the high school. A dungeon rift is a phenomenon during which the number of monsters in a dungeon increases rapidly, and these monsters emerge from it. When a rift occurs, the portal turns red. A large monster with a steel helmet and bone skulls on its shoulders looked forward. And the rank of the dungeon begins to slowly increase. This is exactly what is happening at school now. The dungeon in this one had already experienced one such rift, and the level of this one had begun to rise to D rank. Near the school building, Dae-soo thought that the problem was that the people there were not able to cope with such difficulty. They only raided F rank dungeons. He said that if this one's rank goes up to D, then that's the end. Dae-soo thought that they only have a chance now, there simply won't be another. Dae-soo looked at the people standing in front of him, and said that if the rift happened again, no one would survive it. At that moment, Jaewon raised his hand and said sorry. He asked the question why their dungeon was being pumped up at such a wild speed. Jaewon said that others in this area are still F rank. Gong Jaewon, he's a merchant. Dae-soo put his palm forward and said, because the monsters there are undead. He said that the most common ones are zombies. Dae-soo presented images of monsters made of rotten flesh with glowing eyes. Jaewon asked in surprise, zombie? He asked the question, what does this have to do with the dungeon becoming E rank? Dae-soo replied that directly, unlike other monsters, a zombie's bite infects instantly. He imagined the guy being torn apart by zombies and said that it was like in the movies. Dae-soo said that moreover, these can convert their own kind. He imagined how the body of the captured guy was transformed into a rotten entity. Dae-soo said that even corpses. Jaewon said in fear that it couldn't be. Dae-soo looked at him and said that they were at a school that had once been a dungeon. He said that the innocent children studying there were helpless against the attack of the dead. The girl screamed in fear and put her broom forward. Dae-soo closed his eyes and said that they had lost many. He said families, loved ones, friends, the list goes on, but they need to fight. The guy and girl looked at him carefully. Dae-soo said, fight to protect their home from these monsters. He looked to the side and said, those who are loved. Daesu frowned and screamed loudly, and himself at the changed world. He pointed his finger forward and shouted, "They must fight! In this world, dungeons are not homework, but disasters that destroy lives." Daesu thought that he knows that the plan is crazy, but the survival of the people must be taken care of. He watched people enter the portal and saw Hana. Daesu thought, and even though they don't have a top ranker in the group, they do have Choi Hana. He shouted loudly, "Come in now!" At this moment in Ifog's apartment, all the walls were broken, and dead bodies of people lay on the floor. Seojun walked up to the boy's body and ran his hand over his face, closing his eyes. He raised his head up and said that he had to find living players. After some time, Seojun came to the schoolyard and saw a portal. He approached this and said that the red portal is the most dangerous. The color of the portal reflects the state of the dungeon. Blue ones are light, green ones are normal. Red ones, where the number of monsters is increased, indicate the beginning of a rift. This will happen when the portal turns black. Seojun extended his hand and a system window appeared in front of him. It reported that the ruins of a Ranki school, there were 24 hours left before the dungeon broke. Seojun frowned and said that the school was destroyed. He stepped on the sticks and there was a crunch. Seojun looked down and touched it, and said that the coals were warm. He said, "It means that they just recently entered the dungeon." Seojun looked around and said that this was encouraging, since there was still time before the rift. He raised his head and asked what? A system window appeared in front of Seojun, which informed that there were 22 hours left until the dungeon breaks. He asked the question, "What's going on?" A red icon appeared at this moment, and the system window reported that there were 21 hours left until the dungeon broke. Seojun frowned and wondered, really? In the game, when the time before the rift begins to accelerate, monsters appear often and in large numbers, destroying the settlement. If it's the same as in the game. Seojun looked at the system window and said that he was sure. He frowned and said that there would be a rift soon. The system window reported that there are 20 hours left until the dungeon breaks. Seojun said that in this case, the people in the dungeon will not last long. He entered the portal and said that we still need to find out why the count of time suddenly began to accelerate. Seojun asked the question, "Is it because of these?" A moment later, Seojun found himself inside the dungeon and said, "This is the place." The structure of the dungeon changes depending on the level. There is nothing remarkable about the F ranks, but the E ranks make the objects inside them several times larger than a person. Seojun stood on the floor of the school office at the legs of chairs and tables. He looked around and asked, "Is this an empty classroom?" The phenomenon in which items inside a dungeon grow larger is called expansion. Seojun looked at the corner of the table and thought that this table could fit a whole class. He thought that E rank was completely different from F. Seojun looked at his feet and thought that since his level was low, he should not be weakened. Suddenly a bone hand appeared in front of him, and he cried out, "Vigilance!" A skeleton in a helmet towered over Seojun and he thought, "Skeleton." The system window reported that this was an animated level 40 skeleton possessed by a cursed spirit. The skeleton turned his skull and Seojun said, "Horror, just like in horror movies." The system window reported that Seojun had equipped a strong sword. The skeleton's eyes glowed red and it rushed forward. Seojun grabbed the hilt of the sword and, swinging, cut the monster's body. Parts of the skeleton's body scattered to the sides. Suddenly, this one's eyes lit up and grabbed onto Seojun's sword, causing him to sigh. Seojun shouted, "To defeat the skeleton, you need to find the core." He thought that the weak point of this was the neck. Seojun looked at the burning point and thought that he needed to get rid of the spirit in it. He swung and thought, and then a piece of the skeleton fell to the floor, and Seojun swung his sword and smiled. He shouted that he could just count his bones. Seojun hit the blue stone with his sword and split it into pieces. The stone split and smoke came out. Half of the skeleton's skull became flesh. The system window congratulated Seojun on leveling up. Seojun clenched his fist and thought that he had not heard the sound of a level increase for 100 years. He thought that at the beginning of training this was often heard. Seojun wondered that because of the maximum level, he had not heard this since he finished off the 30th. He looked at the floor and thought that he would save the points he received for later. Seojun looked to the side questioningly. He stood up and, squeezing the hilt of his sword, looked at the skeletons that appeared. Seojun said that as soon as he was surprised that there was only one there, others appeared. Seojun swung and cut the monsters. The system window reported that the task was a master of surprise attacks. You need to make 100 surprise attacks in a row. Seojun raised his foot and hit his skull with it. He stepped on and pressed the monster into the ground, and parts of it flew around. The system window reported that he completed the task successfully. Seojun cut another monster into pieces, and then quickly turned around and struck at the skeletons. The system window reported that he had received the title of Master of Surprise Attacks. Seojun looked to the side and said with a smile, "Yes, this is a real victory." He brushed himself off and looked forward, where the monster's body parts lay. Seojun said that he was not the one who killed these people. Seojun said that it must be those who came there earlier. He sighed and said, "It's a pity, of course, but we'll have to postpone pumping." Suddenly there was an explosion and Dae-soo rushed to the side. He pressed himself against the wall and looked out a little. Screams for help were heard everywhere. The girl and the guy looked at the skeletons in fear. The guy screamed and asked to leave him. Dae-soo frowned and thought, "Horror, what's going on?" An hour ago, a group of people were fighting monsters using a sword and bow and arrows. Dae-soo swung his hand and threw his axe towards the skeletons. He looked around and thought, "Okay, so far things are going well." He looked at the frightened guy and thought that the players were acting in harmony. The guy screamed, "Great, he can kill these people too." Hannah took out a revolver and shot at the monster that had crept up behind the guy. Dae-soo thought that thanks to her, they would no longer have victims. Hannah looked at the guy and said to be careful. The guy stumbled slightly and answered, "Okay." Hannah rushed forward when suddenly a gloved hand snapped its fingers. There was a big explosion and people ran away. Dae-soo screamed, "What happened?" He fell and asked in fear what was happening. Where did the explosion come from? He looked around and ordered the people to concentrate. Dae-soo ordered to split up. He closed one eye and thought things were bad. Dae-soo looked up and saw people in robes. He wondered, "Who is this?" Dae-soo looked at their masks and wondered, "Are they monsters?" He answered himself that no. Dae-soo thought that it was impossible for monsters of this level to appear in an E-rank dungeon. He thought, "So they are players?" Dong-soo in a robe shouted that there was no point in hiding. Dae-soo turned around and looked at the guy and thought that first he should get people out of there. He shouted, "Guys, run!" There was another explosion behind them and Dae-soo shouted that they needed to get out of the spell's range. Dong-soo laughed contentedly. Dae-soo thought that they must be targeting the strongest player in their group. He gritted his teeth and said, "Horror, this could be dangerous." Suddenly Dong-soo appeared next to him and asked if he really thought he could escape from them. Dae-soo turned his head and looked at him carefully. He reached out and grabbed his axe. Dong-soo ducked and Dae-soo screamed. Dong-soo smiled and said that only the two of them remained, Detective O. Dae-soo. Dae-soo asked in surprise, "Does he know him?" Dong-soo sighed and said that he was a little disappointed. Dae-soo looked to the side in fear, when suddenly an explosion occurred next to him. He covered his body with his hands and screamed. Dae-soo gripped the handle of his weapon and looked forward. He wiped the sweat from his chin and said that he was playing with him. Dong-soo laughed and said that he crawls just like a cockroach. Dae-soo looked at his weapon and thought it was a Wave Rider spear, a reward for shutting down the server, but with a level limit. He pulled it forward and thought that at least the power of it alone made it effective. Dae-soo looked at Dong-soo and thought that he needed to hurt this player. He wondered, CB? Dae-soo reflected that no matter what his level was, it was clear from his skills that he was a high-level fighter. Suddenly he disappeared and Dong-soo looked around questioningly. Dae-soo approached him and shouted that no matter how skilled he was, he would not use the explosion on himself. Dong-soo snapped his fingers and said, "Detective, he's too predictable." An explosion occurred, involving Dae-soo, and he screamed loudly. Dae-soo fell backwards onto the floor and screamed in annoyance. He thought that he was powerless against him. Dong-soo spread his hands in different directions and sighed and asked, "He still doesn't understand who he is." He said thoughtfully, "What a disappointment, since their last meeting he had lost his instincts." Dae-soo lay on the floor and thought, "Stop," a familiar voice. He said that it couldn't be. Dae-soo remembered how a man was arrested and asked why he became a killer. They led him by the hands and asked what he had against that woman. Security was holding a man who was screaming loudly. Currently Dae-soo was lying on the floor and screaming. Dong-soo took off his mask and said with a grin, "He finally found out." Dae-soo remembered Dong-soo smiling and saying, "Detective O. Dae-soo." Currently known serial killer Hwang Dong-soo said that he is from the 2nd Brigade of the Banji Department. Dae-soo wondered if it was the condemned Hwang Dong-soo, the demon who killed 7 people. He bit his lip and thought that the one whom he almost broke himself and arrested 8 years ago became a player? Daesu clenched his teeth and thought dissatisfiedly, so everyone who was with him now were his cellmates. This is the worst-case scenario. Daesu covered his head with his hand and thought that he couldn't believe that such an idiot had the right to become a player. There were no survivors on his side. Dongsu bowed his head and asked mockingly, "Does he hope that someone will come to save him?" He said that won't happen. Dongsu smiled and said that his men had already finished off the others. He screamed, "Well, let him forgive, detective." Dongsu began to generate energy when Seojun suddenly appeared and kicked the wall. Daesu raised his head in surprise. Dongsu put the mask on his face and turned around. Seojun said in surprise, "Oh man." He looked at him questioningly and asked, "Wearing a mask?" Seojun stood in the hole in the wall and looked around. He wondered, are they fighting? Seojun looked at Dongsu and thought, this mask. Dongsu asked thoughtfully, "Who is he?" Daesu loudly ordered him to run. "It's too dangerous there." Dongsu smiled and snapped his fingers and said, "Well, whoever he was, he shouldn't have interrupted him." Daesu shouted, "No!" There was a bright explosion and Daesu covered his face with his hands and thought, "Not again." He thought he was too strong, terrible. Daesu thought, is this the end? The system window reported that the danger detection skill was activated. Daesu looked forward in surprise and Seojun came out of the smoke. He spoke thoughtfully, clearly. The system window reported that a rank A dragon eye had been activated. Seojun looked ahead and thought that it looked like the masked man was involved in this. He tossed the sword and said that compared to the maze of choice, it would not be difficult to deal with. The system window reported that he was equipped with a strong sword. Seojun clenched the hilt of his sword, and Dongsu snapped his fingers and shouted that he wouldn't miss this time. Seojun jumped and dodged the explosion. He thought that given his actions, he was a serial killer of players. A serial player killer, also known as the red player, is a person who constantly kills other players. There are only 3 lives in Dreamside, so such people were considered villains, and even the developers perceived them as a cancerous tumor. Currently, Seojun thought that he almost failed the raid because of one of them. He pushed himself off the floor and rushed forward. Seojun thought that such players should be taken out. There were corpses of people lying everywhere. Seojun looked around and thought that these people did not die from monsters, they were killed by a masked man. Dongsu stood silently in place. He laughed and said not to meddle in other people's business and get lost. Dongsu said that he would let him go if he left now. Seojun looked at him carefully and asked if he would just let him go. Daesu shouted, "No!" He lay on the floor and shouted that he was a serial killer. It was Huang Dongsu. Dongsu turned around and screamed, "Idiot!" Seojun looked at him carefully and wondered, Huang Dongsu. He thought he had heard the name on the news. Seojun arched his eyebrows and wondered, did he escape from prison? He gripped the hilt of the sword and said it was okay, he would anyway. Seojun swung his sword and said that he does not leave his enemies alive. The system window reported that hazard detection was activated. Seojun jumped high, and the system window reported that the dragon's eye was activated. Dongsu raised his head and asked what? He screamed. How did he understand? Seojun swung his sword and took the head off Zhang's shoulders, who only managed to scream. The system window reported that the secrecy was removed. It reported that the player Kong with Zhang died from its attack. The system window reported that he had received a solid top. Seojun landed on the floor and gripped the hilt of his sword. He stood up and asked, did he know that with great power comes great responsibility? Dongsu asked, puzzled, what? Seojun smiled and said that this meant that it was time for him to take responsibility. He said mixing arson and gas was a great idea. Dongsu lowered his head and clicked displeasedly and asked how he understood. Seojun extended his hand forward and used a weapon change. He gripped the hilt of the blade and threw it towards Meng Sang. Seojun grinned and said that throwing the isolation skill on top of all this would increase security a little. Meng Sang was lying on the floor. The system window reported that the player Ji Meng Sang was killed. It reported that Seojun received an oak staff. Seojun looked towards Dongsu and said, well, it's his turn. Dongsu shouted displeasedly, hey! Seojun pushed off the floor and rushed forward. He approached Dongsu's face and looked into his eyes. Dongsu frightenedly asked to wait. Seojun frowned and asked, wait, while he was waiting for the others? Dongsu extended his palms forward and, clicking displeasedly, ordered him to die. Yellow seals appeared behind him, and streams of energy pushed Seojun back. The blade pulled out of Meng Sang's body and flew back. The system window reported that the weapon was being returned. Seojun grabbed the blade and jumped up to aim at Dong-soo. Dong-soo pursed his lips and looked forward tensely. Seojun lowered his head and stuck the blade into Dong-soo's neck. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he said with a slight hiss. He said he was dying, so insignificant. Dong-soo fell to the floor and Seojun stood next to him. The system window reported that he had upgraded the level. Seojun read this and spoke. The system seemed to recognize them as monsters. He looked at Dong-soo and thought that this guy had killed countless players, so there was no point in feeling guilty about his death. The system window reported that he received the dungeon grass item. Seojun smiled and said happily that now he understood why they were in such a hurry. He should hurry up too. After a while, Seojun stood next to Dae-soo, who was holding a mask in his hands. Dae-soo said that he was a policeman. Oh, Dae-soo. He looked at the mask and said that Hwang Dong-soo was the idiot who killed his sister. Dae-soo thanked Seojun for saving him. Seojun sighed and replied that it was nothing, he deserved it. Dae-soo said that he wanted to ask for a favor. He said his men were ambushed by him and they got separated. Dae-soo looked at the killed scoundrels and said that there were at least 10 enemies. Seojun asked in surprise, 10? Dae-soo replied, yes, they checked those who died, they are all criminals. He remembered Dong-soo in uniform and said that the prisoners had become players and were not attacked by monsters. Dae-soo looked at the mask and said that they must have found some kind of object. He added, plus their target, Gunner Clark. Seojun's eyes widened in surprise. Dae-soo said that she is Choi Hana. Seojun looked at him questioningly and asked him to wait. He asked what? Seojun introduced Hana with a revolver and asked the question, is the shooter Choi Hana? Hana frowned and looked away. After a while, Seojun and Dae-soo walked next to the audience. They carried the bodies of the dead player killers on their shoulders and walked forward crouching. Seojun said he never thought the shooter was a girl. Dae-soo looked at him and replied, yeah, he was surprised too, especially since it was Choi Hana herself. He said, amazingly, a famous idol singer can be a great player. 12th place, Clark. He was given the nickname Magic Revolver Shooter for his skill with weapons. When it comes to shooting, he has no equal. Seojun smiled and said, who would have thought that Choi Hana would spend so much money on donations? Dae-soo looked at him puzzled and asked, what donations? He laughed and said that he had not played games for a long time. Seojun arched his eyebrows and thought that he still couldn't believe it since they were so different. He introduced the character of Clark and the character of Hana. Seojun said anyway. At this point, Dae-soo said, Seojun, it seems to have worked. They carried the player killers on their backs and walked past the monsters. Dae-soo said that the monsters don't pay attention to them. He said that at first he was worried, but the idea turned out to be a good one. Seojun happily replied that he knew, he wasn't sure either. Since it was not possible to take their inventory, they decided to use their abilities and enhancements, which remain active for a day after death. After a while, Dae-soo and Seojun approached the building and Dae-soo said, here comes the gym. The bodies of monsters lay everywhere. The door to the gym opened. Dae-soo arched his eyebrows and said how cruel. Seojun sat down and looked away. The system window reported that there are 3 hours left until the dungeon breaks. Seojun asked, 3? He said that now he is sure that someone is speeding up the passage of time. Seojun looked at the flower icon in the system window and thought that the herb was from the dungeon and was not sold well in stores, but it was useful in various situations. He said that this could be used to speed up the rift. The method is simple. Seojun presented a vessel with liquid that pours onto a flower. You need to create a flower by mixing grass and water from the underground. Seojun presented a flower with a green creature inside. He put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, although strangely, water. Dae-soo looked at him carefully, and Seojun said that it only drops in dungeons of rank B and above. Dae-soo frowned and said then. Seojun looked ahead and said that among those they met was a person who had been playing long enough to receive water as a reward for shutting down the server. He frowned and thought that most jailbreakers were unable to hack the server after disabling this. Seojun thought about it. It turns out it's someone else. He hopes Choi Hana is out of danger. At that moment, Hana was running down the corridor, holding a revolver in her hand. Arrows were flying aimed at her, and she thought, from above. She somersaulted and dodged the arrows that pierced the walls and floor. Hana hit her hand, shook it, and screamed painfully. She frowned and thought, seriously? Hana looked at the huge monster with horns and the 2 player killers and thought that they were both starting to piss her off. She sat down on the floor and looked up. One of the assassins drew his bow and took aim. The monster opened its mouth, in which a stone was burning. The system window reported that this was the E-level boss, the Death Knight Von Dis. Von Dis was clutching a large cross-shaped sword in her hand. Hannah dodged and ran to the side. She took aim with her revolver and thought that the Death Knight had incredible stats and terrifying defense. Von Dis swung his sword, and Hannah ducked again and thought that from the title it was clear that this only used sword techniques that were easy to predict. She turned around and thought that she was striking from a distance, so such an opponent was just right for her. Hannah wondered what the problem was. The arrows flew aimed at her again, and she ran forward. Hannah screamed displeasedly, "Come on, how can they shoot a beautiful girl?" She wondered why the Death Knight didn't attack them. Did they have some kind of immunity item? Hannah screamed, "Are they even people?" The crowd of player killers pointed their fingers at her and ordered her to shoot to kill. Hannah screamed that she would kill them all. She hid behind the wall and thought, even if she said so, but these people are players. Hannah squeezed her revolver and thought that they were real players, she couldn't shoot them. The huge monster opened its mouth and showed a burning ball. Hannah put the barrel of the revolver to her head and told herself to concentrate. She gritted her teeth and thought, "No, Clark." Hannah thought that this was not a game, but reality. She held the barrel of the revolver to her forehead and thought that there was no choice. Hannah closed her eyes and thought, first of all. She remembered how she ran away from arrows, came out of cover and thought that the enemy was in front. Hannah pointed her revolver forward and shot at the player killers. It hit one of them in the head, and he screamed loudly. Hannah aimed a second bullet at the killer, and he was thrown back. One of them scared and said that it was not for nothing that she was a ranker, let them continue to shoot. The assassins drew their bows and pointed towards Hannah. The system window reported that the player Yang Hyun-jung had died. It reported that she received a poisonous drug item. Hannah sat down and read it. The monster swung his sword and demolished half of the stone behind which Hannah was hiding. Hannah looked out a little and thought that this would soon destroy everything there. She couldn't believe how strong the boss was. The system window reported that the health condition had worsened. Hannah wondered why her health was decreasing even if she dodged the attack. She wondered, is everything so realistic? Suddenly Hannah opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked, "What?" The system window reported that there were 3 hours left until the dungeon breaks. Hannah wondered how, why. Everything around shook and the monster swung his sword. Hannah thought, did they speed up time? She started to run away. Hannah ran forward, and the monster followed her. Hannah thought that with her level she couldn't defeat such a monster in 3 hours. She thought that if there was a rift, then the level of this would rise to D rank. Hannah slowed down and said, which means she has only one way out. She put the revolver forward and pulled the trigger again. This dealt a blow to the monster. The system window reported that the Death Knight was unconscious for 5 seconds. Hannah put her revolver forward and thought, ability. Her body was covered in red energy, and she used a blood sphere. Hannah opened her eyes, which changed color, and looked forward. She raised the revolver and fired. Everything around was covered in a bloody red light, and the monster woke up. It swung its sword, and Hannah put the revolver to its eyes. She pushed herself off the floor and shot the monster in the head with her revolver. Hannah's nose began to bleed and she thought that her current body would not last long. She looked at the blue ball in the monster's body and thought that she had to shoot it in one try. Hannah pulled the trigger and thought, please. Suddenly, Seo-jun shouted from below, ordering him to run away. The monster turned sharply towards the sound. Hannah wondered what it was. She floated in the air and looked at the monster. Hannah thought that she missed, and her stamina was already at 0. Seo-jun pushed off and rushed forward. Hannah looked at the monster while floating in the air and thought that she was finished. The system window reported that the barrier was set for 3 seconds. The monster dodged. Seo-jun grabbed Hannah by the waist and lifted her up. He looked forward carefully, and Hannah looked at him in fear and asked who he was. Seo-jun put her down and asked if she was okay. Hannah looked at him and said, he. The monster spread his arms in different directions and threw his head back. Its body began to bubble and the top layer of skin was torn off. It turned into an even stronger monster. The monster grabbed the handle of the weapon and roared loudly. Hannah covered her face with her hand and wondered, has this evolved? She thought that if this level is now D, then there is no chance of winning. The system window reported that the monster had become a tier D boss, Demon Lord Von Dis. Hannah looked at Von Dis and thought that after leveling up, it would take time to adapt. She thought this was their chance. Hannah looked at Seo-jun and Dae-soo and said with a frown, hey that is they still have a chance to get out of this dungeon. She said that they themselves understand that it is impossible to kill it. Seojun, Hana and Daesu looked at Wondis. Hana said that all they could do was run away. She looked around and thought, and they also stopped shooting. Hana looked at the top platform and thought that they must have escaped through the exit. She thought with displeasure, and they will try to prevent them from leaving. Hana thought that it would be better to face them instead of fighting this boss. She looked down and thought that the problem was how to save the rest of the people. Hana turned back and grabbed Seojun by the sleeve of her sweater. She asked where he was going. Did he really want to fight this? Hana asked the question, is he crazy? She examined Seojun, who was holding a sword in his hands, and asked, with such equipment, does he want to die? The long sword is a reward for completing the training. Seojun looked at his sword and said that with this he could buy some time. Hana replied that this was not the case. Seojun looked at Daesu and asked if he could borrow his weapon. Daesu looked at him questioningly and replied that of course, but it was for level 80. Seojun grabbed the handle of the spear and said, nothing. He imagined that everything around him was in the water and wondered, is this the spear of the Wave Rider? A level 80 item, a magical spear that creates waves that enhance damage. If the user's level does not match this, it will not manifest itself to its fullest and will remain sealed. Seojun held a spear in his hand and water swirled around him. Hana thought in surprise that since he had awakened the magic spear, his level was above 80th. She thought that if she thought about it, he had strengthened his body. Hana remembered how Seojun grabbed her by the waist and pulled her to the floor. She thought about it, and was even able to grab her while she was using the blood sphere. Hana realized that this guy. Seojun smiled and asked, will they start? Hana was sure that he was a high-level player. Wondis towered over them, head down. Seojun told Hana to drink it. Hana caught something and asked what? Seojun smiled and said, now it's your turn. He looked at Wondis and shouted, Demon Lord Wondis. Seojun jumped up and ran forward. Wondis followed his movements. The system window reported that a rank A dragon eye had been activated. Seojun clenched his jaw and looked at Wondis and thought that this weak point was still the same. He swung his spear and used crashing waves. Seojun lowered his spear down, and the waves rose higher up the monster's body. Wondis growled and swung his sword. This drove the sword into the stone and it split into pieces. Seojun saw this and said that it looks like it can't resist the ability, it still needs time to adapt. He wondered if this was the weakest of the tier D bosses right now. Seojun placed his palm on the floor and thought that they could overcome this. At that moment Hana screamed, get out of the way. A bullet flew near Seojun's head, leaving behind a stream of energy. Multiple bullets flew into Wondis' body, and Hana walked up to Seojun and asked in confusion, who is he, since he has a high-level drug? Seojun turned away and said, well, it doesn't matter. He said to hurry up, otherwise it will consume her. Hana pushed off the floor, jumped up and pointed her revolver forward. She said that she was going to do it even without his words. Energy accumulated in the barrel of the revolver and Hana pulled the trigger. Wondis' eyes began to glow less and the system window reported that the Demon Lord Wondis was immobilized for 3 seconds. Seojun swung his spear and thought, great, now. He used ferocious waves while swinging his spear. Seojun swung his spear and pointed it towards Wondis. It crashed into Wondis' body and water poured out of its chest. Wondis' body began to disintegrate. Pieces of Wondis were scattered around, and Seojun dodged it. Wondis, with many holes in his body and dull eyes, fell to the floor. Small pieces of energy began to fly out of his body. The system window reported that he had defeated the D-level boss, the Demon Lord Wondis. Hana and Daesu looked at him in surprise. System windows reported that the level was increased. Seojun stood surrounded by floating thin threads of energy. The system window reported that they had cleared out a fallen D-rank school. At this moment, the player killers were standing outside the dungeon at the portal. Someone said to get ready, Clark will be out soon. He said that she is the key to their plan, they cannot leave her alive. The killer said puzzledly, although somehow she's still not there. He said that she might have died. The black-masked killer lowered his head and said that even though she was capable, she was not level 80. He said that even Clark would have a hard time defeating a tier D boss. The killer turned around and said to continue watching the portal and reporting the situation. The killer who stood behind asked in surprise what? The head assassin said not to underestimate her. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise and saw a system window that reported that the fallen D-rank school had been cleared. The system window reported that the dungeon rift was cancelled. Monsters will appear in limited numbers in this dungeon, and the rift will not occur without a special event. The main killer said there was no choice. He took out his phone and looked at the screen that was on, which showed that O's blacklist had disappeared from the maze of choices. The killer adjusted his cape and said that this was interesting. They were retreating. He said K was missing. Seojun was touching his neck at this time and said that it felt like someone was talking about him. He returned the spear to Daesu and thanked him. Daesu held out his hands and said it was nothing. At this moment, Hannah folded her hands and said thoughtfully, maybe. She exhaled and asked excitedly, is he K? Seojun looked carefully at Hannah's dissatisfied face and replied, well. He cleared his throat and closing his eyes said that she was right, he was K. Daesu said it couldn't be. Seojun froze, puzzled, and Daesu waved his hand and said that he understood. His abilities were impressive, but the number 1 ranker had left the maze of choice. He said he was told this morning. Daesu looked at Hannah and said that even if that was the case, it was impossible that he came out of there, and immediately came there during the dungeon rift. He said the chance of such a coincidence was negligible. Hannah froze and thought that she thought so too. She put her fist to her chin and thought that she had only come there to meet K. Hannah reflected that there were stories about places that never became dungeons, but it was unknown who was behind it. Seojun was a little melted by their confidence, and whispered that he was K. That's why Hannah thought he was K, but it was just a misunderstanding. She closed her eyes and thought that this man saved her and her group. She was very mistaken. Hannah shyly asked for forgiveness, and said that she should have thanked him first. Seojun put his hand on his neck and said nothing. He suggested that we first look for survivors. Hannah looked at him in surprise and replied, okay. Some time later, in an abandoned school storeroom, a guy with a bandaged hand was lying on mats, and a man next to him was treating the remaining wounds. Daesu looked around and said that he was glad that many survived. He said that they were afraid that they would not find any survivors at all, and they all just hid. Daesu remembered Seojun pointing his finger in that direction. The man who was sitting on the floor clutched the rag and apologized. He said he needed to help them. Daesu looked at him gently and replied that it was not their fault. It was good that they survived. At this moment, someone said, Detective O Daesu. He leaned over and asked the question, how does he feel, can he move? The man replied that they had enough potions to get him back on his feet soon. Seojun stood behind and thought that he was right. He was also glad that they escaped and survived. He thought that the players would eventually become stronger. Seojun looked at Daesu, who shook the guy's hand and thought, even if the detective thinks differently, he thinks he will be useful. Hannah was standing next to him, when suddenly she was called from the side, Choi Hannah. She turned around and the girl sitting on the floor asked if she was okay. Hannah smiled and replied that yes, she had messed up a little, but it didn't matter. The girl asked, did she screw up? Daesu distracted the attention and said that now he hopes they can go to the camp. He extended his palm and told Seojun to join. Seojun slightly tilted his head to the side and asked, camp? After some time, Seojun and Hannah were fighting monsters on the city street. The guy stood behind with his eyes bulging in surprise. He asked that Choi Hannah didn't surprise him, but here he is, who is he? Daesu sighed and said that he would explain later. Seojun swung his weapon and heard the words, it's there. He looked to the side and saw a large sign on the building, Banjo Station 3. After a while, Seojun stood near the access gate and looked ahead. He thought that all the monsters outside were level F. They got out of the dungeon during the rift. Seojun frowned slightly and thought that since these people used to live in small spaces for a long time, they wouldn't go into the same ones here. He wondered if they had chosen this place by chance, but the location was good. Seojun and Hannah walked down the stairs and saw the camp in front of them. People sat on the floor, covered themselves with things, and lit fires. The girl gave the child something to drink and looked questioningly at the heroes. The guy with glasses shouted joyfully, hey, it's a detective. The girl said joyfully, they are back. People rushed forward and said, welcome back. The guy ran and screamed, detective. Daesu extended his arms forward. He patted the little girl on the head and said he was glad they were all safe. The girl smiled and said that, of course, they were also glad that they were back. At that moment, a voice came from behind, saying how good it was that they were safe. Daesu turned around and saw a gray-haired old man. He leaned over to him and asked how he was doing. The old man laughed and said yes, they are intact, but here they are. He looked at the crippled guy. Daesu sadly lowered his head, and the old man patted his hand and said that he understood, let them rest, he would bring them food. After a while the guy asked how much to give them. The second replied that there was enough for everyone. Daesu approached Seojun and asked, Seojun? He said to rest for now, and he would cook him something to eat. Seojun looked at him and replied, okay. He sat down and exhaled. Seojun grabbed his neck with his hand and closed his eyes. He thought that so much had happened today, the dungeons, the dead people, the battle. Seojun opened his eyes and said that although it wasn't difficult, it did get on his nerves. He feels tired. Seojun was confused, and then shouted, no, you can't let your guard down. He thought that he had completely forgotten to check the reward for defeating the boss. Seojun wiped his chin and said that now is a great time for this. He said he already had an idea of what might be there. The system window reported that he received the Blade of Regrets of Vondis. This is a blade filled with regrets of Vondis, who died without taking retribution. The unique ability can cover the blade with ice. The required level is 120, damage is 175 points, and Class B. Seojun looked thoughtfully at the system window. He raised his finger up and said, horror. Seojun said that even if he used all the stat points he had collected, it would hardly be enough for the 100th level. In case of level restrictions, the user will need to add stat points. The system window reported that use is impossible, level 120 is required. This means that the total will have to be equal to 600. Seojun raised his head up and said, and the detective could use his spear, although he was not level 80. He asked the question, does this mean that a small discrepancy is acceptable? Seojun looked at the book that had the lock on it, and clicked on the system window. Suddenly this book was in Seojun's hands, and he said that the problem is that his reward is not only a weapon. There was a lock on the book, and the system window reported that the conditions for opening were not met. It reported that the book is sealed and cannot be used without access. The damage is 0, and the class is L. Seojun grabbed the system window and closed his eyes and said that he couldn't even use that. He said that since it was a legendary item, it was because of this book that he came. Seojun smiled and said that he would have to try. He thought that was the biggest problem. Seojun held a squirrel in his hand and carefully looked at its tail, paws and whiskers with a red bow. He poked his finger into the squirrel's nose and said that he had not seen him for a long time. The squirrel sniffed Seojun's finger and after a while woke up and asked, Gorin? The system window reported that Gorin woke up at the will of the owner. Seojun released it and shouted, hey, what? He asked, did it wake up? The Gorin raised his paw and shouted, Gorin. Seojun asked a question, rumbling? The system window reported that the Gorin was catastrophically hungry. Gorin stroked his belly with his paw and said, Gorin. The system window said that it is necessary to provide this with nutritious food. It reported that Gorin was happy from the smell of delicious food. Seojun watched as Gorin ran around him and thought that Gorin was his pet who was following him from Dream's side. He's glad it was touched upon, but it's the reaction of it. Gorin ran in circles and shouted, Gorin. There can only be one reason for this. Seojun looked down and screamed, dungeon. He remembered how a train rushed along the night railway. Currently, Seojun looked at Gorin, who was rubbing his eyes with his paw, and said that now it's not that bad, it's in the form of a squirrel, but the true appearance of it. He imagined a large monster, and thought it was a dungeon-eating monster. Seojun stood up and looked at the Gorin. He said it was Gregory's monster. Gorin rubbed his eye with his paw, and Seojun thought that the monster Gregory was his former pet, whom he met at level 50th, and a reward for closing the 3rd server. Gorin looked at him and asked, Gorin? Seojun thought it didn't eat anything other than monsters from the dungeon. He turned and said, so when the Gorin acts worried, it means that something strange is happening to the dungeon. Seojun looked around where the people were lying and thought that it started in a place where there were a lot of people. He wondered what this was reacting to. Seojun thought that the players were not interested in this at all. The guy with glasses held a plate of food in his hands and looked carefully ahead. A guy who was being bandaged sat in front of him and said, thank you. The girl who bandaged him laughed and said not to worry. Seojun looked down and thought, is it the skeletons? He thought that some monsters might have been released during the rift of the dungeon. Seojun imagined an image of a skeleton and thought that skeletons are E-level monsters with a low amount of intelligence. He thought, so there are only 2 options. Seojun looked at the Gorin and said, either there is something wrong with the Gorin or... Gorin grabbed his cheeks and the system window reported that Gorin was demonstrating to his owner that he was hungry. Seojun looked around again and said that something strange was happening there. He crouched down and held out his palm for the Goron to climb on top of him. Seojun said that all the minutes that it specializes in smells, it is unclear what exactly it attracts. He looked at the man who was lying in a makeshift tent and said that he could not, he was dying of hunger. Seojun looked at the man's body and said, this man. He saw his thin, withered hands and said, that's what it's all about. Seojun spoke, looking like he was on the verge. After a while, people shouted in fear, what? The girl put her hand to her chin and asked, do they need to kill the skeletons? The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed that this was dangerous, and besides, the dungeon was closed. The girl looked at Dae-soo and said that if they hide, these ones will leave and they will be safe. The guy asked the question, why take such a risk? Soo said that that's the point. The guy and girl opened their eyes in surprise and he asked, what? Dae-soo raised his hand and replied that since the skeletons began to disperse in different directions, many people would die because of them. The guy with glasses looked to the side and said, but. Dae-soo pointed his finger forward and said that this is an opportunity for them. He looked at the system window, this is a chance to raise the levels. Dae-soo said that the monsters are dangerous because of the dungeons, because they received the blessing of the dungeon from these strengthening, but now they are weakened. He introduced, as skeletons walk around the city and said that besides, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is at its peak height. Dae-soo said that this is when the dead are at their weakest. He looked at the puzzled faces of the people and said that he was not forcing them, their lives were in their hands, so let them decide for themselves. After some time, everyone gathered in one place and Dae-soo asked, well, have you decided? The squad of hunters looked carefully at the camp's security squad. Seojun frowned and thought that he couldn't miss such a chance to level up, and besides, he needed to find something. Dae-soo looked at the security squad and suggested that they introduce themselves first. He extended his hand and said that he was Dae-soo, a policeman. Dae-soo said that he feels pretty confident in close combat. Seojun looked at him and thought that he had special training, his potential was higher than all of them. At that moment, Jaewon came into the center and shouted that his name was Gong Jaewon. He said that before he was a salesman, but now. Seojun turned around and looked at him carefully. Jaewon shouted that he would try his best. He thanked you for your attention. Seojun wondered why he introduced himself as if he was speaking to his new classmates. Hannah walked past and the guys looked after her enthusiastically. She went to the center and looked around and said that she was Choi Hannah, she was level 79. Hannah said she is good with firearms. She turned around and walked away. The guys clapped and asked, that's all? Seojun looked at her and thought that she had no need to talk about herself. He thought that she was so popular that everyone knew her. Seojun closed his eyes and thought that, besides, if he said too much about himself, it could backfire in the future. Jaeong came to the center and said that he was Jang Jaeong. He straightened his hair and said that before the incident, he worked for his father's company and had houses in Gangnam and Seocho. Jaeong said that he came there to buy another one. He laughed and said that he had already hired a butler, but in the end he would have to use public transport. Jaeong laughed again and Seojun looked at him displeased. He thought, this is what he meant, judging by the equipment, he played the first dream side. Seojun thought that it was expensive, but it turned out to be weak. Jaeong closed his eyes and smiled smugly. Someone said, wow. After a while, Dae-soo laughed and happily said that he definitely didn't know him. He pointed his hand at Seojun and everyone else looked at him questioningly and asked who he is. The guy sat on the floor and asked, are you new? Seojun came to the center and said that he. At this moment there was loud laughter and a cry, hey. Jaeong stood up and pointed his finger at Seojun and asked, is he Kang Seojun? Seojun looked at him in surprise and asked if they knew each other. Jaeong laughed and said, otherwise. He said, idiot, he went to Banjo High School. Jaeong imagined Seojun sitting on the floor covered in trash and said that he was a typical victim. Currently Seojun said, really? Jaeong smiled and said yes, it was him. He remembered how at school he sat down and said to Jang Jaeon. He looked at Seojun sitting on the floor and said that he heard his family went bankrupt and he was left alone. Jaeon laughed and said that's why he advised him to stay close to him, you scoundrel. Presently, he pointed to his eyes and said that he recognized Seojun by his eyes. Seojun arched his eyebrows and said that he had changed, as if he had been reborn. He remembered Jaeon's face before and now, and thought that it really was. Jaeong put his hand on Seojun's shoulder and said since they met. He asked the question, does he remember the times when he brought him snacks? Jaeon will scream joyfully, memories. At that moment, Hannah came up and pushed his hand away. She got angry and asked what he was doing? Jian asked in fear, what? Hannah said that they are alive thanks to him. She asked why he was talking to him like that. Hannah angrily ordered to apologize now. Jian asked in fear, what? The girl who stood behind asked displeasedly, hey, maybe stop arguing? The guy with glasses said, she's right, they'll sort things out later. Seojun obviously thought that he was unemployed. Jian asked, they are just having fun, what are they doing? Seojun lowered his head and said, oh so? He raised his head up and confidently looked forward and said that he was K. The entire squad of hunters froze in surprise and looked at Seojun. Someone asked what? The hunters unanimously asked who? There were questions everywhere. K, seriously? Hannah frowned and asked the question, what? She grinned and said that she knew it. Hannah put her hand to her lips and said that her intuition had been right. She screamed that he really was K. Daesu grabbed his head with his hand and laughed. He said that he was surprised that he fought so well. Daesu apologized for the misunderstanding. Hannah looked at him in admiration, folded her hands and asked if he came out of the maze yesterday. Jaeyoung got angry and shouted, hey, he's lying. He asked, is this boy K? Jaeyoung ordered not to make him laugh. Hannah got angry and screamed at him. Jaeyoung looked at Seojun's t-shirt and thought it was a t-shirt. He introduced Won-is and thought it was coming out of Won-i's boss. Jaeyoung thought, seriously? He stood in front of Seojun, Daesu and Hannah and thought that it couldn't be. He was sure that Clark was helping him. Jaeyoung frowned that he needed to be exposed. He pointed his finger at Seojun and grinned and asked, hey, what's his level? Seojun replied that it was the 37th. Jaeyoung came close to him and asked, 37th, did he decide to pretend out of boredom? Questions and exclamations were heard everywhere. Someone asked, 37th? He thinks he's lying. Seojun asked what? Jaeyoung put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he didn't know that K wasn't Korean. He laughed and said that he should have found out about him if he was going to pretend. Seojun frowned and thought, is K a foreigner? After some time, a detachment of hunters was running along the street road. Seojun frowned, and the system window reported that the A-rank dragon eye had been activated. Seojun shouted, in the alley. The girl looked out, and there were skeletons in the alley. Seojun screamed, left corner. The guy looked under the car and smiled and saw a skeleton. Seojun said under the car behind them. Jaeyoung narrowed his eyes and wondered how he knew. Daesu swallowed his saliva and ordered to prepare for battle. The skeletons moved forward with glowing eyes. Daesu threw his spear towards the monsters and cut them down. He ordered not to lag behind, but two to attack one. Daesu scared and said there are too many of these. The skeletons rushed forward, and Daesu said that they would be surrounded if things continued like this. The guy blocked the skeleton's blow and thought he didn't have enough stamina. At that moment, a cry was heard from behind him, let him bend down. Hannah ran up and fired a revolver at the monster. The guy just screamed and looked at Hannah and thought, Clark. At this time, Jaeyoung walked up to Seojun and shouted, hey, get out of the way, newbie. Seojun glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and Jaeyoung came up and said with a grin to look carefully. He said this is what professionals look like. Jaeyoung put his hands in different directions, closing his eyes, and then straightened his hair and asked, did you see? He shouted that there was a big difference between them. Seojun thought Jaeyoung was good. He remembered how he was sitting at the table and thought that he asked him to bring him something to eat and gave him 50,000 won. Jaeyoung handed over paper bills and said to bring bread. Seojun thought that since he was rich, he didn't know how much bread cost. Currently, he thought that it was like a job for which he was paid 49,000 won every day. Seojun said that he would forgive him for his quirks, since he once managed to make money with his help. He thought that now he should do more important things to raise his level. After some time, a Gorin sat near the trash can and ate the bones of skeletons. The system window reported that Gorin had absorbed a rusty longsword, plus 0.1% satisfaction. It reported that the Gorin absorbed the broken helmet, plus 0.1% satisfaction. Gorin absorbed the skeleton and received plus 0.1% satisfaction. Seojun looked at it in surprise and wondered, is it not full yet? He asked the question, does he smell anything tasty nearby? Gorin looked at him questioningly and asked, Gorin? The Gorin closed his eyes and wiggled his nose. It frowned and screamed, Gorin. The system window reported that Gorin turned his attention to the southeast. Seojun frowned and shouted, there. The skeletons turned around and paid attention to him. Seojun swung his fist and smashed the skeleton. He picked up the skull and asked, is it empty? The system window reports. That Gorin smells something tasty a meter away from the owner. Seojun threw the skull towards the Gorin and asked displeasedly, did he need that? The system window reported that the Gorin was squealing with delight. After some time, a guy and a girl walked under the sunset sky. The guy said that the sun will set soon. Soon the dead will gain strength again. They are coming back. The girl clasped her hands together and happily said, great, she was able to level up twice. The guy clenched his fist and said that he did too. It's good that they came there. Daesu thought that progress was being made, but Seojun. He looked at Seojun, who was sitting next to the Gorins, with skeleton parts lying around them. Daesu asked what he was doing? Seojun got angry and yelled at Gorin that he had eaten enough. He asked the question, where is what he needs? Seojun held the Gorin in his hands, and he turned away and fell silent. Suddenly the Gorin opened his eyes wide and the system window reported that he smelled a buffet nearby. Seojun looked at it carefully, and said that its eyes had changed. He said, really? After some time, Daesu thanked everyone and suggested they return to camp and rest. Seojun said, detective first. Daesu turned around and asked, what? Seojun looked at the store sign and said that they would go there. Daesu looked around and asked, is it a flower shop? The squad went inside and Seojun ordered to hold your breath. Seojun stopped and looked down. He said, this is it. The system window reported that an E-class dungeon, the Garden of Death, had been discovered. It announced the task, eliminating the virus. Class task, difficulty rank. The system window reported the condition, you need to eliminate the Flower King, who is spreading virus spores through the Garden of Death. Time 30 minutes, reward, flower bud of the King of Flowers. In case of failure, a fault will occur. Hannah put her sleeve to her nose and said, this is it. The system window reported that these are virus spores that are causing the dungeon disease. It asked to check the status of players in the nearest city. The system window reported that the initial rift had already occurred in the dungeon. You need to beware of infection. Seojun pressed his hand to his nose and thought, this is what Gorin reacted to at Banjo Station. He remembered the dying man from the camp and wondered if that man's face was red and his fingers darkened because of the dungeon. Dungeon disease. There are different dungeons in Dreamside. Ordinary, like an abandoned school inhabited by goblins and the dead. Themed, decorated in a certain style, and gardens of death, where motionless monsters live. Seojun presented a white greenhouse frame. When the latter breaks, it releases not monsters, but virus spores. There are many symptoms that a person has become infected. When the virus enters the body, it becomes a deadly parasite that turns people into monsters. Seojun introduced a dead man with a Venus, blue face. Currently, Seojun pressed his palm to his face and thought that the people at Banjo Station were like game characters. He thought that the virus would affect all non-players who have no resistance. Seojun thought, but with E-class resistance players, everything should be fine. He stretched his hand forward and thought that it was necessary to stop the development of the virus. At that moment, a cry was heard from behind him, no, the sun will set soon. The guy pinched his nostrils with displeasure and said, now, the monsters will become stronger. He said they would be the perfect target for these. Daesu covered his nose with his palm and said that he knew, but the red color of the portal meant that there was nothing left before the rift. He said that if they left it like this and allowed it to become a D-rank dungeon, then not only would they be in danger, but everyone at Banjo Station would be in danger. Someone asked why they only found this now. Seojun replied that it was behind an inconspicuous door. The guy pinched his nostrils and said that he didn't know if they should go back. The girl frowned and asked what they could do. She said there was little time left. Seojun and Daesu looked at each other and replied that they would get into it. The squad entered the portal and found themselves in a dungeon filled with plants. Seojun spoke, and then they will figure it out as things go. The squad led by Daesu walked forward along the path. Daesu turned around and looked at the team. Seojun walked next to Hannah and thought that everything happened in the best way. You couldn't dream of anything more. They decided to conduct a small raid. Daesu stood in the center of the room and said something. They sent the best players to the dungeon, and the rest to the camp. Currently, Seojun pointed his finger to the side and said, over there. He thought that, to be honest, Hannah and Daesu would be enough, but a minimum of 4 players was required to enter. Seojun looked at Jian and thought that's why they took Jang Jian. His equipment has a good defense value, and he himself is a high level, so he shouldn't die in an E-rank dungeon. However, Jian shouted displeasedly, detective. He frowned and said that he didn't understand something. Jian asked the question, why do they need a low-level deceiver? He offered to go back and get someone better. Seojun thought that he didn't even realize which of them was the weak link. Jian looked at him and screamed that he does not agree with this choice. He reached out to Seojun, who threw his hand away and angrily told him not to touch it. Jian raised his eyebrows questioningly and extended his hand again. He grabbed the golden apple and said that it was a dungeon apple, a great thing for replenishing mana. Jian asked, he doesn't know or what? He opened his mouth wide and said that the more mature it is, the more mana it will give. At that moment, the thorny branch broke, and the apple in Jian's hand burst, and he was scared. A huge hole appeared in the tree trunk, and Hannah, taking her revolver up, said to pay closer attention to the surroundings. Jian raised his head and saw twisting thorny branches. He became embarrassed and thanked Hannah, who immediately turned around. Daesu smiled and realized that he had made the wrong choice. After a while at the white greenhouse, Seojun said that the boss's room was there. Someone said, wow. Seojun said that the boss of this dungeon is in the greenhouse, that's the name. He presented a large thorny flower and said, King of Flowers. The big flower smiled with its toothy mouth. It looks like a sunflower because this flower often witnesses human death. Experienced players call this the suicide bomber. A squad of hunters entered the room and looked around. Daesu said to be careful, the monster king is stronger than ordinary ones. He said that once this was overcome, they would get a flower bulb that could be used as an antidote. Jian asked a question, antidote? Daesu presented a glass vessel with liquid and said, yes, if you grind it and make a tincture out of it, you will get a cure for the disease of the dungeon. With this they will heal the sick at Banjo Station. He looked at the attentive faces of Seojun and Hannah and said that this was their only hope. Daesu hoped they could do it and wished them luck. Jian replied, okay. He stroked his chin and told him to trust him. Seojun smelled the air and quickly pinched his nose. He said the smell was worse than before. Hannah covered her nose with her sleeve and asked why flowers smell like slop. The King of Flowers stood up and looked forward with glowing eyes. Seojun fearfully ordered everyone to dodge. The King of Flowers opened his mouth and sent many thorny branches forward. A huge branch fell next to the squad and threw them back. It came up off the floor and left a big dent. Daesu ran to the side and said that it had attacked, without letting on. He turned around and asked, everything is fine? The King of Flowers jerked and rushed forward. Hannah shot at it and punched through. She held the revolver in front of her and took aim. One branch from the Flower King's mouth was cut off, and the rest spread everywhere. Jian approached Seojun and told him to get out, he was bothering him. He said that he would kill it himself. Seojun grabbed Jian's cloak and pulled her back. Jian fell and cried out in displeasure. Oh! He asked, is he crazy? Seojun told him to look at his feet. Jian lowered his head and saw a large flower core with a toothy mouth. He asked in fear what kind of horror this was. More and more thorny branches appeared from the monster's mouth. Jian screamed in fear, oh! Seojun stuck his sword into the monster and said, obviously there will be others next to the King of Flowers. If he doesn't understand this, let him not interfere. Jian answered displeasedly that he knew. The system reported that a rank A dragon eye had been activated. Seojun thought, to get to this, you need to cross this field. He looked at the large heads of the monsters and thought, however, if they take a step forward, the flowers will attack them like piranhas. Daesu looked around and frowned and said that there was no choice, he had to trust Hannah. Seojun replied that it would take too long, it would have time to become D-level. He frowned and thought that if she entered the state of the blood sphere, received enhancements from them and increased the damage area of magic bullets, only then Hannah would be able to defeat all of them. After a while, there were many holes in the monster's branches and Hannah said, Seojun, she thinks she can handle it herself if she takes the elixir. She asked if he had it? Seojun looked at her and answered yes. Hannah put her finger to her cheek and said, then one thing for her, please. Seojun answered briefly, no. Hannah asked, puzzled, why he didn't trust her? Seojun replied that that was not the case. He said that because of the others, he did not have a chance to raise the level, and this is very important. Jiang shouted, where is he going? Seojun rushed forward, clutching the hilt of his sword. Jiang shouted that he was an idiot. The thorny branches headed towards Seojun, and he gripped the hilt of his sword and swung it. He cut it by jumping and swinging. Parts of branches flew towards Jiang and he asked, puzzled, what? He shouted in displeasure, what was happening? How could he do such a thing on the 37th level? Daesu frowned and said, well, whatever he says. Seojun instantly cut the Flower King's branches and walked forward. Daesu spoke, he is K after all. Jian turned white and asked. Oh well, really, or what? Seojun waved his head and ducked slightly. Jian said that there are two options. He said either his level is actually very high or. Jiang looked at the Flower King and said that Seojun was using an unbalanced ability. Seojun gripped the hilt of his sword and jumped high. The King of Flowers released new thorny branches from his toothy mouth. Seojun got angry and shouted loudly. He swung his sword and cut the King of Flowers in half. Hannah screamed with delight in her eyes, amazing. Daesu smiled and looked at this with pride, and Jiang turned white with humiliation. Seojun pressed his feet and flew down. He smiled and said that, as always, it's a piece of cake. System Windows reported that its level was increased. The system window reported that he had received a reward. It showed a bud and said that he had received a flower bulb. The system window showed a clawed gauntlet and reported that he had received Kakashi's spiked gauntlet. Seojun stood in a large hall, and everything around was covered with liquid that poured out of the body of the King of Flowers. Seojun looked ahead carefully. After some time, a detachment of hunters walked along the street under the starry sky. Hannah yawned, and Daesu looked closely at Seojun's thoughtful face. The system window reported that Kakashi's spiked glove is a glove made from the body and spikes of the Flower King. The weakness of this is fire. Unique ability spikes. The required level is 80, the damage is 120, and the class is A. Seojun wondered if the loot was better than he thought. This glove has the ability to spike, so if necessary, it turns the hand into something like a short sword. Seojun thought that thanks to the celestial body skill, he has no restrictions on using weapons, so the glove will come in handy. He extended his palm forward and thought, what's more? A system window appeared in front of Seojun, which reported that Kang Seojun was level 40 without a class. Seojun reflected that he had leveled up 10 levels since he completed the training. He looked at the level and thought it was expected. At level 32 he had defeated level D and E monsters, so with the amount of points he had collected in 90 days of training and with his skills. Seojun folded his arms and thought that he would soon be able to clear D-rank dungeons with ease. He clenched his fist and thought that by doing so he had built a clear line between himself and the other players. At this moment, a dissatisfied whisper was heard, no, it is impossible that he. Seojun stopped thinking and looked towards Jian, who was walking and sighing displeasedly. Jian whispered to himself, and tried to calm himself down. He said that this is a lie, this cannot happen. Jiang opened his eyes wide and asked the question, is this guy K? Seojun frowned and thought that he would not interfere with his monologue. Suddenly Hannah loaded the gun and said, guys, let them stop. She said there was a fight there. There were corpses of people lying everywhere on the road and cars were overturned. Daesu approached the man and felt his pulse. He said that they were already dead. It seemed that something had happened in the camp. Daesu lowered his eyes and sadly realized this. After some time at Banjo 3 station, the squad went down. Hannah asked if anyone was there. Daesu clenched his fists and shouted, hey! They walked further when suddenly Seojun lowered his head and saw footprints. Seojun said, there are steps. He looked closer and thought, it's strange, it all leads in different directions, as if they were going back and forth. Seojun froze, he was sure. At this moment, Daesu put his hands to his mouth and asked to please respond. Seojun said it was a dungeon disease. Daesu turned around in surprise and asked what? Seojun replied that there were no signs of skeletons there, which means the problem is the progression of the disease. Jian asked what? He looked down and saw a girl. Hannah looked at Seojun and asked, the dungeon has already been cleared, how did the virus spread? Jian froze and said there. Everyone fell silent and heard hissing and a request for help from the side. Hannah screamed with something in her voice. A moment later, the squad made their way further, and they saw the body of John Woo under the rubble of stones. Daesu threw the stones aside and picked up John Woo and shouted, hey, let him wake up. The guy opened his eyes and Seojun said, here. He extended his palm and created a small energy stone. The system window reported that this potion cannot be used on the target. A revival potion is required. Seojun bit his lip and said, damn. He thought it was a system death warning. Seojun looked at John Woo's crushed bloody legs and thought that his legs were in terrible condition, his nerves were torn. He imagined a vessel with a potion and thought that without a potion to revive this guy there was no way to save him. Seojun thought, now. Daesu raised John Woo's head, and Seojun brought a potion to his lips and said that this is a potion of paralysis, he will stop feeling pain. He poured the contents into John Woo's mouth, and he opened his eyes. Dae-soo asked if he woke up. John Woo asked heavily, "Detective?" Dae-soo frowned and asked what happened in their absence. John Woo looked at him in fear and said that everything happened suddenly. He remembered how the women looked around in fear. John Woo said that a huge monster appeared on the stairs. They were preparing to take it to the traps outside, just like they trained. The hunters prepared for battle. John Woo said, but danger was waiting behind. While everyone was focused on one side, the dead appeared behind them. John Woo said that people began to turn into zombies and attack them. Dae-soo and Seojun looked at him carefully. John Woo shouted that first Hyun-soo, then Cho Yeonjun fell. Min-yoon ran away. He opened his eyes wide and said, "And he?" Dae-soo said, "John Woo." The system window reported that the player was in a state of insanity. John Woo opened his eyes wide and said that he picked up Cho Yeonjun and ran away. Dae-soo shouted, "John Woo." A loud, piercing scream was heard. Seojun scared and thought that if they had a healer with them, they could heal him and not have to worry about the virus. Dae-soo held John Woo's head, and Seojun thought that, however, there are no healers at Banjo Station, he cannot be helped. John Woo said that everyone ran away. Cho Yeonjun became a monster. Seojun opened his eyes wide and thought, a monster? He wondered if this was the third stage of the dungeon disease. The first stage ends with a change in the color of the fingers and chills, but as time passes, the person turns into a zombie and attacks others, ending up in the second stage. Lin having completely become a monster, he enters the third stage. Seojun imagined a humanoid monster and put his hand to his chin. He thought that the Garden of Death had already been cleared, but the third stage came so quickly, although the symptoms had just begun to develop. Seojun realized that something was causing this. Tears flowed from John Woo's eyes and he said in a trembling voice, "Detective, he's asking, these people." John Woo's hand fell to the floor, and he closed his eyes. Dae-soo felt his pulse, stood up and said, "Let's go." Everyone froze and looked carefully ahead. After some time, in the depths of the subway tunnel there was a large toothy monster with dripping drool. There was a red light inside it. After some time, a zombie was crawling up the steps in a dark room. Hannah took out a pistol and held it forward. She pulled the trigger and fired a bullet at the monster, piercing its head. Hannah sighed and looked at Seojun and said that once the transformation has occurred, the person cannot be cured. She asked, "Did he know?" Seojun lowered his head and replied, "Yes, he is aware." Hannah looked at him, puzzled. Seojun looked at the corpses of people and wondered that those who could not survive the disease of the dungeon were lying there, while the rest had gone along the paths. Zombies crawled along the railing again, and Seojun hoped that they would be able to get out. Dae-soo grabbed the spear and said, "Damn, let everyone take one." Seojun swung and cut the head off the zombie's shoulders. He deftly swung his sword and plunged his sword into the monster's neck. And then he took it out, turned around and ordered him to follow him. Dae-soo looked at Seojun and said okay. He said there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Jaeyoung, who was standing behind him, froze in confusion. After some time, the detachment walked along a long tunnel of tracks. Dae-soo was shining a flashlight forward when he suddenly stopped and looked at the sign and said, "Oh, the next station." The name on the sign was Zingpan. Seojun asked, "Sinpan?" He said he had heard about it before. Dae-soo responded that it was a ghost station, having become abandoned when the plan to rebuild Line 10 failed. Hannah looked down and saw the tracks and said that the tracks were fresh. Seojun agreed with her and said, "And lead in different directions." Dae-soo frowned and said that they were most likely heading towards Yangdongpo Station. He said they initially planned to go there as an emergency. Dae-soo looked ahead, deep into the tunnel, and said that you can get there along the tracks. Suddenly, Seojun saw glowing red eyes and rushed forward, clutching the hilt of his sword. He swung as the dead man's hands reached out to him and struck at it with his sword. Seojun raised his head up and saw his eyes burning again. He pushed off the ground and rushed forward. Dae-soo shouted, "Everyone get ready." He frowned and looked ahead and sighed. Hannah looked at him and asked if John Woo was talking about her. Dae-soo answered yes. He looked at Zombie Yeonjun and said that it was Cho Yeonjun. Huge hands protruded from the girl's shoulders. Seojun looked at her and shouted that no more, now she is a monster that they will have to deal with. He said that for killing her they would receive experience and items. Dae-soo lowered his head and said, "Horror." Seojun answered him that this is the outcome of the dungeon disease, it turns people into monsters. Seojun squeezed the hilt of his sword and looked at Yeonjun and thought that because of this, thousands of people died in the first dream side. He thought that this time, however, the fate of the entire world was at stake. Seojun pulled his sword forward and said that he would try to finish her off quickly. Need to do it in one hit. Yunjin jumped and rushed forward at Seojun, who held his sword in front of him. She got close to Seojun and pushed him back. Seojun's sneakers started smoking and he thought she was tough. He wondered if Yunjin's extra arms were acting as a shield. Yunjin raised 2 hands up and reached for Seojun, who was sitting on the floor. Seojun jumped up, swung his sword and cut off Yunjin's hands. She opened her mouth and released another hand, which Seojun dodged instantly. Daesu saw this and shouted that he would help. Seojun turned around and said no, let him stay behind, most attacks will be useless against her. Daesu frowned, and Seojun thought that this was a monster in the 3rd stage. She was level 80, so Daesu couldn't handle it. Hana looked at him and said that they would wait for now. Yunjin raised her head up and began to suck her hand back. Seojun jumped and thought that he would look for her weak spot. He saw a bare patch of neck and thought, this is it. Seojun did a somersault in the air, and Yunjin turned to look at him. He asked her to forgive him and took his head off her shoulders with a swing. Yunjin's head flew down, leaving bloody drops. Yunjin's body lay on the ground, and the squad looked at it carefully. Seojun thought that after going through 3 stages, she was equal in strength to D-level monsters. Before he would not have been able to cope with her, fortunately. During the training he managed to collect 100 experience points. He looked ahead and thought that if this were used, he would become 3 times stronger than now. Seojun thought that, however, someone who was previously considered above the heavens, when converted to the 100th level, the statistics should be much higher. He clutched the hilt of his sword and thought, after all, dungeons. Suddenly Daesu clenched his spear and said, they are coming. Seojun thought that the dungeons would not wait for the players to get stronger. Monsters appeared in front of the squad. Huge mutated zombies headed towards them. They crawled along the ground, opening their nasty mouths. Daesu said, they are all? Seojun interrupted him and replied, yes, this is the 3rd stage of the disease. The 3rd stage of the dungeon disease is gluttony. People who have undergone transformation. Hana thought they were simple monsters. Suddenly she saw smoke spreading. Hana turned around and looked at it questioningly. She turned around and screamed, let them look from behind. The squad turned around and looked at the burning eyes of the monsters. Hana said they were surrounded. Daesu looked around and asked if these were really waiting for them to reach the ghost station. Seojun squeezed the hilt of the sword and said that he was not sure, they would think about it later. All members of the squad grabbed the hilts of their weapons and thrust them forward. Daesu raised his spear and shouted that they would deal with these first. The toothy face of a monster appeared in front of Giant's face. He screamed and swung his sword and ordered death. The monster looked at him questioningly. Giant asked, puzzled, what, how did he manage to kill these? The monster rushed at him, when suddenly Seojun appeared from behind and cut the head off its shoulders. Giant froze and sighed. Seojun looked around and asked if they were sure the others were heading to Yangdongpo. Hana frowned and replied, yes, most likely, there is a shopping center and other stores nearby, thanks to which there will be no problems with replenishing supplies. Seojun looked ahead and then suggested going there. Hana asked displeasedly, what? She screamed that it was dangerous now. Hana said that there will be even more monsters in that direction. She looked at Seojun and, putting her hand to her chin, said that moreover, she thinks it's clear what awaits them there. Seojun stood near the monsters' corpses and said yes. But even if the survivors didn't go there, he wouldn't change his mind. Daesu looked at them puzzled and asked what they were both talking about. Seojun said he would explain later. Daesu frowned and asked what? Seojun clutched his sword and said that for now. He turned around and swung his sword, cutting the monster's body. Seojun said to stay close to him. Gluttony is a symptom of the 3rd stage of the dungeon disease. People completely change their appearance, going through various transformations. Daesu slashed at the monster with his spear. Some people grow wings, while others grow arms or legs. Sometimes they become thinner or vice versa. Seojun swung and hit the monster with his shining weapon. The interesting thing is that the type of mutation depends on the desire. Seojun squeezed the hilt of his sword and said that in order to mate with these, you need to determine their desires. He looked at the monster with a huge eye and said, for example, an extra eye. Seojun said that this is the embodiment of the desire to see more. He looked forward and said that either in human form it was blind and wanted to fix it. The monster rushed forward, extending its arm forward. Seojun jumped and took out his phone from his pocket. He turned on the screen and shone the light into the monster's eye. The monster grabbed his face and Seojun kicked it away with his neck. It coughed, and Seojun stabbed its neck. He said that everything is much simpler if there is an understanding of the reason. Suddenly, Seojun's sword broke in half and the system window reported that the durability of this weapon was 0%. The weapon was broken. Seojun looked at Dae-soo and said that the training weapon had become obsolete. Dae-soo sighed and asked if he wanted him to give up the spear. Seojun replied, "No, he has a lot of weapons." He looked at Dae-soo and said that if he took it, he would worry about it. Dae-soo said in surprise, "Let him quit, nothing will happen to him." The system window reported that Seojun had put on Kakashi's spiked glove. Seojun looked at the gauntlet and thought it was more dangerous to use since the attack radius was smaller, but it was an effective weapon. He rushed forward and thought, "Let's see what this can do." Seojun grabbed the monster by the clothes and lifted him up. He hit it on the floor and the monster hissed in pain. The monster opened its big mouth and tried to breathe in air. Seojun hit it harder and a scream was heard. Rocks scattered everywhere, and Seojun said in surprise, "Excellent." Dae-soo wondered if he were 10 years younger. At that moment, Jaeyoung ran behind him in surprise and shouted, "Detective!" Dae-soo felt like he was about to die. After some time in the broken subway station, Seojun looked ahead, and the system window reported that the A-rank dragon eye had been activated. Seojun said, "Guys." The squad members looked at him thoughtfully. He turned away and said to be careful, they would soon enter this territory. Dae-soo asked in surprise, "Were they talking about him?" Seojun said, "Yes, the trigger is there." He imagined images of monsters and thought that even those monsters don't poke their noses in there. The red magical couple seemed to be aware of the enemy's arrival. Seojun said that this monster is almost the 4th stage, it probably appeared during the rift. Dae-soo asked a question, "And thanks to the dungeon flower?" Seojun turned around and replied, "Yes, someone fed it a flower, creating a trigger that acts as the source of the disease." He said that when the virus enters the body, it begins to multiply there, and the symptoms worsen. Seojun looked ahead where smoke was leaking from the darkness, and said that if the trigger was not stopped, the dungeon disease would take over all of Seoul. After a while, Seojun entered into a clear sticky liquid. In front of the squad was a huge creature. Dae-soo said in fear to look. Hannah put her hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't shout at him like that." Suddenly there was a scream. The guy asked to be saved. The monster wrapped itself around his body. The guy screamed, "He's asking." At that moment, the monster's huge toothy mouth bit off the guy's head and threw him down. The creature said, "Hello everyone." It asked, "Did they come to feed it?" The monster felt the air and opened its toothy mouth. This asked, "Hearts, subscriptions and consent to receive notifications?" The squad stood in front of it, and it asked to say that it was so. After a while, Seojun looked around and saw torn corpses of people that were scattered everywhere. He thought the smell of blood was mixed with the air. Seojun put his fist to his chin and wondered how many people the monster had killed. He said, "Horror, in short." Dae-soo looked at Seojun and frowned and asked, "Triggers," he said, "who are they anyway?" Seojun looked forward and said that he himself doesn't know for sure, a type of hydra maybe. He said that the form of the trigger depends on what desire the person had before the transformation. Seojun looked at the huge and slimy creature in front of them and said that before it ate the dungeon flower. He said that it was unlikely that the monster would attack first. Seojun looked at this one's glowing eyes and said, "So unless they encountered the trigger themselves, they won't learn anything new." Hannah said that judging by the signs of the battle that took place even before they reached Ju Station, and if the stories are to be believed. Seojun looked ahead and said, "Yes, it seems to him that someone specially greeted the trigger there." He flashed his eyes and said that judging by the amount of mana, the monster was clearly above level 100. Seojun looked at the monster and the smoke evaporating from its body and said, "Apparently this is the D-class boss of the middle dungeon." He thought, well, it moves extremely slowly and in terms of strength it also doesn't stand out in any way, but in Dreamside this is not enough to win. This is not a simple game in which you could defeat the same opponent with a high level or characteristics. Seojun presented Jaeyoung as a woman who killed boars and was happy about it. They can fight monsters of level 40, whose strength indicator is over 100. It is worth noting that each monster fights in its own style, depending on the enhancements or situations that appear. Seojun remembered the types of monsters. More than once it happened that a low-level monster got hot and scattered strong players. Judging by what he sees, Seojun looked at the huge teeth in several layers and the tentacles of the monster, and thought that all the power of this lies, if not in strength, then in endurance. The monster's huge eyes flashed, and it rushed forward, growling loudly. The squad was thrown back and Giant screamed, "Horror!" Seojun froze and thought that this voice, he had definitely heard this before. Daesu shouted, "That guy seems to be Choi Manji." Hana asked, puzzled, "Choi Manji?" Giant shouted, this voice, the signature intonation of one famous blogger. He presented the image of a crazy guy and said that this idiot, he should be in jail. Giant asked just not to say that he escaped. He imagined the guy's crazy look saying, "Guys, they just won't believe how much effort he had to put in to get this meat." The guy smiled and asked, "They say it's good, where did you buy it?" He said it was because of one broadcast. Giant said that he should have been executed because he paused and said that he ate human flesh. Giant presented the image of a blogger who said, "What a fake, really human." He looked at the computer screen with crazy eyes and shouted that when he solved it, this idiot kicked so hard that any more and he would have cut off his own leg. Giant said that there was a lot of talk that it was poultry meat, but the examination confirmed that it was human. The sentence was the death penalty. The guy said distraughtly that if they liked today's video, let them like and subscribe to the channel. He said to be sure to press the bell. Giant said that in a word before becoming a trigger, it was in complete dirt. Manji started saying to like and subscribe to the channel. Daesu frowned in confusion and thought, has this one got more arms? Seojun pushed off the floor and rushed forward, screaming loudly. The monster's tentacles quickly reached out to Giant and he asked why this fat man is so fast. Daesu swung his spear and cut it off. He thought that he couldn't do it alone. Daesu thinks the mobility comes from a bunch of hands. Seojun stood behind and tore parts of the monster with his hands. He looked down at the slime of it and thought. Suddenly, the puddle of slime turned into a hand and shot forward. It surrounded Seojun and he screamed, "Horror!" He thought that he should not relax. Manji extended his many arms forward and flashed his red eyes. Daesu gripped the handle of his spear and ran forward. He thought that in order to gain time for the attack, he needed to distract it. Daesu swung his spear and threw it towards the monster. The spear hit its jaw and Daesu shouted, "Seojun, now!" Seojun jumped and clenched his fist as he raised his hand. He slammed his gloved fist into the monster's face and left a dent that quickly healed. Manji said, "Guys, it didn't work out the first time." It asked, "Maybe the second time?" Seojun looked down and thought that they wouldn't last long if they didn't change their tactics. Large tendrils of the monster rose up and began to form. Daesu looked at this and said dissatisfiedly, "What an idiot." Hana frowned and looked at it with displeasure. She said that apparently it wants to finish them off the same way it killed someone last time on the stream. Manji opened his mouth and asked, "Guys again?" It rushed forward and flashed red eyes. The hunting party was thrown back again. Manji shouted and moved forward. Hana clutched her revolver and rushed towards it. The monster said happily, "A snack from." It looked at Hana and asked, "From an idol?" The monster began to approach Hana, and she grinned displeasedly. She said, "What a scoundrel he is." Hana pulled out a revolver and told her to give it to such a freak. She shot it in the forehead, and it left a big hole there. Hana again pointed the revolver towards it and asked, "Should I eat myself?" Manji instantly healed his wound. Hana said displeasedly that it was like being in a shell. Seojun replied, "And it seems to be very hardy, so be careful. Neither strength nor reaction speed will help overcome this." Seojun looked ahead and thought he needed more stamina. He looked at Manga's tentacles and said that only thanks to this they could win. "Seojun," said Hana. Hana looked at him and shouted, she understood. Seojun ran forward, followed by Hana. Hana shouted to her. She put the revolver forward and said to catch it, "Idiot." A bullet flew out of the revolver and headed towards Manga's body. It hit Manga's head and there was a flash. At that moment, Seojun jumped up and rushed towards the monster. He swung his gauntlet and struck at the monster. It opened its toothy mouth and turned away. Manji turned around and, opening his mouth, put his fist forward. Seojun looked at this and clenched his two fists. There was a bright flash and drops of Manga's slime splashed everywhere. That said it, not bad. Jaeong looked at Manji and said this. Daesu thought it ate them. Hana and Seojun looked ahead with anticipation. Jaeong and Daesu looked ahead carefully. Hana smiled and looked up. Manji began to spread energy and walked forward with glowing eyes. Seojun was sitting in a hole in the wall to the side. Manji flashed his eyes and growled loudly. It turned around and looked at Seojun. Manji clenched his fist and hit the wall, and Seojun instantly took off and rushed down. Daesu said in surprise, "Amazingly, apparently the attack works." He said at this rate they could finish it off. Seojun landed on the floor and said, "No, their blows will do nothing, they will just scratch." He looked at Daesu's face and said, "Hana, detective." Seojun spoke, "It seems there is only one way out." After some time, in a dark tunnel where corpses were scattered everywhere, Jaeyoung stood in front of Manji. He fearfully swallowed saliva and shouted, "Hey, it's a pig!" Jaeyoung asked how he can still walk with such a belly. He looked at Manga's toothy mouth and asked, "Let him be honest, did he buy fat in bulk somewhere?" Manji opened his huge mouth and pointed it towards Jaeyoung, who frowned and screamed. At this moment, Daesu gripped the handle of his spear and rushed forward. He shouted, "Hana, now!" Hana rushed forward, holding out her revolver and screaming, "Yes!" She shot straight into the thing's mouth, and it roared loudly. Suddenly, Manga's teeth began to glow and light began to emanate from within, piercing Manga's body. It worked! Hana looked to the side and shouted, "Seojun!" A while ago, Seojun told Hana to distract it so he would have time to maneuver. He said they could do it. Seojun thought that there was about 100 mana left, about the same amount of strength, but this could be easily fixed. He looked at the system window, which showed 100 mana units. Seojun thought that if he invested the points he earned from hints there, he would be able to use the skills, which usually require 200 units. Currently, Seojun closed his eyes and said, "Well, it's time to end this." The system window reported that the level F magic concentration skill was activated. Seojun walked forward, watching carefully. Since his opponent is so strong, Manji looked into the eyes of the monster and thought, that means he will have to become even stronger. Manji smiled with his toothy mouth and said, "Guys, let them have a look, there is new meat waiting for them." Seojun applied a protective net and clenched his fists. He lifted it up and rushed forward. Manji said, "Be sure to like," and Seojun pushed off the floor and rushed forward. He raised his fist and said that he would not only like this, but would also repost it now. Seojun said that the whole team will subscribe to the channel. Seojun's gloves became covered in purple energy, and he directed it forward. A huge bright stream headed towards Manga's head and punched through it. Seojun jumped up and extended his fist upward, striking Manji. The teeth of this one fell apart, and the system window reported that he was able to defeat Choi Manji, the trigger glutton. The system window reported a level increase. It said that the reward was an attention ring. Smoke appeared and Seojun saw Manga's shrunken body. Daesu said that as life leaves the body, mana also leaves it. Seojun sat down next to Manga, and Daesu said that they chopped him up well. Seojun wondered what kind of idiot arranged all this, and most importantly, for what purpose. He thought that they simply had to. Seojun interrupted himself and looked at Manga's body in surprise. He looked at the mark that was visible on the monster's body and thought, "This is it." Seojun examined the tag. At this time, in a room with lit candles, a red ball fell on the floor. Ji-chan picked it up and looked at Seojun, who was shown on the ball. He asked a question, "Didn't you understand, K?" Ji-chan thought that in Sale he was only responsible for 5 farms, which he sometimes checked to make sure that they could raise triggers there. He thought that he had never seen anyone so strong, it couldn't be. At this moment, the question came, "Mr. Bei Ji-chan?" He asked if he was again pretending to be busy with something while he was secretly having fun. Kan Min-ho from the company smirked and looked at Ji-chan. Bei Ji-chan from the company took off his hood and looked at him displeased. The company is one of the Dreamside organizations about which little is known. But it was like a tumor, poisoning everything it could reach. By expanding the dungeons, they threatened all the people on the continent. The cloaked men looked up at the dark sky with swords stuck behind them. This can be seen even from the emblem of these. Lightning passing through 2 moons. There was such an emblem on Ji-chan's neck. He walked forward to Min-ho and said that he was just in time, he found something strange. He held out the ball and said to take a look. Min-ho said without looking, "It seems K survived." Ji-chan asked in surprise, "What?" Min-ho straightened his hair and closed his eyes and said that if he believed the reports, among the beginners at the easy difficulty level in the labyrinths of choice, there are no applicants who would be sent to the hellish level, but here he sees. Ji-chan asked if he was dead after all. Min-ho folded his arms and said maybe, but if he's alive, he'll definitely try to stop them. He said, so he would like him to ask around his farmers in case they saw anything suspicious. Ji-chan replied, "No need." Min-ho looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Ji-chan spoke, "It seems to him that he has already found it." At this time, a squad of hunters was running through the tunnel. Seojun clenched his fists and looked ahead intently. A sword piercing Azraya's neck. The monsters that were brutally torn apart under this one's command. A dungeon that can only be tackled by one person. Huge monsters. Looking like wolves, they opened their mouths wide. His true identity is Croc, and he still has data that was not erased. So, by devouring people, he could foresee the current situation on Earth. Seojun struck at the monsters, cutting their bodies. But K, who was supposed to undergo training and die, remained alive. It looks like he has changed his activities. Seojun looked ahead, his eyes flashing. Currently, Ji-chan looked forward puzzled and asked, "Hey, why is he frozen?" Minho replied that they are no longer the same people they knew before. He said that even K was now just a newbie in training. Minho looked to the side and said, although it's still worth reporting to the head. He said that if it really was them, then he needed to be dealt with immediately. After a while, heavy sighs were heard in the tunnel. Jaiwan was running along this, and monsters were running and crawling behind him. The zombies extended their bony arms forward and opened their toothy mouths. Jaiwan thought, are these guys not exhausted at all? He turned around and thought that it's impossible for there to be even more of these. Jaiwan thought in fear, it's hard to believe that recently these were people, it can't be. He sighed and thought that he had still escaped to the other side of the station. Jaiwan ran forward and reasoned that he would probably die without meeting Detective Ode-su. He thought it was terrible. Suddenly he saw a light ahead and thought, this light. Jaiwan asked, is it a train? He froze and asked, is there a train? A train car was heading towards him and Jaiwan thought that 3 whole months had passed since the electricity went out. He asked, then where did the train come from? Jaiwan turned around and saw monsters approaching him. He thought that there was no time to think, he needed to get out and quickly. Jaiwan pushed off and jumped onto the platform. He ran forward, and the zombies began to emerge from the tunnel and follow him. Suddenly the system window announced that the train was leaving, please take your seats. The train doors opened and the system window said, be careful, the doors are closing. Jaiwan was pulled into the carriage and fell on his back near the doors. He screamed, and the system window reported that the train was leaving the platform. It moved forward, leaving monsters on the platform. Jaiwan began to breathe heavily and said, he is alive, and he had to run from these monsters. He said that we urgently need to get to Yendinpo Station, the detective should be there. Jaiwan hoped that everything would go smoothly this time. Suddenly, the entire space disappeared and a system window appeared in front of Jaiwan. It reported that he had entered the D-class themed dungeon, the ghost train. After a while the attendant would start checking his tickets. The system window reported that stowaways would be targeted by station employees. Jaiwan asked in fear, what? At that moment, a detachment of hunters was running along the underground passage towards the Yendinpo station. Jaeyoung looked at Seojun and thought that she still couldn't believe that Kei had overcome this. He remembered how Seojun struck Manji and thought what he had imagined when he saw it with his own eyes. Jaeyoung remembered how he clasped his hands together and shouted in delight, how cool he was. He thought, there Kei, he's so cute. Jaeyoung closed his eyes and thought that Seojun was able to win with a low level. He thought that without him nothing would have happened. Hannah looked at Jaeyoung's embarrassed face and thought, maybe this is one of the symptoms of the disease, should I catch it? Daesu walked forward and turned around and said he knows, Seojun, looking at what is happening around him, does not think that anyone else has survived. Seojun walked next to him and listened. Daesu said that he himself noticed that the trigger turned out to be extremely durable, so it would be difficult to escape from it. Seojun replied, no, there is definitely at least one survivor. Daesu asked, puzzled, what but how? Seojun said it was a bit like fishing. He imagined human hands reaching for a fishhook and said it was likely that all survivors would eventually become infected. Seojun said that some of these were deliberately thrown as bait. He looked at Daesu and said, and when they meet this herd, the infected will immediately try to eat them. Seojun went ahead and said that the triggers were created for a reason. He said that the disease is becoming more serious, and who knows, maybe one day all people will turn into triggers. Seojun looked to the side and thought that he didn't know who started all this, but they needed to be stopped. He thought that even more so if these were the ones he was thinking about. The company, they were sort of game characters who went over to the side of evil, could create quests and use them to lure players. Players in cloaks stood near a tall building and a horse. They thought everything was going according to plan. They grew in power until one player destroyed everything. The system window reported that player K had logged in. Seojun presented the dead bodies of the company members. he stood in expensive defense. At that time, he tried to get rid of the accumulated stress by destroying the dungeons that they had worked so hard to build. And at some point, the biggest entertainment in Dreamside was the destruction of the company. They have the right to hate Seojun for this, but this is what distinguishes the game from the real world. Seojun hummed the song and said how delicious it is. The company members were ordered to keep an eye on him. Currently, Seojun was running and thought that he needed to check everything and make sure that it was the same company and not just a piece of copycats that could also consist of players. After some time at the Yendinpo station, members of the detachment climbed onto the platform. Seojun said, "Apparently it's not for nothing that they called it a ghost station. There aren't even any traces there." Daesu frowned and said if anything goes wrong, they already have an escape plan. He opened the blue cloth and things appeared from there. Daesu said that these are different supplies for those who might end up there by accident. They hid it there last time. Seojun looked at it and said, "Well, that's right, their inventory isn't endless." Suddenly a tin of drink fell out of the bag. Daesu looked down and said with a grin, "It seems that someone has already been there." Seojun looked at him and asked, "But detective, why didn't the people of Panju Station become players?" He said that he understands that children and old people cannot do it in principle. Seojun asked the question, "But adults?" He said they just had to go through the training and it was done. Daesu turned around and said, "Well, how can I say it?" Hannah approached them and said that at that time the internet was limited, so other people were not able to join the ranks of players. Seojun asked Hannah to wait, and asked if she could use the network. Hannah replied that she could, she just updated her phone. She showed the digital watch and said, "Besides, only people with such a switch are allowed to communicate with others." Hannah spoke, "Plus there is a level system available only to players." She said that at the moment the only way to become a player is to apply to Arkansas. Seojun looked at her and asked, "Ark?" Hannah responded that she wouldn't say she visited there often, but it was the only remaining base in the city. Lights were burning in the night city arch. After some time, player killers appeared at Panju Station. Zombie corpses lay everywhere. The killers looked at the severed heads and pierced necks. Yoon Ben-gwa of the company, the head of the third break group, thought, "Well, Mr. Bae Ji-chan was right." He looked forward and said this. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of them and asked the distinguished passengers to take their seats. The assassins approached the doors of the carriage and Ben-gwa thought that the themed dungeon that many people were talking about, and few were able to get into it. He thought, however, this train had always traveled on the first line, but suddenly it ended up on the 10th. The guy in the robe said that there used to be construction work there. He said, apparently, the railway line was also laid then. The guy in the robe looked at Ben-gwa and said, "Boss, this train is leaving for Yeongdeungpo Station." He asked if they could ride on this. The guy said that such a chance rarely comes. Ben-gwa turned around and asked, "What, is he tired of living?" The guy looked at him questioningly. Ben-gwa said that this is a D-class themed dungeon, it is under their control, but they do not have clearance. He said that if they got on the train, they would stay on it. Ben-gwa looked forward and thought that he did not join the company to die so stupidly. The man in the robe said, "But Mr. Bgi-chan ordered them to find those idiots." Ben-gwa ordered him to shut up. He asked, "Does he even understand that this is impossible?" Ben-gwa lowered his head and said, "Besides, if these guys take the train themselves, the goblins will do everything for them." Ark is apparently a reference to Noah's Arkansas. Seojun put his hand to his chin and thought, it seems that Ark is really the last base in the whole city. Hannah clenched her fist and showed her phone screen. She said that by upgrading the system, she was also able to upgrade the phone itself. Hannah said so all this time they were trying to get into the Ark. Seojun said thoughtfully, "Well, it is likely that the other survivors are there." Daesu waved his hand and suggested that they move out faster, they were unlikely to go far. Seojun replied, "Oh yes." He asked to wait and reached into his pocket. Seojun took out a Gorin who asked, "Gorin?" The system window reported that Gorin smelled something tasty not far from there. The Gorin looked around, smelled the smell and suddenly screamed, "Gorin!" Seojun held it on his hand and walked forward. Suddenly, Gorin looked carefully ahead and saw the connecting streams of energies. Seojun looked at it and said, "There." Everyone looked at him, puzzled, and Seojun said that there was someone there. The Gorin raised his paw and shouted, "Gorin, Gorin!" It looked towards the exit and began to snort. Seojun ran forward, and Gorin climbed onto his head and shouted, "Gorin, Gorin!" Seojun told him to get off. Hannah ran forward and asked why they were running after this unknown person. Daesu replied, "Who knows?" He said maybe it mistook them for hydras, so it decided to escape. Seojun ran forward and answered, "It's unlikely. They were talking so loudly, it clearly understood that they were people." He turned around and thought that besides, the detective must not know, but now they are trying to catch up with the non-survivor from the Panju station. Seojun looked ahead at someone's footprint and thought that the runner was constantly turning around, and he also noticed that sometimes he even slowed down. He realized that apparently it wanted to lure them. After some time, the members of the hunting party found themselves in the waiting room. There were arrows stuck everywhere and large stones lying around. Jaeon looked around and asked, "This is the waiting room, right?" He asked, "But why did it bring them there?" Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and saw an arrowhead. It stopped near his eye because Seojun caught it. Jaeon screamed in fear, putting his fist to his lips. Seojun broke the arrow and thought. Jaeon burst into tears and shouted, "God, thank you, thank you!" Seojun looked ahead where the smoke was billowing and asked where there was so much smoke coming from. Suddenly an arrow came towards him, and he grabbed it. Daesu took out a spear and swung it. Another arrow went behind Seojun. He turned around and thought, "Hana." Hana frowned and looked at it. The arrow broke and Seojun said, "Here it is." Hana raised the muzzle of her revolver upward. Seojun smiled and thought, "Well, you don't have to worry about her." Hana held the revolver and said, "Seojun." Seojun replied, "Yes, I think." They ran forward and Hana screamed that it was trying to finish them off. Several more arrows with sharp tips quickly flew towards the guys. Seojun tossed it all aside and moved forward. Suddenly he saw a shadow in the smoke. Seojun swung his glove and shouted, "Gotcha!" He struck and ordered to receive. Suddenly a creature in a hat jumped out at him. Seojun frowned and asked, "Kobold?" He wondered if there was a dungeon rift nearby. Seojun opened his eyes wide and thought, "This is it." He turned around and told Hana not to shoot. The kobold raised his hands up, indicating that he was giving up. Hana took aim with her revolver and pulled the trigger. Smoke appeared from the barrel and Seojun thought in fear, was he late? He looked forward in surprise at the kobold, who was pressing his palm to the wound on his arm. Hana said she didn't like it. She asked why leave it alive? Jaeon clenched his fists and looked at it. He looked at Seojun and said enthusiastically, "Their master must know something. No matter what he says, he will believe everything." Seojun looked at him, puzzled. He pointed his finger at the kobold and said that this guy was not a monster. Hana and Jaeon frowned and asked, "What?" Seojun said that this is a person. The kobold looked at them and growled. Seojun spread his arms to the sides, pointing at the other kobolds and said that they did too. A kobold named Henwa came into the center and adjusted his glasses. He asked, "They are not moneylenders?" The members of the hunting party looked at him puzzled and asked, "What?" Hyunwa said, "This is Shin Hyunwa." He coughed and said they weren't monsters. Daesu put his hand to his face and whispered that looking at them, he would not say. Seojun frowned and asked, "As they all know, monster names are highlighted in color, right?" The members of the hunting party looked at him questioningly, and Daesu and Jaeon opened their mouths. Seojun asked, "What about these guys?" Daesu shouted loudly. He looked at Hyunwa and saw a system window where it was written that he was a level 25 kobold. Daesu screamed, "No?" Seojun spread his arms to the sides and said, "Yes, they are all ordinary players." He said that monsters will never have a white name. Seojun asked to say why they attacked them. He asked the question, "Do they hate people?" Hyunwa showed a cross with his hands and the others waved their heads. Seojun approached Hyunwa and said, "Then let them explain." Hyunwa cleared his throat and said that it was all because of the loan sharks. Earlier on the opening day of Dreamside, Hyunwa stood on a city street with his hat on one side and hiccuped in fear. A system window appeared in front of him, which informed him that channel number 0115 was open, welcome. It reported that this was an earthly region. A check button appeared in front of Hyunwa. Hyunwa read the sign and asked, "Dreamside?" After a while, he ran along the road, holding a sword in his hand and breathing heavily. His hat was already lost, and the system window reported that he had a strong long sword. Hyunwa looked at it, and thoughtfully asked that it was probably easier to use than the same machine. He often liked to play Dreamside until he was sent to the army. He leveled up to almost level 200. Hyunwa, wearing expensive armor, walked down the street, showing a map. He also owned many items that would earn him a lot of rewards. However, Hyunwa was drafted into the army, and received a military ID and a machine gun. It was when he entered the army that the time for exchange ended, and he was never able to earn an award. Hyunwoo swung his sword and struck at the monsters. He shouted, however, "He is not some newbie," Hyunwoo said, "so they won't leave him without everything." After this, he teamed up with the survivors from Yeondeungpo. Hyunwoo raised his sword up and shouted that they would definitely survive, every single one of them. Everyone cheerfully supported him. So they headed into the maze of choice. Hyunwoo ran into the selection maze with a normal level. He screamed loudly and the system window said clear. Hyunwoo fell near the portal and said that a little more and he would definitely have been killed, but still. He said the main thing is that he survived. He was the only one who completed the maze on normal difficulty. From then on they continued their survival, but he was a central figure in it. Hyunwoo looked back at his teammates and thought that the difficulty was average, but the fact that only he was able to complete the location on this one, and there were no high-level players among them, became a serious problem. Hyunwoo thought it was sad. And then, he thought that suddenly mysterious merchants appeared all over Yeondeungpo Station. A man with large bags spread his arms to the sides and offered a sword. Hyunwoo said that they should not have accepted this. But they were very friendly and welcoming, and also shared food and equipment that they sold. Hyunwoo and his teammates looked at them enthusiastically. They were very grateful to them. It looked like a sign of goodwill, but in the end it turned out to be a simple scam. Survivors who could not pay the merchants sacrificed their player cards, naively believing that these were all mere investments for their future benefit. The merchants extended their palms to the people. Currently, Hyunwoo looked at Seojun and said, but they were simply led into a trap. Moreover, they did not yet know that there were drugs in the food they so graciously shared with them. He presented a set of food. When signing the agreement, they never talked about the most important things. Hyunwoo presented the contract and said that if they did not pay on time for their goods and services, they would have to pay with their own body. As it turned out, it was written on the back, and in very small print. Hyunwoo raised his head and screamed heartrendingly. He said that those idiots took their bodies. At some point, the merchants disappeared and appeared. Hyunwoo introduced a smokescreen and said, so-called moneylenders. According to the terms of the agreement, they took the bodies and disappeared, and their souls remained locked in the bodies of the kobolds. Hyunwoo remembered how he stretched his arms forward while his body was carried away by a man with a mace on his shoulder. But that was only the beginning. Moneylenders came to them once a week to collect interest. This was also in the contract. Hyunwoo doesn't know where exactly they used it, but it was taken from them. Hyunwoo imagined a large clawed paw pulling memories from the kobold's body. Their memories. Seojun frowned and thought, what if other kobolds can't speak because... Seojun asked if no one else came there? Hyunwoo hiccuped and asked this way? Seojun looked at him and asked, for example, was there anyone from Penjo Station? He just asked not to say that they finished him off. Seojun extended his hand and asked, has the amount of their debt to the merchants remained the same? Hyunwoo replied no. Seojun asked, what about those scum? Hyunwoo replied that he didn't either. Seojun looked to the side and asked, here are the idiots, and when should the loan sharks come again? Suddenly there was a roar. The kobolds began to run away. Scary moneylenders appeared in the waiting room and a cry was heard, moneylenders. Seojun hid behind the seat and thought, horror. He looked away. Hannah sat next to him and quietly asked if he was okay. Seojun answered yes. Hannah said that he was kind of pale. Seojun peeked out from behind his cover and said that he was just angry. Moneylenders walked past the rows, looking at everything. Seojun said that the kobolds bought absolutely everything for the same price and the percentage was also the same. Hannah whispered, right? Seojun looked out and whispered, however, the extent of their memory loss varies. Some, as they saw, even forgot the human language, and some did not. Seojun asked, what is the reason for this? Hannah frowned and said, oh my god. Firstly, everyone has a different amount of knowledge in their head. Take the same Shin Hyunwoo, his memories consist of 23 years of his life. And some were younger and knew less. These are kids. Currently, Daesu asked in fear, so it turns out that because of this, Shin Hyunwoo is trying to fight the moneylenders, although he understands that he is much weaker than them? Seojun put his hand to his chin and said, but what will happen when they forget that they were human? Hannah and Daesu looked at him in fear. Seojun replied that they would turn into monsters. He introduced evil kobolds. Daesu frowned and whispered, that's right, because the kobold's body contains a human soul, that's why the system still identifies these as players. He said they were idiots. Seojun looked out and looked at the kobold sitting by the seat. The kobold took out a button and pressed it. A smoke screen appeared in front of the moneylender, and he said thoughtfully that he was watching. They were not changing. The moneylender swung his mace and broke the stones and seats. The kobolds jumped out and screamed. One of the kobolds drew his bow and aimed an arrow. The arrows aimed at the moneylender's body, and it easily threw it back. Grenades were thrown towards the moneylenders, which were also easily thrown back. There was a loud explosion, and one of the kobolds said, "Not bad." The second one shouted joyfully that they would definitely defeat these. Suddenly the voice of the moneylender was heard, "Let them remember." It grabbed the kobold by the head and pulled him towards it. The moneylender lifted the kobold by the head and said with a grin that if they took something. It frowned and looked at the kobold's frightened face. The moneylender killed the kobold, and the members of the hunting party looked at it in fear. The moneylender threw his body aside and exhaled. It said there was a price to pay for it. The moneylender licked his lips and looked ahead. It looked forward carefully, narrowed its eyes and rushed at the kobold. The moneylender's eyes lit up with a bright light, which frightened the kobold. At that moment, Seojun ran up and, hitting the moneylender, cut off his hands. The moneylender looked at his stumps and shouted, "He's a fool!" Seojun swung and hit it. At that moment, a lone shark appeared behind him, whom Seojun sensed. The head flew off his shoulders and Hannah raised the revolver up and asked if he was hit. Seojun replied no. He thanked her and looked ahead. Wakeby growled and turned around and asked, "Is he human?" Seojun looked at it and thought, "The moneylender is also a goblin, looking strong." The system window reported that this was a level 80 Wakeby. Seojun thought that in addition, this is a player. Wakeby looked at Seojun and said, "Here, Leather, let him mind his own business." Seojun asked the question, "Isn't it itself a person?" Wakeby asked in surprise, "What?" Seojun grinned and said, "Never mind." He said enough of the tongue grinding. Seojun grabbed the lone shark's horn with his glove and said it was time to act. He knocked Wakeby to the ground and took his mace. Seojun jumped up and swung his mace. He ordered to eat. Wakeby said in fear that he just came, he shouldn't be there at all. After some time, Seojun stood next to Wakeby's body with a mace on his head. He said that to become a goblin, you need to kill your own parents. Seojun frowned and said that these are very different from kobolds. Suddenly, a stream of fire appeared near Seojun. He put his hand in front of him and narrowed one eye. A huge moneylender appeared in front of him, following the kobold. Seojun frowned and asked, "Wasn't he told as a child that playing with fire was dangerous?" The system window reported that a rank A dragon eye was being activated. The system window reported that this was a level 85 Wakeby. Seojun looked at it and said, "Bingo." He ran forward and ordered Hannah to deal with the others. Hannah turned around and asked in surprise, "What?" Seojun clenched his fist and rushed into the curtain of fire. He put his hands in front of him and covered his face. Seojun landed near Wakeby and looked up, clenching his fists. He swung and tried to strike Wakeby, when suddenly he was pushed back. Wakeby smirked as Seojun clenched his fist and punched it in the face. The system window reported that he had dealt with the goblin lone shark. It reported that its level was elevated. The system window reported that the reward had been received. Seojun picked up a piece of paper and read, "Double contract. Name, Kang Suk-ho." The content of the contract is that A has the right to force B to sacrifice or work, and B is obliged to pay all sorts of bribes or give his money to A. Seojun said that everything was unfair from the very beginning. He covered his face with a piece of paper and said that they must have hidden the contents with the help of some special object. Seojun bit his lip and said, "Wow, thoughtful scoundrels." After a while, Hannah looked at Wakeby, raising the barrel of her revolver upward. Daesu exhaled and asked, "Is that all?" Seojun said that it became so quiet. Daesu frowned and looked down thoughtfully. A multicolored energy flow began to rise upward. Daesu asked, "Maybe the souls of the players?" Suddenly the kobold opened his mouth and screamed. The kobolds began to go crazy and Daesu asked in fear what was going on. Hannah frowned and asked what should they do? Seojun held a piece of paper in his hands and looked at it carefully. He froze in surprise. It was written on the paper that if a problem arose with the moneylenders who came to collect interest from B, then after that all the powers of B would pass to A. Suddenly a large energy ball appeared above the kobolds. Seojun looked at this in surprise and asked, "Did their souls mix into one?" The energy ball took off and flew forward. The members of the hunting party jumped back and Jeong screamed in fear. Seojun looked at this and shouted, "Follow them." Hannah looked at him questioningly and asked, "What?" Seojun rushed forward and shouted, "We need to hurry, these children are in danger." After some time, members of the squad passed next to the prohibitory sign and began to go down the stairs. Seojun looked ahead carefully and asked, "Is it an electric train?" He asked, puzzled, "Does this still work?" Seojun touched the train and said that the train used to be on line 10, but somehow it ended up there. He looked at it in surprise and asked what was going on. Suddenly, a Goran came out of Seojun's pocket and shouted, "Goran!" The system window reported that Goran senses a lot of food. This is asking to feed the Gorans their fill. Seojun smiled and said, "That's it." The system window reported that the doors were opening. It said that, "Dear passengers, please take your seats, the train is leaving soon." The train doors opened and Seojun said that this was another dungeon. In Dreamside, many different dungeons appear, which are precisely the main content of the game. The airship hovered above the bus. Among these there are so-called mobile dungeons in the form of carts or ships. Currently, Seojun was standing near the open doors of the carriage and thought that as soon as he got there, this train was not there. He looked ahead in surprise and thought, so perhaps in front of them was just one of the mobile dungeons. Hannah walked up to him and pointed her finger forward. She shouted, "Seojun!" The energy ball flew into the train and spread further. Daesu frowned and asked, "What should they do?" Seojun turned around and asked, "What would he do, detective?" He turned around and asked, did he already understand that this train was a dungeon? Seojun said that if they got into this, they might lose their chance to find any of the survivors of Banjo Station forever. Daesu hummed thoughtfully and said, "Kobold, no, Shin Hyun said there was no one else there." Seojun replied, "Correct." Daesu said that if one of them had survived, he would not have passed by the Yendongpo station, and would not have escaped to the next one. Seojun looked at him, puzzled. Daesu said that besides that, there are no signs of a battle, and in the entire time they were there, not even a hydra appeared. He frowned and shouted, "Let him call him a cynic, but he thinks there is no point in chasing a ghost, they don't know if anyone survived." Daesu put his hand to his chest and said that first of all they need to save the children whose souls are now in front of them. Seojun said, "Okay." Daesu frowned and looked at his face. The squad members went inside the train and Daesu said, "Then they will go." The system window reported that they were unable to obtain their boarding pass. It reported that a stowaway had been detected. The system window reported that a player named Gong Jaiwon was being targeted by station workers. Jaiwon lowered his head and sighed. He looked forward in fear and whispered that he was finished. The system window reported that Gong Jaiwon is level 51. Suddenly he was struck and he screamed. A young goblin appeared in front of Jaiwon and grinned. Jaiwon thought, "Horror." He swung his sword and thought, "What a clever idiot." The goblins jumped back and laughed. The goblins jumped up and threw a soda can at Jaiwon. Jaiwon screamed in displeasure. How annoying it was. He fell to the floor and screamed. Jaiwon raised his head up, and then turned around and asked to wait. He swung and dropped his sword. Jaiwon clenched his jaw and said, "Terrible assholes." He looked at the goblins and thought that they were not attacking, but were simply playing with him. Jaiwon turned around and then rushed forward. He fell and the system window reported that the quest had failed. The system window reported that he was unable to obtain a boarding pass. Jaiwon put his hand to his face and said, "Horror." The system window reported that he had become a target for station workers. Suddenly, a lone shark appeared behind Jaiwon and clasped his hands. Jaiwon turned around and asked, "What?" The moneylender extended his clawed hand. Jaiwon woke up in a dark, crowded carriage, and a man stood in front of him. He narrowed his eyes, then opened his eyes and hummed. The guy's distraught face leaned towards Jaiwon, and he jumped up from his seat and screamed in fear. He stopped abruptly and saw people crawling in front of him with burning eyes. Jaiwon fell to the floor and thought, "What kind of madness is this?" The tail of the train. Goblins walked around the carriage and carried sacks. One of the goblins pushed the suitcase and imagined the moneylender dragging Jaiwon. Suddenly they saw a shadow on the floor and turned around. The goblins looked to the side and saw the legs of the members of the hunting party. Seojun looked at these and asked, "Are they little goblins?" He thought that they looked harmless, but their level was definitely more than 70. The goblin clenched his fists and laughed loudly. Seojun thought that, however. He looked at the monster's teeth and wondered if this was the race that had fun getting rid of people. Hannah looked to the side and said to look. She asked if they thought it looked more like a boxcar. There were suitcases, barrels and related goods everywhere. Seojun looked ahead and thought that everything is correct. This is a D-class dungeon after all. Dungeons do not always live up to their appearance. For example, take the same E-class dungeon, a destroyed school, Outwardly it was an ordinary school, but inside it turned out to be clearly larger than the required size. Seojun remembered the big dungeon school class. Presently he looked ahead and thought about the view outside the window. Seojun looked out the window and said that they were not underground, but above it. He said that this was clearly a difficult dungeon. Seojun looked to the side and said, as soon as they entered there, notifications are constantly coming. The system window reported that they had entered a D-class dungeon running train. It reported that it was in Zone F. The system window reported that the station employee would soon begin checking their tickets. It said that if there was no ticket, they would become a target for the station workers. The members of the hunting party stood in front of the goblins. Seojun thought it was a themed dungeon. The goblins jumped and rushed forward. Seojun thought, in order to clear this, players must understand the rules that only exist in this particular dungeon. Seojun punched the goblin and it flew back. The system window congratulated him, he earned his boarding pass. Seojun looked to the side and saw Hannah striking the goblin. The system window announced that she had earned her boarding pass. Daesu punched the goblin and earned his boarding pass. Jaeyoung knocked it to the floor and earned his boarding pass. Daesu looked at the guys and asked if they completed the quest. Jaeyoung spoke, it seems. Seojun with Gorin on his shoulder said to throw away the tickets. The guys looked at him puzzled, and Seojun said they didn't have time for a full-fledged raid. He gave his ticket to Gorin and he started chewing it. Seojun said that apparently the station worker starts catching stowaways starting from the rear of the train. He smiled and offered to lure it. The Gorin got a few more tickets and chewed them up. Hannah asked if he wants to make them bait. Seojun answered, to the point. He said they don't know where exactly the children's souls are. The Gorin ate too many tickets and fell on his back, spreading his paws in different directions. Seojun spoke, and to find out and survive, you need to act unpredictably. He said that this is the only way they can catch the station worker. Jaeyoung looked ahead carefully, and then looked away to the side and asked, hey, what should we do with these? Jaeyoung pointed his thumb at the goblins who were hiding behind the suitcases. Jaeyoung clenched his fists and shouted, are you afraid of Mr. K? Seojun ordered everyone to get ready. The system window reported that the quest failed. It reported that player Kang Seojun was targeted by a station employee. At that moment, the station duty officer entered the carriage. It walked up to Seojun and looked closely. The attendant asked where his ticket was, man? Seojun replied that he lost it. The attendant said that if there is no ticket. At that moment, Seojun hit the duty officer in the face with his gloved fist, and he flew back. The duty officer fell on his back and grabbed his face with his hand. It growled and grabbed its stone club. The duty officer jumped up and shouted in displeasure, how dare he? Seojun pushed off the ground and hung over the monster. He grabbed it by the horn and pulled it down, and hit it in the face with his knee. Seojun jumped and clenched his fist. He hit the duty officer in the face and pressed him to the floor. After a while, the duty officer opened his eyes and looked ahead questioningly. Seojun held this one by the horn and asked, is he the station worker? The duty officer asked what? Seojun annoyedly told the goblin not to piss him off. He asked, is it the local controller? Seojun leaned against the ear of the duty officer and asked, will it continue to be silent? Jaeyoung smiled and remembered the old days. Hannah asked, this is a goblin, right? Daesu said in surprise, yes. The system window reported that this was a themed dungeon. This is a dungeon with a specific theme depending on the setting. The system window reported that this was a quest. You need to track down the kid goblin on the ghost train within the allotted time and earn a ticket. If he fails the quest, the station workers will try to catch him. Seojun exhaled and said, it's funny though. He stepped on the attendant's body and said that in the end, all they had to do was defeat this idiot. Now they won't have to worry about the ticket. Seojun shouted, hey goblin. The attendant opened his eyes and said, yes. Seojun asked, does he hear what's wrong with his eyes? The attendant turned away and began to sing, and they neglect the risk, he is selfish. Seojun sat on this body and asked where it hid the souls. He ordered to answer. The duty officer grinned and replied that he forgot. Seojun asked a question, does he want to live? The duty officer said again that he forgot. Seojun clenched his fist and shouted, let him answer, you idiot. The duty officer shouted that he really didn't remember. It screamed, Zone D, Zone D. The duty officer said that they were in Zone D. He doesn't remember anything else. The goblins hid behind the barrels and watched what was happening. The duty officer shouted that honestly. Seojun said thoughtfully that he was not lying. The duty officer with the broken horn stood up and said, "No, it seems that all the merchants gather there." Seojun said, "Well, then let him give him those keys." The duty officer looked at him and asked, "What?" Seojun said, "He can wander around Zone F as much as he wants," he said, "and besides, it is no longer necessary to complete the quest to move on." Seojun looked puzzled at the beaten guard who was humming music. The attendant handed him a package and Seojun happily said, "He gave it there, yes." The duty officer shouted that it was impossible. Seojun slapped him in the face, and the system window reported that they had just stopped a goblin station worker. It reported that he robbed a station employee. The system window reported that he had received a hidden item, an unknown package. Seojun walked away from it, and said it was its own fault. The system window reported that the hidden item was the master key to Area F. Seojun looked at his teammates, and said that it was time to move out. There was very little time. Daesu frowned and asked, "Isn't that goblin a player?" Giant asked, "Right, maybe it also became a victim?" Seojun looked at the duty officer, and said that everything is not the same as with the kobold. He said that a person does not become a goblin, even if his soul is stolen. Seojun raised his finger up and said that to do this, you either have to kill your relatives. He showed 2 fingers and said, either breeding feeding, that is, you need to eat a person. The squad members looked at him in fear. Seojun turned around and said, "So let them forget about what pity is when dealing with goblins." He headed towards the door, which was at the end of the carriage. Seojun opened it and happily said, "Here comes the passage." A voice was heard, "A passage." The system window reported that he had received the achievement. It reported that he had earned the title, Speed Dungeon Climber. The system window reported that the experience points gained in the dungeon are increased by 2%. The squad members walked forward, and Seojun said, "They are coming." Daesu came closer to him and asked if he was sure this was possible. He heard that you can't complete a themed dungeon until you finish the quest. Seojun replied yes, but that's not all. Daesu looked at him thoughtfully, and Seojun said that the players themselves decide how exactly they are going to conquer the dungeon. Seojun replied that they either play using conventional methods or non-standard ones. Daesu asked the question, "How is this?" Seojun replied that either mistakes or dishonest moves, sometimes hints from the system itself, help. He inserted the lock into the keyhole and said that this was a common occurrence. "By the way," Seojun asked, "do they generally go together with a person who has legitimate dishonest moves, right?" He pointed the key forward and said, "Pass." The system window reported that they were in the F5 safe zone, a rest area with trees. The members of the hunting party looked ahead at the people who were sitting on benches and eating. Dokpal ate and looked ahead thoughtfully. Seojun looked around and saw stacked merchandise boxes. He looked in the other direction and saw people with shackles around their necks. Seojun turned his gaze back to Dokpal, who was sitting in the center. He realized that these were those evil merchants. Dokpal touched the table with his glove and asked, "Is there a ticket?" The system window reported that the player's son Dokpal is a merchant robber. Seojun grinned and thought, "Ticket?" He walked forward and sighed and said, "Ticket." Seojun frowned and said, "Of course not." Dokpal blushed with anger and asked, "What?" Seojun came close to him, and he said, "Hey, idiot." Seojun said, "Besides, isn't it too hot today?" He said this with a confident and smug face. The moneylender looked at him in surprise and confusion, saying, "What?" The rest of the squad also looked at them in shock and thought, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" The moneylender, putting his hand on his shoulder, with an unpleasant face, asked if he knew what to do. He must follow him. Daesu told Hana to get ready. She picked up the revolver and frowned and said that she was ready. The moneylender approached the table, and smiling, said insidiously that they were probably very tired on the way to them. They can pass through and feel free to eat. There were several dishes on the table. They looked very tasty, as if they had just been prepared, and so did the booze. Daesu and Hana still looked at him with suspicion and frown, but still put away their weapons. They thought, "What's going on?" But then they all sat at the same table. On one side is the moneylender, and on the other is Seojun's squad. Except him, everyone was surprised and tense. The moneylender said they could call him Mr. Song. He is the boss in this carriage. Another bespectacled moneylender said his name was Kansas. Seojun laughed, and said it was nice to meet you. Daesu looked at him from under his brows and asked what he was doing. Seojun replied that there was one unusual item in that goblin's package. Daesu asked, "Really? And what was it?" He found a note in the green bag. That's where the password was. On a piece of paper it was written that at the resting place with trees, password, "Isn't it too hot today?" Jun thought, to be honest, chasing souls isn't the whole story. While he was thinking, the moneylenders, with eyes full of admiration and love, asked Hannah for an autograph. Jun thought that the main thing was to find a way to return the souls back to the children. And to do this, they need to obtain information about the contract that was concluded with the children from these merchants. Jun looked at the moneylenders talking among themselves insidiously. He drank with a frown and realized that he had been thinking of doing so until they showed up. Suddenly, blue goblins began to appear right out of the walls. Daesu and Jaeyoung were very surprised. Some goblins were jumping from the ceiling onto the table, throwing plates around. The moneylenders looked at this angrily. Jun thought, how did this happen and where are they from? Song laughed angrily and looked at Jun derogatorily and said, he doesn't know, of course, how he knows the password. But this one was last month, and he called him a fool. Jun immediately put on his fighting gloves and said that they are prudent bastards. Song obnoxiously and loudly screamed for them to kill them. Hannah immediately began shooting at the goblins. Daesu pierced the goblins with his sea spear and protected Jaeyoung. Jun continued to attack the goblins and beat them with his gloves with sharp claws. Song, seeing the goblins falling dead, screamed. Then he asked in horror, who are they? They must quickly run to area F6. The frightened moneylender told him to look there. The entrance was blocked by Daesu. He asked where they were in such a hurry. To save time, he will not read them their rights. One of the moneylenders asked what he was saying. Was he crazy? They picked up their swords and bombs, then began to scream. They said that Daesu alone couldn't handle them. Suddenly, the blonde-haired moneylender was hit in the back by Daesu's spear. He moved with lightning speed and ended up behind them. They screamed loudly from his blows. Daesu told them not to worry. One spear was quite enough. After some time, the moneylenders sat weakened and beaten. Jun said he wanted to resolve the matter peacefully. So they should forgive him. He put his hands on his hips and told Mr. Song to tell him everything he knew. He frowned and clearly showed all his hostility and looked at him. He said they were real bandits. How dare they challenge Jack? Jun looked at him in shock and asked what? Song pointed his finger at him and laughed wickedly. He said, it seems that now he finally understands what he did. He repeated that Jun, a fool, had just rebelled against Jack. This is a player who is in 9th place in the ranking. At first, Jun continued to stand and stare in surprise. But then he smiled and laughed loudly, like a madman. Song was almost afraid of this creepy laugh. The squad members also did not understand what was happening. Jun stopped laughing and asked, Jack? Does he mean this swindler is on the train now? Jun looked at him angrily. Jack is ranked 9th among the dungeon merchants. He looks like a very young guy with red hair. It's as if he is using some kind of program to analyze the player and his abilities. He climbed to the top of the world without taking part in combat. He seemed to be surrounded by mountains of money, but every coin seemed to be covered in blood. It is usually characterized by one of two options. Jack is terrible, never borrow money from him. Others say that Jack is reliable, this man makes fair deals and follows the terms. Only from him could one find the best quality goods. It's like he's on the scales with money. But most importantly, he is ready to follow the client anywhere to sell the product. And then suddenly disappears as if he never existed. That's why Jack has the nickname Mirage. His goods were incredibly expensive, but delivery was at his expense. Jun thought about him with hostility. He said, anyway, what Song wants to say is that Jack is on the train now. He grabbed him by the collar and started shouting, this is a scoundrel who stole his things through trade fraud. And this loot was expensive. Suddenly he saw that the merchant became very pale. His mouth opened and foam began to appear. Jun left him and asked what was going on. Jun saw that the body was enveloped in a transparent purple aura. He thought, soul. He watched in surprise as bright purple matter came out of Song's body. Then he turned around because he heard someone screaming. Jaeyoung and the rest of the group looked at the floor in surprise. He said, stuttering, traitors, they are dead. Souls began to emerge from all the merchants' bodies. Jun remembered that the same thing happened to the kobold. Hannah asked thoughtfully, this must all be because of Jack? Jun said if that's the case, then he's a scoundrel. If he behaves like this in the game, then what is he like in life? Jaeyoung asked, Jack, is he really that bad? Hannah seemed to be burning with rage and fire. She said he's a pathetic bastard who deceives people while smiling. Her gear that she was saving up for. If not for him, then for her. Seo-jun asked Hannah if he deceived her too. She said yes. It looks like both of them. Seo-jun rubbed his chin and said, it can't be. Did he manage to deceive all the rankers? In any case, nothing concrete can be stated since there is no evidence against him. Hannah said that when they meet, she will beat him badly. He doesn't mind, does he? Seo-jun picked up the key and said yes. But they need to free people first. He removed the shackles from children and other people. Disa also freed people from shackles around their necks. Seo-jun said okay. He thanked him and said that he was almost finished too. Then he asked what? This one is not connected. He approached the young guy and said stop. This is an angel's earring. Unique item, level 300. The earring is made in an elegant style with floral patterns and a bright white stone. He looked at it in surprise and thought that this earring has only one owner, and it's him. Suddenly the guy laughed and said, I'll give it to you. He raised his hands up in a protective position and smiled nervously. Seo-jun thought in surprise and shock, Jack? He sat giggling but worried. The whole group also stared at him. He crossed his arms and shouted loudly for them to stop. He said he's not Jack. Seo-jun asked incredulously, where did he get the earring from? Jack clenched his fists and confidently, loudly said that he bought it. Seo-jun said, but it's an angel earring. Jack replied, that's right, it's as beautiful as the angel himself. Suddenly the sound of a gunshot was heard. Jack dodged a bullet that hit the wall. He looked at him in fear and screamed. Evil Hannah asked if she should add 9 grams of lead to his brain. She put the barrel of the revolver to Jack's forehead. He began to stutter. Hannah ordered him to speak. Did he organize all this? Seo-jun looked at him in surprise. Jack bowed on his knees and extended his hands. He tried to apologize, but he stuttered. The whole team continued to wait, and Hannah did not put the gun away. Finally, he asked for forgiveness and said that he really was Jack. He said that he admitted that he had outwitted almost all the rankers. But then he wanted to collect more awards. Now he is ashamed, incredibly ashamed. He repents. He continued to sit on his knees with a guilty and pitiful look. Ji Sang-soo. Ranker number 9, Jack. He said again that he was very sorry. Hannah and Seo-jun looked at him displeased, but surprised. Seo-jun didn't understand what was happening. He said, stop, they don't talk about what happened in the game. They are talking about what happened just now on the train. Jack smiled fearfully and asked for forgiveness, calling him K. He said no one could have known the game would go on. Seo-jun asked how he knew this. Sang-soo asked excitedly what he was talking about. Seo-jun approached and with a creepy, threatening look asked how Sang-soo knew that he was K. Sang-soo put his hands in front of himself, defending himself, and out of fear he began to stutter again. After a while, Seo-jun said this is how it happened. He found himself on a train while trying to catch a certain imposter. But then he met them by chance? Sang-soo looked at him fearfully. He said, yes, but not really. He followed Seo-jun using GPS. Seo-jun asked, on the navigator? Sang-soo replied yes. The sensor can track one specific player. He traded it for other items. Seo-jun listened to this with displeasure and incomprehension. Sang-soo spoke enthusiastically. He asked if Mr. K knew that it was only by his side that he earned a lot? Can he imagine? He is his mascot. The detective said Jack is a 14-year-old boy. The loser looked at him in surprise and said that he was also in shock. At this time, Sang-soo was laughing, and Seo-jun asked why he was laughing? Sang-soo then blushed and started smiling widely. He pointed at himself with his fingers and said, oh, again. Clark, oh, Hannah, he wanted to tell her something. He's ashamed, but he'll say it. He's a big fan of hers. Hannah asked in surprise, does he know that Clark is her? Jack answered yes. He constantly went to her meetings with fans. Hannah said she was starting to remember. She would never have guessed that he was that charming boy. At the fan meeting, Hannah, dressed in cute clothes, always happily chatted with Sang-soo, who was sparkling with happiness. She thought about it, remembering it and realizing that he was too different. Sang-soo continued talking, smiling widely. He said that at first it also seemed to him that Clark was some kind of old guy with a beer belly. Hannah angrily told him, the rude schoolboy, to shut up. She began to pull his cheeks. Seo-jun asked, by the way, who is this imposter? Because Sang-soo's cheeks were stretched, he couldn't pronounce his words clearly. Sang-soo said that this is the one who will marry him and discredit his bright name. He himself recently learned about it. During the 3 months that GPS could not find them, he wandered around the city without a trace. Then several robber merchants approached him. It was the two from the train. Sang-soo listened to them attentively, but doubtfully, standing on the road. While he listened to them, he was shocked. They told him that it turns out there is a second Jack. The terms of the agreement looked suspicious, but he agreed anyway. The merchants gave him some kind of document. They said that with the help of an angel's earring the contract could be terminated. Then Sang-soo realized that he could make good money with them. He followed them to find the fake Jack. The traders walked forward and constantly turned around. They smiled constantly, and tried to lure him in as harmlessly as possible. Sang-soo said that Sun Duck Pal came here to join the auction house that the imposter is organizing. The whole team listened to him attentively and in surprise. Seo-jun asked what kind of auction house is this? Sang-soo said it looks like a storage facility. He asked if they knew of the black market that had recently opened in the D5 area. There will be various rare items from this house. Seo-jun asked what? So these people were going to be sold there? He looked at the children, who were greedily inhaling air after the shackles stopped squeezing their necks. There was no life in their eyes. Sang-soo said Seo-jun was right. By the way, these traders. Didn't they get a message when these villains lost? Seo-jun tensed. He said, exactly, they are red players. After their death, should they drop items and give them experience, like with monsters? Sang-soo said yes. But they are still alive and simply left their bodies. Their souls were transported to another place. In other words, these people they are carrying on the train. They are something like a vessel for souls, additional life force. And the organizer of all this. People call him the Goblin Master, but he is the fake Jack. He is clearly older and differs from the real one in appearance and manner of doing things. Hannah asked, owner of the goblins? Sang-soo said that goblins have a hierarchy. Each of them carries out the commands of the one above. From the most numerous and weak to one, the strongest. The only and most powerful goblin rules over all the others. Leekin. This is a giant goblin with a terrifying appearance. The owner of the goblins was able to subjugate even the king of these creatures. Seo-jun said that it was because of them that all this horror began. So we need to find the owner. The detective frowned and said they needed to hurry. Hannah asked if she understood correctly that there should be an E area now? Sang-soo screamed. He said that he had an idea and Hannah and Dae-soo turned to look at him in surprise. He grinned and said smugly that he knew a shortcut and would explain everything on the way there. Then the dark sky appeared and a loud roar of wind began to be heard. The whole team ended up on the roof of a train that was traveling incredibly fast. Seo-jun asked displeasedly, is this his shortcut? Sang-soo said, but it's very fast. While they were talking, their mouths opened even wider from the flow of wind. Seo-jun asked, so what's his idea? Sang-soo said that he knows which of the cars is going to the black market. They had to quickly run there along the roof. Once there, he could learn more. Seo-jun said that was good. He covered his face with his hand from the wind and looked at the information panel. He asked what? The system window reported that he was in a hidden area on the roof of the train. A hidden quest called the Night of the Four Gods begins. Suddenly, in front of them, the sky became even darker. A dark blue portal appeared, but with luminous white splashes. Seo-jun said displeasedly, Sang-soo, he said that this is a safe road. Sang-soo awkwardly replied, oh, well, he was wrong, this happens to anyone. Someone shouted that they were coming. Monsters flew up to them one by one. The monsters were armed with magical staffs and huge daggers. This is a Spectrum monster, level 72. One of the Spectrum began to fly behind the group. Another monster flew by, swinging its huge blade and staff, which left a bright trail. The group split into two parts. The Spectre flew around the group and watched them. Seo-jun immediately raised his hand, preparing to strike. He shouted that they were damned, but clever creatures. The system window reported that he was wearing Kakashi's spiked gloves. One of the monsters immediately approached him and swung his staff. Seo-jun jumped high and dodged the blow. Spectre swung his staff in bright, purple magic wide. Sang-soo sat and loudly shouted to Seo-jun that the Spectrum is ghosts, so physical damage will not affect them. Seo-jun clenched his fist and said resolutely, well. The system window reported that the level F comm skill was activated. He jumped up towards the monster, who was surprised and said that he thought so. He raised his fist. The system window reported that he can now use attacks that concentrate all mana at the point of impact. Seo-jun's fist flew with incredible force. When he hit the Spectrum, a loud sound was heard and body parts seemed to fly off from the monster. The system reported that the level F comm skill has been increased. The monster's stone and sparkling eyes gradually began to disappear. The system window reported that he had overcome the spectrum. The black remains of the evaporating monster scattered around Seojun. He exhaled and placed his hands at his sides. He said it turned out well, now he needs to get rid of the rest. Suddenly he heard Sangsu's voice. He said he needed to wait. Seojun looked around in surprise and asked, Jack? Where is he? Blue translucent pixels began to appear in the air. Sangsu's fuzzy, blue figure approached his ear and covered his mouth with his hand. He said he was in the back. Seojun was startled by surprise and screamed. Sangsu then gradually transformed into his normal form. He laughed and said he hopes Seojun didn't forget it. He can make almost anything invisible. Because of this, it was nicknamed Mirage. Seojun looked at him in surprise. Sangsu said it doesn't matter. Now they need to figure out exactly how to deal with these ghosts. Seojun asked if he was afraid that they would defeat him. Sangsu needn't worry. He'll get over it quickly. But other monsters were already flying across the sky. Sangsu said no, there is another problem. If you get rid of all the ghosts, their mother will appear. Namely Banshee, level D. Seojun asked, really? He said Ji Sangsu. He looked at him in surprise. Seojun began to run forward and said that all this time the shortcut was really here. Sangsu raised an eyebrow in surprise and continued to sit on the roof. Seojun said they have a new plan. The specter began to fly down, waving his weapon. The sky above Hannah darkened. She sat down on one knee and shot at the monster. She held the shooting hand with her other hand and said she didn't like the whole thing. The monster looked attentively at her attempted attacks. Hannah fired again. Suddenly Seojun jumped up next to her. He clenched his teeth and coughed. Seojun punched the monster powerfully. Hannah screamed in surprise, Seojun? He screamed for them to run away. There is no point in fighting them. Seojun began to run away from the two spectrums that were flying after him. Hannah ran behind him. She asked if they caught her bullets. Daesu shouted, what? Don't fight them? Jaeyoung asked in fear, what's going on? Seojun said that if they get rid of all the spectrum, a tower boss will appear. They are now in no position to fight her too. He then said, however, she would be a good help to them. They need to use it. Daesu and Jaeyoung looked at him carefully. They asked in shock, what? A little bit later. At least Spectrum 4 was flying over the roof of the train. There were black clots of magic around them, their huge blades reinforced with fireballs. One of them waved a sharp staff, trying to hit Jaeyoung. He screamed loudly as he was a little hurt. The system window reported that protection was reduced by 7%. Jaeyoung was running away from the angry monsters and screaming for help. Daesu ran after him and shouted that there were more and more of them. He needs to run faster. Before that, Seojun asked if he could lure the spectrum with Daesu. Jaeyoung confidently, sparkling with courage, said that he could. You can trust him. But now he ran in horror and shouted that this was a nightmare. He didn't say there would be so many of them. He screamed loudly and protractedly, and then said that it was all K's fault. At this time, Fake Jack said, oh, what a pity. He was in a room with good and rich interiors. Fake Jack said, this B25 player is definitely worth a look. Incredible speed. And how could he get around them all? He grinned, revealing his front row of teeth like a rabbit's. Jack said, well, not bad. Quickly, he must attack. Jack watched the two players as they fought in a brutal battle. The bald man held the second by the throat and was about to pierce him with a spear. Jack screamed long-drawnly, and, the last push. A bright white glow appeared in the doorway. Jack didn't notice this and continued screaming. Yes, that's it, yes. With a loud roar of wind and dust, the goblin appeared. Jack shouted that player B25 had won. A huge goblin appeared right in front of him, his whole body wrapped in heavy, large chains. And there were shackles on his throat. He looked menacingly at Jack with burning red eyes. At this time, Jack was sitting relaxed in a chair. He asked what he wanted. He looked displeasedly at the goblin. Jack frowned. It was clearly unpleasant for him to be in the same room with this monster. Fake Jack asked what he wanted. The fight is over, did he really want to die? Although the goblin looked incredibly scary and menacing, he only said a simple phrase. He wanted Jack to check the report. Suddenly, a glass of wine thrown by Jack flew at the goblin's head. The glass shattered into many small pieces. The goblin even staggered a little. Jack said that he came and ruined his mood. Even expensive wine has lost its taste. He frowned as blood flowed through his fingers. Blood was also running down the goblin's face and nose. Jack seemed to be reflected in his pupils. He asked why he was looking so intently. The goblin's gaze was fixed on his hat. This is a goblin hat that allows you to subdue and control goblins. Thanks to the abilities of the goblin's cap, he is subordinate to a certain object. The goblin fell to his knees and said to forgive him. He called Jack his master. Jack exhaled displeasantly and said that he was a useless scarecrow. He asked what the goblin wanted to show him. The goblin, who was restrained by a huge stone ball with chains, handed him a green bag. He said he was informed that one of their station workers had been attacked. Fake Jack asked what? Is he talking about that crazy guy now? Jack sat in his chair in front of a table filled with various notebooks. The goblin stood next to him and said yes. He needs to look at the screen. A translucent system screen appeared in front of Jack. There he saw that Seojun was standing with one foot on the goblin, who was supposed to check everyone's tickets. Jack asked, is this a joke? As far as he remembers, this goblin is very strong and tough. Were there any players on the train capable of dealing with such a huge monster as the station worker? He then saw Dae-soo, Hannah and Seojun walking forward. Jack asked, who are they anyway? Then he took a closer look at Hannah. He was surprised, opening his mouth wide. He shouted loudly, Choi Hannah? We have to wait. Is this the same Choi Hannah? Jack continued to watch her on the screen. Then he began to laugh. When he opened his mouth to smile, drool began to flow out. He said that then it changes a lot. He wiped his mouth and told the goblin to catch them and, most importantly, bring the girl to him. Jack continued to watch the screen disgustingly. He told Goblin to kill the others. At this time, in carriage D6, Hannah asked Seojun if he really thinks Dae-soo and Jaeyoung can handle it. Seojun said yes. Among them, Jaeyoung has the strongest armor, and Dae-soo is from the violent cases division. So his physical preparation must be excellent. Sang-soo said that they are there. The system window reported that behind the door was Area D5. Goods, people, bodies. This is where you can make all your dirty desires come true. They stood in front of a large door, behind which there was a bright white light. Sang-soo said that there is a black market behind this passage. He said they should remember that everyone there wears masks to hide their identities. He took out of the bag a mask of an unusual beast the size of his head. Seojun and Hannah looked at him in surprise. Sang-soo said that there is only one mask, but there are 3 of them. Hannah asked what they would do now. You can't go there alone. Sang-soo grinned and said he had an idea. Hannah asked what? Sang-soo said that Mr. K can take his cloak. The system window notified him that he had received an item, a recluse cloak with the ability of invisibility. Sang-soo told him to put it on. With the help of the cloak, he can easily get to the market and find information about the agreement. Seojun looked in surprise at the cloak, which was dissolving into pixels at the edges. Seojun said that this is not enough. Sang-soo raised his index finger and said with a smile that there is another way. Then he laughed. Zone D5, Black Market Casino. There was a completely different interior. The goblins performed the work of the croupier, the rest of the players eagerly drank and played various gambling games. Everyone had masks of different animals on their heads. Seojun watched this while he was wearing his cloak. He walked past people, listening to their conversations. And after that they asked where this icy wind came from? He exhaled and thought, so he entered the casino through the portal. The scale of this dungeon simply amazes him. He looked from the balcony at a huge room where there was an incredible array of slot machines. He thought, where should he start? Seojun then noticed one of the red goblins turning around strangely and walking away suspiciously. Seojun immediately thought he was very strange. He watched the goblin walk out the door. At this time, on the roof of the train, the spectrum continued to fly and chase Dae-soo and Jaeyoung, who screamed very loudly and in fear. Dae-soo caught up with him and said that he was a good runner. He said, of course, he can't fail the task from Mr. K. Although he was afraid, he continued to run diligently. He asked, I wonder how the others are doing? He hopes they are doing well. They continued to run while many monsters flew after them and did not lag behind. Meanwhile, in Area D5, Black Market, Hannah and Sang-soo found themselves in a luxurious room, made in an old, but elegant and rich style. They stood in the middle of the room, where for some reason there were no other players. Sang-soo was wearing a big blue squirrel mask and Hannah was just wearing a red cape with a hood. She asked quietly, did he really think this would work? There was obvious disbelief on her face, but Sang-soo replied, "Of course, they will succeed." She asked, "What if not?" "What then? Will they do it?" She did not hear an answer to this. Hannah said irritably, "Hey!" A huge red goblin appeared in front of them. He exhaled hot air and asked how he understands that they are traitors. He folded his hands on his chest and looked at them menacingly. Hannah and Sang-soo thought in panic, "Goblin." He continued to ask disgruntledly, what products were they going to sell? Hannah began to take off her hood and said in a drawling voice, "Well." She took off her hood and a charming, smiling Hannah appeared in front of the goblin. He immediately recognized her face. The goblin smiled contentedly, but terribly. He thought, "Is this the same Hannah whom Mr. Jack asked to bring?" He cleared his throat and said if they wanted to go to a quieter place. He pointed with his hand and turned sideways. Jack said he was very nice. Hannah at this time looked at him questioningly and displeasedly. The goblin grinned but didn't answer. They began to leave and someone was looking at their back. A man in a panda mask was watching them closely. At this time, in a room made like a prison basement, strange sounds were heard. The green goblin screamed furiously and tried to tear out the cell bars. There was horror and despair on his face. Sejun said, "Wow." He took off his cloak and appeared right in front of the goblin, who was shocked and immediately calmed down. He looked at him in surprise. Seo-jun frowned and folded his arms over his chest. He said that he had never even seen orcs traded. Seo-jun put on the clothes Sang-soo gave him. He heard some goblins say, "Faster. We need to move forward." He immediately put on his cloak and his entire body was enveloped in magic. He stood near the bars and watched as the goblins led some players. He thought, more contract victims have appeared. Apparently this is their lair. The goblin with a huge stone club walked forward and yawned. Then Seo-jun was surprised. He looked closely at the man the goblin was leading. His gaze was absolutely empty and full of horror. Seo-jun recognized him immediately. He thought, this is Gong Jaewon. He remembered how quite recently this young guy introduced himself to him. Seo-jun thought, yes, this is definitely him, the guy they met when they were hunting skeletons. Fortunately, he is still conscious, but he looks terrible. Jaewon's entire face was covered in bruises. He was breathing heavily. Seo-jun continued to stand there as Goblin led Jaewon forward. He thought that the time to save everyone with Jaewon was getting less and less. I have to tell Dae-soo, but a little later. Now there is still work to do. Jaewon needs to be patient a little longer. He'll help you soon. Seo-jun turned around and began to quickly run away. After a while he stopped. He thought if he could now find a goblin who knew about all the local secret affairs, it would be easier. He looked around the prison as he walked forward. Then he saw one of the goblins with a huge wooden axe, which had a golden, sharp tip. It was one of the red goblins. Sejun said that he found it. He put on his glove and clenched his fist. Then he took off his cloak and jumped up, attacking from behind. The goblin sensed this and turned back. He asked what that sound was. At this time, the Sejun turned over in the air and now it was right in front of the goblin's face, hitting him in the head. Smoke appeared in the place where he hid his glove. Seo-jun looked at the goblin gloomily and carefully. At this time, Sang-soo, wearing a squirrel mask, walked forward. Hannah followed him. She asked where the goblin was taking them. He walked behind and watched them. Sang-soo asked, probably to the auction house? Another goblin walked in front of them. They stopped at a large black door with a golden pattern. When the door began to open, a bright white light appeared from the room. The goblins said they had arrived. Sang-soo thanked him. The door opened with a creak. Hannah and Sang-soo stood waiting. However, in front of them was not an auction house, but a fake Jack who was grinning. The goblin stood behind him, and Jack himself sat in a chair, crossing one leg over the other and holding his head with his hand. He was clearly pleased with what was happening. Hannah looked carefully at the goblin who stood next to him. She thought, is this a rank 3 goblin? Hannah's expression showed obvious excitement. Sang-soo thought he should wait. Suddenly, fake Jack laughed. He opened his mouth wide and, like a madman, began to ask, is this the same idol Choi Hannah? Sang-soo immediately thought that this was the scoundrel who was pretending to be him. He wondered what kind of hat he had. Wait, that's a goblin's hat. Now he understands why the goblins obeyed so easily. Sang-soo stood and looked at him carefully. He clenched his fists in anger. He thought, however, as far as he knows, this hat is not used like that. Fake Jack was just adjusting his hat. He said, exactly. He asked the goblin to bring only the girl. And what kind of strange hamster is this? Sangsu asked, what? Fake Jack said irritably, apparently this is too difficult for him. He said, hey, Leakin. The goblin immediately responded and said, yes, sir. Fake Jack wanted to give the order to kill him, but he was interrupted by Sangsu. He asked to wait. He said, Mr. Chief Dungeon Trader, they need to talk. He put his hand forward, indicating that he should not do anything. Fake Jack raised his hand to stop Leakin. The goblin didn't take a single step. Fake Jack said, apparently he knows who is in front of him. Sangsu replied that of course he knows. Any merchant knows about it. Fake Jack laughed, throwing his head back. There was a bottle of alcohol in his hand. He said he was pretty good. Well, that means he didn't just come to him. He said he liked this kind of drink. Fake Jack frowned angrily and asked if he would have a drink with him. And he held the bottle forward. Sangsu said of course, who is he to refuse him? After some time, the three of them sat at a round table and drank. There were also some snacks in front of them. Fake Jack told him to relax. There is no poison in the glass. He asked, so why was he looking for him? Sangsu said he wanted to talk about an exclusive trade agreement. Their client would like to receive high-quality goods without having to deal with the auction house. Fake Jack said it would take a lot of money to do this. Does he understand what is being said? Sangsu brought up a system window in front of him, which displayed a large amount of money. He asked, is this enough? Hannah tensed and thought, 10 million gold coins? When did he manage to collect so much? Although, why is she surprised? He is also Jack, the 9th-ranked merchant in the dungeon. Fake Jack said he doesn't even know. Sangsu offers him 10 million gold coins. He said that this is not enough. Sangsu asked what? Fake Jack replied if he understood, but he would like a more reliable client. Sangsu folded his hands and placed them on the table in front of him. He said that unfortunately they could not reveal the client's identity. If he talks about this, he only needs to know that this is a very famous person in the Ark. Fake Jack began to groan contentedly. He said, the Ark, that is? He put the glass of alcohol on the table and said, so it must be him? Sangsu thought, what? Did this trick with a famous name really work? Fake Jack told the goblin to bring them the prepared papers. Sangsu asked, are the papers prepared? Fake Jack said he just knew they would try to contact him. Sangsu thought, so he prepared in advance. He said, okay, now they will sign the agreement. Sangsu signed the paper. After that, Fake Jack said, well, the deal is done. Suddenly his hand began to pulsate and change. A dark mark of chains appeared on his wrist. He screamed loudly, what is this? The chains on his wrist became real. Fake Jack smiled evilly and told him not to be offended. He must understand himself. They must have at least some guarantees that they will not deceive. The system window reported that the dual contract was activated. Sangsu's body becomes the property of another person. His inventory becomes the property of another person. Sangsu began to panic and worry. He thought that this couldn't be true. The system window reported that a player named Jack now has the right to dispose of his body and things. Fake Jack laughed creepily and said he hoped he would be pleased. Sangsu thought, stop. So is this his real name? Sangsu said if Jack knows, but now he is very mistaken. Sangsu calmly placed his crossed arms on the table. He asked if he really thought that he was the only one who took care of everything in advance. Fake Jack asked in surprise, what? But at that time an explosion sounded behind him and pieces of wood began to fly around the room. He screamed loudly, what's going on? Sangsu said that this is already their guarantee. Suddenly many specters burst into the room. The dead, one after another, flew into a huge hole in the wall. There were a lot of them as they kept appearing while they were chasing Dae-Su and Jian. They surrounded the Fake Jack with huge staves and long sharp daggers. He looked in horror at the blade pointed at his throat. Now he was really scared. Jack bit his lower lip and then shouted loudly, Leakin. The goblin's eyes immediately widened and lit up. He began to attack the flying monsters and beat them. From one of his blows, the spectrum immediately died. The system window reported that he had dealt with the specter. Fake Jack laughed and asked if they really hoped to defeat the Lycans with the help of these pathetic ghosts. They are complete fools. Fake Jack ordered the goblin to kill them all. Leakin constantly swung his powerful fists and killed the specter with just one blow. Although there were many of them, Leakin was very strong. Even in chains he easily fought them. He threw them around the room, hitting the wall, causing debris everywhere. He grabbed the weapon and easily made a wide sweeping strike, killing the monsters. The skeletons shattered into pieces and evaporated. Fake Jack shouted for the goblins to rush into battle. The blue goblins roared loudly and readied their weapons for battle. They began to approach Hana and Sangsu, but they were blocked by Daesu and Jiang. They put their weapons forward, blocking the goblins' attack. The collision of their weapons produced bright sparks and a flash. Hana screamed, "Jiang, detective!" Daesu asked if they were late. Hana happily said they were on time. Jack flew into a rage. His face contorted in rage and anger. He pointed at Sangsu and yelled to let him know that he shouldn't have attacked him. He must get ready. The system window reported that the dual contract was activated. Sangsu's whole body began to tremble. His wrists began to vibrate especially strongly, and the chains glowed bright blue. Jack shouted that he would pay for all this. Hana was worried and asked Sangsu if he was okay. But Sangsu began to mutter something. Then he calmly said yes. Jack's mouth opened wide in shock. The chains on Sangsu's wrist broke and disappeared. Jack screamed in fear, "What? How hot?" He let go of the contract, which quickly burned down. He began to get nervous and rubbed his hand. Jack screamed, "How could he break the contract?" Sangsu replied that he doesn't even know. The treaty just suddenly evaporated, could he imagine it? Jack approached Sangsu with his face and shouted, "Does he think he's a fool?" Sangsu said, "Oh, you need to shut up already." Although does Jack know? No, he's just a fake. Sangsu stood in the middle of the defeated spectrum. Jack asked what? Sangsu said that if he were him, he would worry about something else. A deafening roar was heard behind Jack. Fragments of the wall from the explosion and dust were flying everywhere. Jack stood there in shock and horror, motionless. Sangsu said that his ward has already coped with it. The system window reported that all the spectrum had been destroyed. Jack looked at Leekin with fear. The goblin stood in front of him with a huge stone club. Sangsu said that he has already destroyed all the ghosts. Leekin frowned. Sangsu said she came. The system window reported that a harbinger of death was nearby. She towered menacingly above them, dressed in white robes. Sangsu said to let Jack meet. This is their mother. Her shadow loomed over Jack, who stood among the rubble. He turned his head. The system window reported that this was Banshee, the mother of the Reapers, the boss of Class D. Although not a single wrinkle appeared on her face, her gaze was terribly creepy and cold. In the prison dungeon, the red goblin fell to the ground after being hit by Seojun. He growled helplessly. Blood was coming from his nose. Seojun asked if he would get up already. It's time for him to answer his questions. Seojun hovered over the goblin and told him that he had to do this. Otherwise, he will be left completely without horns. He asked where the double contracts are kept. The goblin replied that they were with the boss, the master of the goblins. Seojun asked that goblin? The red goblin replied, "No, Mr. Jack has it." Seojun sat on the monster's chest. He asked why they obeyed him. The monster replied that they were wearing a goblin's hat. Seojun put his hand to his chin, thought about it, and asked, "Is it true?" Apparently, he got the hat as a reward back in the days of the first Dreamside one. Seojun said now he has one last question, where is Jack now? The goblin frowned and said displeasedly that he was in Area D10. The goblin said that he was actually a human. Several bandits tricked him into becoming a goblin. He was worried during the story. Because of that hat, he has to obey the master's orders. Seojun said that he knows that. Then he hit the goblin hard again and he screamed. The system window reported that he had just defeated a second-rank goblin guard. Seojun put on his cloak and began to leave. He exhaled and said, "Well, we need to hurry." He jumped, pushing off the floor, and quickly began to run forward, leaving the wind behind him. At this time, the entire team was looking at the woman and the system window above her. Daesu and Jiang tensed when they saw her. The Banshee closed her eyes, from which black tears seemed to flow. When she opened her eyes again, they were shining brightly, and black tears were flowing more and more. The Banshee flew over the room as there was a huge hole in the roof. The Banshee spread her arms wide in different directions and began to form strong currents of wind. The system window notified that the D-rank Banshee was a ghost coming from hell. Her special skill is howling. Jiang frowned and asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why does he hear different voices?" Daesu stood nearby and, just as surprised, said to wait, "These are the screams of dead people. Banshee is not just a ghost, but the personification of all spectrums." The Banshee looked down at them coldly. Her eyes turned black and black magic began to appear, enveloping her body. Moans were heard from her. They shouted, stuttering, "Help! Mom, take me! Please have mercy!" Jack said it was a ghost. She would be useful to them as an ally. Leekin stood shrouded in Banshee's black magic. She sank down in front of Leekin. Dark magic began to spread from her feet. In her hand was a very long staff, at the end of which there was a huge blade made of magic. Jack started laughing. He looked at them insidiously. Jack said that if only he could subdue such a ghost, that would be impressive. He said they made a huge mistake when they decided to come and attack him. He said, "Go ahead, Leekin." The goblin growled and said yes. The Leekin jumped up and began to quickly approach the Banshee. She stood motionless and waited. Leekin gripped his club tighter. He flew up to the Banshee and powerfully hit where she stood. The Banshee jumped up and dodged the blow. It seemed like there was an explosion. Daesu said it was a huge shock wave. He created a protective barrier in front of himself and Sangsu. The system window reported that the barrier was valid for 3 seconds. Daesu saw that the goblin guards looked strange. The goblins then fell to the floor, unconscious. Daesu said, "It looks like they couldn't withstand the shock wave." Sangsu said it was good that they were able to stop it with a barrier, even if only for a short time. But it seems they won't be able to fight. Unless it's his help. The Banshee looked at him arrogantly. A voice was heard that said, "A king without a kingdom. It's such a shame." Leekin looked at her with a frown and asked, "What?" There was a loud sound and a rush of wind. There were 2 goblins in the doorway. They said they just heard a loud scream. They asked the king if he was okay? But at that same second the Banshee waved her hand. A wide stream of wind, cutting through the air like a blade, cut the necks of the goblins. Leekin managed to dodge, and the goblins' heads flew in different directions. Leekin looked at them. The bodies and heads of the goblins fell to the ground separately from each other. Leekin gritted his teeth. The Banshee brought her face closer to his. She waved her hand again. A powerful shock waved through Leekin back. In addition, the floor shattered into planks. A wall of dust rose up, separating Leekin and Banshee from the rest. She began to approach Leekin. He grabbed the club. While Leekin was swinging to strike, Banshee was already in front of him. He attacked her, but she jumped up and easily dodged. Leekin hit the floor again. Jack thought, as expected, Banshee is very fast. She is able to block many of his attacks. The Banshee flipped in the air and elegantly dodged the blow. She then swung her magical bladed staff. Jack thought that if this continued, she would easily defeat him. Leekin dodged the magical blade. Now he was worried and frowned. But the Banshee cut his chain with this swing. Now the huge metal ball was not tied to him. The chain shattered into many small pieces. Jack said they were nasty bastards. He shouted irritably and loudly, "It's embarrassing to watch." He called Lycan, called him a pathetic weakling and asked if he was fighting or not. He told Lycan to quickly protect his master. Something seemed to change in Lycan's head. He stopped, and his eyes opened wide. He couldn't see Jack because of the dust. But he bit his lip and said yes if he orders it. Lycan grabbed the remaining chains and began to pull a long length. Lycan swung and began to turn around, spinning the chain in the air. It was like he was trying to tie the Banshee up with it. The chain was already wrapped around her neck and body, which made her a little surprised. The Banshee did not expect this. While she looked at the neck and chains, Lycan began to act. He swung hard and began to pull the chain from Banshee down. She began to fall. The next second she found herself on the floor, hitting hard and raising a huge cloud of dust and debris. She was lying on her back, her neck tightly held in chains. The Banshee began to say something in an incomprehensible language. Lycan tightened his grip on the chains, then a wave of black liquid splashed onto him. The chains almost broke, and with them he dragged the Banshee and her severed head. Lycan stood menacingly and told her to swear allegiance to the king. The system window reported that the hidden Banshee boss had been defeated. On the floor lay a broken chain and a long trail of black blood. Lycan frowned and turned his gaze to the team. Hannah tensed. Jack laughed loudly and said that Lycan was great. Now he must kill the others, but leave the girl alone. Lycan began to advance towards them. A dark, bloody aura emanated from him. At that moment he was truly scary. Hannah readied her revolver and said that this time it would work. She began to shoot nonstop, releasing many bullets. But the system windows constantly showed that the monster was restoring its health. Hannah thought, no! She looked at him with excitement. She thought the monster was regenerating too quickly. Her damage is not enough. The giant Leakin was very close to her and raised his hand. Hannah wouldn't have time to dodge. At this time, Si-jun was already running towards her. He swung his gloves and easily cut off the monster's hand. Lycan stopped and was surprised. He looked at his hand, which was falling down. Sang-soo said it seems like things aren't going according to plan. Si-jun jumped to the floor and stopped, kicking up dust. Lycan looked at him angrily and approached. Sang-soo said that it was really him. Hannah looked joyfully at Si-jun's back, with which he covered her, protecting her. Si-jun looked straight at the monster with confidence. Dae-soo, Jaeyoung and Sang-soo looked at him happily, as if they had been waiting for him forever. Si-jun stood in front of the goblin, blocking the team with himself. Si-jun exhaled and thought. He hoped Banshee could put some pressure on the goblin. He thought, over there. He looked at the Banshee's staff that lay at Lycan's feet. A bright staff decorated with skulls attracted him. Si-jun thought it was good. Si-jun said, Ji Sang-soo? He replied, yes, K. Si-jun told him to hold his robe and throw it at him. Sang-soo screamed in surprise, trying to catch the thing. Si-jun was already running towards the goblin. He pushed off and jumped up, attacking Lycan. From their collision, a shock wave and a current of wind spread. Lycan swung his other hand, but missed and did not hit Si-jun. At this time, he monitored the goblin's actions. Lycan swung his fist and then punched hard. Si-jun placed his gloved hands in front of him. They were able to hold off the goblin's blow and reduce the damage. A bright, fiery flash appeared from the impact. Hannah said that even without an arm he fights well. It is obvious that he is indeed a rank 3 goblin. Dae-soo said that they will leave Likang Si-jun while they deal with the double contracts. Hannah looked at Sang-soo in surprise. He raised his finger up and said, oh, they don't have to worry. He will solve this problem. A huge system window appeared in front of him. This is inventory. He quickly began to look for something and poke buttons. Jack asked, hey, what is he doing? Sang-soo said it was a stupid question. He began to pull out a stack of papers from the screen. Jack thought, that paper. Are these the same contracts? Sang-soo was fingering a lot of documents in his hand. Jack was terrified. His face became pale. He stammered and asked where Sang-soo got his inventory? He shouted in rage so that the scoundrel would listen to him. What did he do, crazy? Sang-soo asked what? He probably didn't even expect that he would deceive him, right? He asked if he wanted to hear an explanation. Sang-soo's mask began to dissolve into pixels. Finally, Sang-soo's confident face appeared without his mask. His earring sparkled brightly. The system window reported that the angel's earring has a level limit of 300. Anyone who dares to lie to the owner of this earring will mirror his own lie to himself. Jack looked at his wrist in horror. He said, oh my god. A dark mark of chains appeared on his wrist. The system window reported that the player Ji Sang-soo has the right to dispose of his things. Player Ji Sang-soo has the right to dispose of his body. Sang-soo proudly put the papers forward. He told Jack to watch. Now all his things and even his body belonged to him. Jack was silent and listened in shock. Sang-soo asked why he was looking like that. If anything, this is written in his contract. Did he understand? You can consider Jack to be his slave. Jack angrily screamed for Sang-soo to shut his mouth. He rubbed his wrist. Sang-soo frowned and said, there you go. By the way, did he lose anything? Jack asked what? Then he looked at his head. From horror and fear, Jack did not see anything around. He turned pale, his eyes wide with horror. He shouted stutteringly, this. The hat appeared in Sang-soo's hand. He said contentedly that Jack didn't have to say anything. He already knows that with the help of this hat he controls the goblins. Jack asked, but how? He kept biting his lip out of nerves. Sang-soo said, so now they will see what he brings to them this time. Sang-soo opened the system inventory window again. Jack screamed, no! Hey, worthless creatures! He grabbed the goblin's hair and squeezed it hard. Another one was running next to him. Jack shouted, why are they standing? They must kill him. Jaeyoung shouted that they were getting close. Sang-soo should use the hat and become their king, then everything will be fine. Sang-soo said that this is impossible. Jaeyoung asked what? Sang-soo said that existing goblins only obey their original master. They are connected to him by souls, so everything is not so simple. One of the goblins was already waving a club in front of them. Jaeyoung blocked the blow with his sword. He shouted, "What should they do now? Should they wait until they are beaten?" Sangsu said there is one way out. He looked at Sejun carefully. They need to defeat Lycan. Sejun jumped up so that he was slightly above Lycan's head. His foot was already flying to strike him in the face. Lycan grabbed his leg. He threw Sojun into the wall as hard as he could. There was a loud crash. Sejun flew far back, hitting the floor and lifting up wooden planks and stones. Sejun sank to the floor, and behind him was a huge dent in the wall. Sejun wiped his lips and chin. He thought that this was the strongest D-class monster. He won't be able to defeat him. Sejun saw Lycan approaching him. The monster clearly wanted his death. A Lycan with burning eyes approached him, overwhelming him with his powerful, murderous aura. Sejun looked at him and thought that the chance would come if he was knocked to the ground. Sangsu shouted to Sejun that he had the hat. Sejun realized that he needed to act. He ran quickly and flew past Lycan with lightning speed. Sejun thought that then Lycan himself would become the king of all goblins. No one can control him. Sejun grabbed Banshee's staff. He turned towards the monster and looked at it confidently. The system window reported that he had received an item, a staff with a magical banshee blade. He now hears a ghostly howl. Jack shouted in displeasure, "Does he really think he can win with this stick?" He told Lycan that he should quickly kill him and they would leave. Lycan said that's true. He stood in front of Sejun. There was incredible tension and a dark aura between them. However, Sejun confidently raised his eyes and looked at Lycan, smirking. Lycan showed no emotion at first, but then frowned and growled. He immediately approached Sejun, trying to attack. But Sejun blocked the blow with his staff. Lycan told him, the pathetic man, to die. Lycan's eyes glowed especially brightly, every vein in his face tensed. Sejun tensed and looked at the monster angrily. Lycan could still operate with one hand. He made a wide blow with his huge club. When the club and staff hit each other, a bright flash appeared, like an explosion. The sound was very loud, a shock wave appeared. Sojun flew very far from such a blow, leaving behind bright light and dust. He held the staff tightly. Sejun hit his back hard on the shelves with documents. He screamed in pain, and all the objects began to fall. Sejun's face twisted in pain. He sat on his knees among books and documents. The Lycan was approaching menacingly. Sejun looked at him carefully. Then his eyes glowed gold. The system window reported that he had activated the Dragon Eye, rank A. Sejun saw many chains in front of him. He said, well, now he can see everything. Right in front of him, he saw bright, white chains and grinned. Sejun swung his staff, and at that time Lycan ran towards him. The monster swung his club, his footsteps shaking the floor. Lycan hit him again, but Sejun held his staff in front of him. A bright flash and shock wave appeared again. But this time, Sejun stood on his feet, holding back the blow. He gritted his teeth and thought, yes. His staff was already shaking. Lycan was too difficult for him. Lycan hit Sejun powerfully again and jumped to run towards him. Sejun flew back, holding his staff in front of him. He could only defend himself. Someone shouted, Sejun. He rose to his feet, lowering his head. There was a lot of dust and various documents scattered around him. Sejun raised his head. His eyes glowed golden. The system window reported that he had used the Dragon Eye, rank A. He thought that they would not be able to fight for long anyway. With a D-class boss like him, you have to hit a specific point. Sejun kept a close eye on his club. Lycan jumped up and raised his club up to strike hard. Sejun saw that Licker's entire body was wrapped in white, translucent chains. You'll need Hannah to hit him in his weak spot. Sejun shouted, Hannah, that we need to shoot now. She frowned and then pointed the revolver forward, holding the weapon tightly in her hand. She fired a bullet that flew towards Lycan. The monster said it was useless. Jack tried not to show his excitement, but his whole face was covered with sweat. He laughed and asked if they seriously hoped they would defeat him with this toy. He was about to give the order for destruction, but did not finish. He asked in shock what was going on. His body itself. His arms and legs moved involuntarily, and he could only be horrified. Sangsu smiled. He moved his fingers, controlling it. The system window reported that the new owner controls the body of the player Jack. Jack screamed at him to stop. His legs moved on their own. Jack asked where they were taking him. Jack stood in front of Lycan, who swung and wanted to hit Hannah. They looked at each other in surprise. Leekin frowned and growled. Sejun said that he was caught. Jack turned around in confusion and fear, looking at Sojun. Seojun drew a line between the monster and its owner with one wide stroke. He ran between them, leaving a bright light. Jack covered himself with both hands, and Leekin moved away. Seojun and Hannah began to run away. Jack asked the goblins why he was looking like that, fool. He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted for Leekin to go and kill them. But the monster did not move. Jack asked, "Can he hear?" Leekin closed his eyes and then opened them wide. Now his eyes were full of anger and rage towards Jack. At this time he was screaming, "The shaggy brute, is Leekin deaf or what?" Seojun said that their agreement is invalid. Jack asked what? Seojun said that he will explain it again for the stupid ones. After activating the dragon's eye, he broke the chains. These were the same white, luminous chains that cannot be seen by an ordinary person. Chains connected them to each other. Jack asked what did he say. The monster's heavy hand fell on his head. He turned pale with horror and fright. He shouted in displeasure, "What is Leekin doing? He, the disgusting one, must remove his hands now. He, the beast, must wake up." But Leekin simply listened to this and did not remove his hand. There were many memories, thoughts and doubts in Leekin's head. It was as if he was alone in a room with only chains. Being a goblin, he swore his allegiance to the king. He had to unquestioningly carry out any orders. He remembered Jack's dissatisfied and arrogant face. He thought, though. Leekin remembered that Jack had broken his glass on his head, and he had said nothing. That's stupid and shameful. Leekin, being in the space with the chains, began to get angry. His eyes glowed brightly and his arms, clad in long chains, tensed. He asked himself why this natural connection hurt. Why is he so uncomfortable? Leekin began to pull the chains down and scream loudly in mental pain. He was in complete despair. Suddenly a streak of light appeared in front of him, as if coming from a door. Leekin thought His eyes were now full of awareness. Jack looked at his huge hand and was incredibly nervous. Leekin's face contorted and tears of resentment and disappointment appeared. He realized that Jack is not the king. A terrible, drawn-out growl was heard throughout the room. Behind Leekin, the goblins who remained alive leaned down. Leekin thought that he was finally not obeying him. Disa looked at the club of one of the goblins, which began to move a little. The goblin who was holding the weapon fell to his knees along with the others. They bowed to Leekin. Jiang shouted, "Goblins!" Sangsu said, "Finally the head goblin is free." His one roar was enough to bring the others to their knees. Jack angrily told Leekin to shut up. He began to threaten, but the monster did not listen. Jack's silhouette began to disappear. Leekin threw him hard to the side. Jack flew quite far and hit the wall with shelves hard. His mouth and eyes were wide open, he was coughing and screaming in pain. While he sat on the floor, Leekin prepared for another blow. He said that Jack is not worthy to be king. He then hit him with all his strength. The floor shattered into planks, and blood splashes flew with them. Leekin stopped and unclenched his bloody hand. There was a lot of dust and dirt on the floor. Jack's bloody and battered body lay in front of Leekin. He turned and looked at Seojun with his childish eyes. He said it was his turn now. Seojun asked him to wait. He asked rather friendlily why they should fight. Maybe they won't waste their energy without a reason. Seojun held a goblin hat in his hand. Leekin glared at the thing. He screamed for Seojun to die. Seojun put on his goblin hat. The system window reported that he had used the goblin hat. He received the title of Goblin King. He can control the souls of goblins. New chains that glowed brightly white wrapped around Leekin's arms and body. He looked at it displeasedly and angrily, and then shouted, "How dare he!" Seojun watched as the chains continued to hold the goblin tightly. Seojun asked the goblin to understand that he was not angry with him. But they won't succeed any other way. Leekin said angrily and furiously, he. As soon as he wanted to say the word died, the chains gave way on his body. This caused terrible pain, causing Leekin to scream loudly. All the veins on his face tensed abnormally, his eyes glowed white. It was as if all his veins could be separated from his body. Jiang asked in surprise, "What is this?" "It's like an arrow hit him." The chains began to dissolve and Leekin slowly sank to the ground. It seemed that the goblin had become even larger, increased in size. Jiang said, "It seems that the cap is not working." Seojun thought, "Wait, the hat stopped working?" He looked at the goblin's tense, veiny arms. He thought, so the goblin doesn't obey at all? But what to do then? The system reported that he used the dragon's eye. Si-jun said, here it is. He looked at him gloomily and with apprehension. There is something about Leekin in his body. The enraged monster towered over him. A creepy and powerful creature that longed for Sojin's death. The goblin's hands slammed to the floor. He began to cough, lowering his head. Si-jun and Sang-soo looked at him in surprise. Leekin then screamed loudly as he rose up violently. His cry of anger deafened everyone in the room. A shock wave appeared that lifted the goblins' bodies and the spectrum into the air. The bodies of the other goblins were trembling. Leekin grabbed one of the corpses. Sang-soo, who fell to the floor, said, God, he's coming now. Seo-jun watched as Leekin brought the goblin to his mouth. There was a loud crunch. Leekin's gruesome face was now stained with blood. He bit the goblin's head off. Sang-soo and Si-jun looked at him tensely. Sang-soo frowned and said that the monster was laughing at them. Seo-jun said that even his severed hand was restored. Leekin with huge claws flew towards them. He hit the floor, creating a strong vibration, but Si-jun and Sang-soo managed to dodge. Sang-soo said, Go crazy, this is power. Si-jun shouted, Hey, he has enough of looking around. He better look at it. Leekin picked up the coughing Jack, who had the last of his life in him. Sang-soo said apparently he chose him as a victim from the beginning. Sang-soo said, What? Wait, what is he doing? The Leekin opened his mouth wide and began to bring Jack to his mouth. Jack coughed and said, Not bad. They must know that they will never get out of here. Seo-jun and Sang-soo watched as Jack's blood poured onto the floor. There was now a huge pool of blood next to Leekin. The goblins seemed to have gone completely crazy. Sang-soo asked Kay what's going on. A systemic red danger sign appeared in front of them. Everything around began to shake. Dae-soo screamed in surprise. The system window reported that an error had occurred. The system checks the error status. Something happened to the train. The carriages inside began to shake violently. The whole team was flying around the room. Jaeyoung screamed loudly and Si-jun coughed. The train continued to move forward. Leekin burst out of the roof. The goblin became even larger and turned into a real giant. His eyes were closed for a second. Then he straightened up and looked at the roof of the train. His huge body towered over the low train and he could see every car. Si-jun looked up in fear. He thought it was bad. Si-jun said, It looks like the real Goblin King has appeared. Leekin didn't move for a while. Magic enveloped him and he became even larger. The system window reported that the boss had appeared. Name unknown, level C. At this time in the luggage compartment. Someone asked, Is this all we have in stock? They looked at many large bags and suitcases. The man said that so many things would be enough for a week. The man in the raccoon mask said, Okay, then let him put it in his inventory. The man in the panda mask said exactly that and called the second boss. The man in the raccoon mask, Kim Kapsu, said that there weren't even goblins anywhere. Everything turned out too easy. The second man in the panda mask, Yu Young-suk, said that they had to hurry anyway. They're both from the National Intelligence Service. Young-suk said that the Ark is now in crisis. Kapsu exhaled and said, Well, then they will quickly pack everything up and leave. Young-suk shouted for the boss to come closer. He said there were survivors there. They entered another carriage and saw many people who were tied to metal balls with chains. Kapsu thought, this means human trafficking. He said that they should go and come back. He must leave them. Young-suk asked what? Kapsu said they couldn't waste time transporting these cripples to the Ark. He said the main thing is to take food with you. He saw that many large cracks appeared on the ceiling. Kapsu raised his head and asked, Should I leave here? Pieces of the ceiling fell onto his mask. Leekin was looking at them through the hole. His eyes were especially wild and creepy. A cold wind appeared with him. Kapsu asked, What is this? Young-suk shouted, Boss. Leekin stood on the carriage and looked at them through the roof. It was as if he was hunting for them. Leekin hit that hole hard, causing a shock wave and flying pieces of wood. Jaeyoung said to look at it. He doesn't even pay attention to them. He looked at the goblin, who for some reason was carefully looking into that carriage. Si-jun said it seems like he was able to evolve somehow. Jaeyoung asked in shock, He apologizes, but what? Seo-jun said that this is clear from the system message. Now he is C-class. Dae-soo asked, Is this even possible? How can you evolve into a boss without leaving the dungeon? Seo-jun said that in theory it is possible. True, no one has yet managed to do this in Dreamside 1. Seo Jun thought that common sense clearly didn't work in this situation. The system generally rejected this as an error. He said, one way or another, now the goblin is a trigger that they have already encountered. Although he was able to evolve, he completely lost his mind. He moves only to achieve his own desires. Leekin lifted up the body of another goblin. Sejun said that he has one desire. Leekin began to bring the body to his mouth. His desire is to become stronger. Hannah asked what they should do. Seojun said that it hasn't fully strengthened yet. Noto is definitely not the ordinary C-class goblin he has met before. Seojun thought that he was not a carrier of the virus that causes illness. It does not increase the number of triggers and hydras. Seojun remembered that he and other players tried to fight the evolved monsters many times. The system window then notified them that the team had failed to defeat the enemy. Seojun was very upset, and his team tried to support him. Seojun thought that in Dreamside 1 there was research related to achieving evolution. This was for various kinds of mobs when interacting with spores, but it all ended in failure. But now they are not in the first, but in the second Dreamside. Perhaps other changes were applied to this version that were not in the first part. Seojun jumped up onto the roof of the train. He activated the dragon's eye. Seojun looked at Leekin carefully. He noticed that something was glowing in his neck. The goblin continued to hit the hole. Seojun thought it was a strange glow in the neck area. This is what worries him most. Jiang also climbed onto the roof. He told Kei he felt there was no point in trying to attack now. The goblin is in too dangerous a shape. Sejun turned to him. The system window reported that he was wearing Kakashi's spiked gloves. Sejun looked at his gloves. He said no, there is something that will help them. Seojun swung and then cut his palm. Jiang and Daesu opened their mouths in surprise. Daesu screamed, "What is he doing?" Blood began to drip from Seojun's palm onto the goblin's hat. He put on the hat and an ominous dark aura appeared around it. The system window reported the exclusive ability of the goblin hat. This is Kimemorio. His hat began to deform as if it were made of liquid. A mask made of black magical matter appeared before Sojun's eyes. Many translucent skulls began to fly around him. Sangsu thought souls? He said that this was indeed a real Kimemorio. Now the mask has turned into a strange decoration that looks like a crown. Many dark, shapeless ghosts flew around him. They enveloped him, their eyes and mouths glowing brightly. Sejun thought, well, if he wants to catch the monster. Seojun approached the goblin. Leekin looked at him with his crazy eyes. Seojun, shrouded in magic and wind, looked too small in front of him. He realized that he had to do only one thing, become a monster himself. The system window reported that this was the goblin's special ability, Kimemorio. The system window reported that he could control souls. Depending on the number of souls used, the size of the power is determined. Blue bright souls began to merge together. Seojun thought, is this the same as using souls as a shield? Probably, among them there are those same children. Seojun found himself in a dark space, surrounded by blue souls, and there were also many small children standing around him. He thought then maybe now. He began to look for something in the inventory. Seojun took out a new weapon. It turned out to be quite large. The system notified that he was using Vandi's Blade of Regret. Seojun thought that as expected, this could be used in conjunction with the Kimemorio skill. He looked at his reflection on the ruby-colored blade. This sword used to belong to the undead. The system window reported that Vandi's Blade of Regret was resonating strongly. Daesu asked Seojun if he was okay. He replied that it was better for them to leave. Nobody knows, but suddenly their souls will also be sucked in. Seojun took a fighting stance and readied his red weapon. He pushed off and began to run forward with his large, unusual sword. His entire body was shrouded in intertwined souls. He approached the goblin and ran past him. He thought that the level of a Kimemorio would differ depending on how many souls he controlled. This one clearly absorbed a lot. He looked at the goblin, who was laughing and looking into the carriage he was sitting above. Seojun thought that the goblin had not devoured them all of his own free will. The ability manifested itself independently from behind the goblin hat. He ran forward and thought that he would end this once and for all. Seojun ran quickly, forming wind currents with his body. His gaze was decisive and confident. Seojun looked closely at the goblin. His hair was already covering his eyes. He turned his head toward Seojun. He ran up to the goblin and jumped up. Seojun delivered a strong blow, which the goblin tried to block with his hand. Seojun confidently began to descend. A green-gray goblin hand fell from the roof of the train. Leekin looked at his severed hand. Black blood flowed from there and purple souls flew out. The sword in Seojun's hand trembled. Seojun said he got goosebumps all over his body. He needs to quickly find his weak points. Seojun heard someone screaming loudly from a hole in the ceiling. He looked in and saw Young Suk and Kapsa. They said out loud, "Oh wait, is he human?" The dark figure of a man in black clothes was looking at them. His eyes glowed brightly, and his unusual sword and flying dark souls gave him a mysterious quality. Seojun jumped with a rush of air. He grabbed the edge of the iron roof ledge and began to close the hole. Yongsuk and Kapsa looked at him carefully and nervously. Seojun threateningly told them that if they want to live, they must run away. Yongsuk screamed from behind. Seojun quickly stood up and heard him. Behind him, a Leekin's head approached with its mouth open. He hit his head hard on the roof and there was a loud impact sound. Then he stood up and pieces of metal and saliva began to fall from his mouth. He was breathing heavily and looking at Seojun. Seojun jumped to the side and dodged. He asked if Leekin wanted to swallow him. Seojun said it makes sense. He managed to collect many souls. Leekin was probably already choking on his saliva. The goblin's hand suddenly approached Seojun's face. When he clenched his fist, Seojun was able to dodge and run away. He said that Leekin is now mad. Seojun sat down on his knee, getting ready. The system window reported the activation of the dragon's eye. He looked again at the neck, which was covered with veins. His weak spot was still visible on the back of his neck. Seojun ran towards him confidently and furiously. He realized that that ball of energy on his neck must be the problem. Seojun, shrouded in blue souls, ran past Leekin. The goblin had already raised his hand to grab him. A huge hand with claws loomed over Seojun. The next moment there was a roar, pieces of metal scattered and the carriage began to shake. Seojun jumped up and dodged. It ended up on the goblin's hand and ran up his forearm. Seojun swung his sword. The system window reported that the F-rank comm skill had been activated. Seojun was very close to his face. He flew towards the goblin, swinging his sword. Seojun swung his sword widely several times. Each swing left large wounds on the neck. Seojun began to fall down. He turned around and looked at Leekin's neck, which was half cut. Leekin's suddenly falling neck was grabbed by a flower sprout with his teeth. Seojun asked, "Is this a dungeon flower?" Leekin sighed heavily. Seojun thought that he would never have thought that someone would plant dungeon flowers on a monster. Stop, but these are not the harmless flowers he saw before. Seojun jumped off the train and sat on the ground. He watched the monster carefully. Seojun realized that the reason for this must be a virus, which accelerates the evolution of the object. He thought it was those goats from the company. Okay, the flower is at the center of Leekin's life force. He began to quickly run towards the monster, who was about to attack the train again. Seojun readied his sword. He ran past the monster and swung his sword. With one sweeping blow, he severed both of the monster's legs. The places of the cuts glowed brightly white. Leekin began to fall, loudly shaking the ground and throwing up dust. Seojun jumped onto the roof of the train. He stared purposefully at the huge gash on the goblin's neck. He prepared his sword for battle and activated the calm skill. He quickly ran forward, raising dust and wind. When he jumped up, he immediately saw the cut. But suddenly sharp spikes from Leekin's body appeared from there. They started stabbing Seojun painfully. He looked at it in surprise and groaned. Seojun grabbed his sword tighter. The system window reported that this is the exclusive ability of the Blade of Regret von Dis, Spiny Frost. Seojun thrust his sword into the dense, huge spikes like cobblestones and a loud sound was heard. Seojun said that it is no longer possible to use Kimemorio, so it is time to end the fight. Seojun began to quickly swing his sword and chop the stone spikes. He then proceeded to cut into its thick skin. Through the small remains of thorns he saw a flower sprout. Seojun landed on the roof and thought, "No, he's too weak right now." Hannah yelled at him to dodge. He fired and an explosion erupted in the monster's neck. Hannah fired the revolver incredibly accurately with one hand. She smiled and thought it was time to burn his blood. A bullet flew straight into the head of the dungeon sprout. The flower fried and boiled a little. There was a white, bright flash on Leekin's neck. He felt severe pain and grabbed his neck with his hand. His face was contorted in pain and his hands were twisted. Seojun said that he was caught. The system reported that Kimimorial was deactivated. Suddenly he heard a ringing in his ears. The system reported that Rank B threat detection was activated. Seojun asked what? Really? Many different souls of people began to appear before him. They flew together and screamed sadly. Hannah frowned and said that souls are leaving. Leekin arched his face to the sky. Souls began to come out of it and fly around it. Seojun stood and realized that the souls were out of control. He wondered if it was because he hit the Leekin's central point. But on the contrary, he tried to make souls lose their strength. Although he did not expect such an effect. If this continues, there will be too many of them. Seojun looked up. There were too many dead souls in the sky that were flying, forming a dome. As you know, the undead themselves will most often instinctively attack animals. So now they are. Most likely, the spirits will try to find a vessel, that is, a body, into which they can easily have fun. This will lead to a bloodbath. The image of his team, possessed by ghosts, appeared before him. They would all have bright but cold eyes. Seojun realized that he had very little time left. We must subjugate the monsters to ourselves now. He remembered the spikes on the goblin's neck and put his hand to his chin and thought. He said, however, that during the recent battle he had lost almost all his strength. Besides, he's not even a goblin. There must be another way. Seojun looked at Leekin. He noticed that the goblin was lying on the ground, arms and legs spread out to the sides. Above him was a huge circle of different dark souls. Seojun thought, this is a rank 3 goblin. He approached and saw that Leekin seemed to have dried up. He became thin and his skin began to shrink. Seojun took off his hat. Goblins are the only race that can control souls. Seojun waved his sword and began to approach Leekin. The goblin hat is designed to allow goblins to evolve into Kimimoriyo. Seojun said it was too risky. He held his hat in his hand and approached the goblin. If he fully evolves, there is no way Seojun can stop him. So be it. He'll let him be king for a while. A shadow and a hat appeared above Leekin's head. Seojun said that he asked Leekin to put these souls to sleep. Leekin seemed to be in another world all this time. He heard someone ask what that sound was. He saw a red goblin. Someone asked, wait, what? He saw a crowd above his body. Someone's voice shouted, it's goblins. Aren't they half NPC? Why do they hunt their own people? Wow. He ate so many souls just because he wanted to become stronger. The goblins were looking at something carefully and gloomily. Someone said to look, their eyes were focused on the goblin's hat. The magical thing seemed to hypnotize them. Leekin seemed to be watching what was happening from the sidelines. These monsters used to send wandering souls back to the afterlife. However, each of them wanted to become stronger by eating their own brothers over and over again. In the end, someone created a goblin hat to take control of all this madness. Bright but sad goblin souls flew in the air above Leekin. They asked for help, they were so cold. Someone said that Leekin ate his own to become stronger. He put his head in his hands and said, no, he is not to blame for anything. Souls surrounded him in a whirlpool. They shouted that he was not their king, they needed to be saved. Leekin said that he did not want to be king. He screamed and asked them to leave him. Leekin opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly that he no longer deserved to live. But then I heard Seojun's request for Leekin to calm these souls. Leekin asked who it was. Whose voice is this? He saw Seojun's silhouette. Leekin asked incredulously, is this a goblin hat? He said drawlingly, oh, that's how it is. Seojun remembered why the hat was needed. And to stop the madness of Leekin, he used Kimimoriyo. He sat on his knees and looked at Seojun. He said, that's right, this man is the real owner of the hat. Leekin seemed to be kneeling in front of him and obediently taking the hat in his hands. He said that he would carry out Seojun's orders and called him his king. Seojun's hat disappeared from her hands. In a train carriage. Kapsa and Yongsik ran across the entire carriage, jumping over bags, boxes and suitcases. Yongsuk ran behind and asked him to wait. Kapsu asked what happened just now. Yongsuk asked, like what? It was a monster. In his imagination, Seojun was a scary black monster with glowing eyes. He said that Seojun is like that boss, the Lizard King, from the Class C dungeon. Kapsu said there were two of them. Yongsuk asked, but what should they do? Suk-ku Ki-hun, they are not answering. They continued to run, but suddenly Kapsu stopped. Yongsuk asked, boss? He lowered his head and thought. A powerful image of Seojun appeared in his mind. He began to walk and said that they needed to return to the Ark. Young Suk asked what? Kapsu replied that he was very sorry for them, but Young Suk shouted, shouldn't they at least check if they are alive or not? Kapsu shouted back that he saw everything himself. This place is pure hell. Young Suk starts to whine. Kapsu said they should run. They can't stay on the train or they'll die. Young Suk said, stuttering, but they did not notice that many cracks appeared in the ceiling above their heads. Stones and dust fell on them. They screamed and said, what? What is this? Kapsu thought, really again? Not this. He asked, Young Suk, is he okay? They must run. Young Suk shouted for the boss to look. He stuttered and said this. A huge hole appeared in the roof again. They saw Sejun lying in a cloud of dust. He lay among the rubble, bruised. They screamed, man. Kapsu ordered to check him, maybe he was from their service. Yansik said yes. But Leekin blocked their way. He looked at them angrily with red, sparkling eyes. Leekin told them to leave now. They said that? Monster? Leekin shouted for them, pathetic people, to stay away. It was unexpected, but he was now in the form of a small child. A very small goblin threatened them with a club. Young Suk and Kapsu looked at him in bewilderment. They asked what kind of baby this was. He doesn't know, but he looks like a goblin. Leekin threw a club at them, but it was heavy and did not fly far, but he fell. He shouted at them to leave quickly, you pathetic worms. Yes, right now. In one of the rooms was soft armchairs and the same rich interior. Many bright purple pixels began to appear there. A fake Jack emerged from them. His body was bruised and his clothes were torn. Fake Jack from the company said, the strength is like a monster. He remembered how Leekin's body was wrapped in glowing chains. He said that he never thought that a rank 3 goblin would be so helpless. He asked, maybe there weren't enough souls? He bit his lip and said that he didn't know who it was, but he would definitely kill him. He will let him see the full strength of the company. Sangsu asked, yes, but who allowed him to do this? Jack was surprised. He turned sharply, swinging his sword. He shouted for Sangsu to show up in front of him. He was surprised that nothing happened. Jack asked, no one? His body was covered with a bright blue aura. He asked what happened to his body? Jack fell to the ground and began to groan and cough. Sangsu's blue leg appeared in front of his face. He raised his face with difficulty and said, Sangsu took off his invisibility cloak. He joyfully and maliciously told Jack to stop doing and saying nonsense. He won't let him die so easily until he pays off his debt. Jack was trembling. He asked who this guy even was? How dare he touch him, a company employee? Sangsu grinned. He said, What interesting answer would you give him? Then he said he had an idea. Sangsu smiled and said that he is a merchant who is much meaner than Jack. A little earlier, Sejun walked forward, resisting the strong wind. Souls swirled around him, screaming and howling loudly. Seojun covered his face with his hands. He thought that if this continues, sooner or later the souls will eat him. The faces of the souls were distorted into terrible grimaces. They began to approach and open their mouths. This was the last thing he saw. Then he suddenly woke up on the bed. Little Leekin sat next to him. In his hands was a bucket of water and a rag. He was worried and asked loudly, Is His Majesty okay? Seojun looked at the little goblin who was standing on top of him and thought, Leekin? The system window reported that he had received the title, Goblin King. All the goblins bowed their heads to him. Seojun asked, So he's saying that Seojun lay there unconscious for 2 days? Hannah happily approached him and asked if he was awake. He said happily, Hannah. At this time, little Leekin saw the Gorin and asked, Who is this scary guy? In response he heard, Gorin. They sat together on Seojun's bed. The room was lovely and comfortable. Hannah stood next to his bed. Seojun asked, Is national intelligence from the Ark? Is the government still alive? Hannah said it works like this. She said that Sangsu went there to negotiate. Seojun asked what? She said that the situation in the Ark is not the best. They say they have a big food shortage. It is possible that they even commit pogroms there at night and burn cars. Hannah said that the lizards were most likely to blame. Because of them, all land routes are cut off. They were unable to clear their dungeon during all this time. Now it is one of the largest in the city. Seojun asked if they organized an entire corps, then most likely the lizards exceed Class C. Seojun hugged the Gorin while Leekin glared at him. Seojun remembered and worriedly asked what happened to the survivors. Hannah replied that they were still able to find Gong Jaiwan among them. But he's in bad shape. She and Daesu found him unconscious in an underground prison. Daesu took him to the Ark while the doctors were still left. He put him on his back and said that he would go with him. The rest stayed here. They have no other choice. Sejun looked in surprise at Lee Kun, who wanted to say something. He bowed his head and said that he was waiting for new instructions from the king. Sejun asked what happened to those baby souls. They disappeared? Lee Kun frowned and said no. The souls he desires are completely in order. He kept them. Sejun asked, really? Can he get them back? Lee Kun said that all the souls inside the cap were mixed. It's impossible to select or pull one out. And besides, the goblin hat doesn't belong to him. As long as His Majesty Sejun is alive, the hat belongs to him. Sejun put his head in his palm and thought, well, this is all very strange. Starting with the fact that, being a monster, Lee Kun's name still glows white. Above the little goblin was a system sign. Sejun said that he must have lost all his powers while he was trying to put the souls to sleep. There's no point in giving him a hat. Sejun asked if there was any other way. Lee Kun said that to do this, he needs to have more royal grandeur. Sejun asked, Royal Majesty? Sangsu said he knows what Lee Kun is talking about, and then closed the door. They said happily, Sangsu. He said contently that he had come straight from the Ark. Sejun asked, where is Daesu? Sangsu replied that he was still there. Jaiwon is in critical condition. Sejun asked what? And this one? Did he survive too? Sangsu asked, is it fake Jack? At that moment, Jack entered their room, carrying a huge backpack and many other bags. Sejun said boredly and unsurprisedly, it looks like they are connected by an angel's earring. Sangsu hit Jack on the head and said yes. He gave him a very bad contract. Sejun thought that this is why the real Jack's deals are so fair. Because of this earring, neither he nor the customer can lie. He remembered the system window with information about this earring and ability. Sejun said displeasedly that something strange was happening. How could he deceive him if Sangsu already had an earring then? Sangsu laughed awkwardly and waved his hand. He said it was before the awards closed, so he was just serving out his punishment. Sejun said incredulously, okay. In the end, was he able to learn anything from him? Jack listened to them with a dissatisfied face. Sangsu asked, is he talking about the company? Unfortunately, he lost his memory. He must have used some kind of drug. Sangsu asked rudely, what is he looking at like that? A bag with another 20 kilograms appeared on Jack's back. Sejun said okay, then what does he know about royalty? Sangsu said horns. He needs goblin horns. They control souls with the help of horns. Goblins have large, black horns that have magic. Sangsu knows where the items made from this are. They received an official request for cooperation from National Intelligence. Not far from here is the Bermuda location. Hannah asked doubtfully, Bermuda? Sangsu said, according to rumors, a team of Ark players went there. But then they disappeared. The team leader who was involved in the accident is Captain Kim Kangryol. He was already an adult and experienced man. The most important thing is his last message. There were 3 phrases, danger, high, goblin ball. Sangsu said that the Bermuda area is associated with goblins. He frowned and raised his index finger up. Intelligence asked them to search that place. Sejun said if it's true the goblin ball, then he can help bring back the children's souls? Lee Kun replied that if the ball is made of horns, it will allow the greatness of the king to stand out even more. Sejun thought that he did not fully understand the meaning of this greatness. But he knows one thing for sure. With this, he can become even stronger than he is now. He saw in the system window that his level had increased. Well, he cleared a D-class dungeon. Now he can safely use Vandi's Blade of Regret. Even if the Kimemorio doesn't work. Kang Sejun. Level 59. Unemployed. He clenched his fist resolutely and said okay. So where is this Bermuda? Sangsu replied, Jamsil. At the fair. The weather outside was very cloudy. The huge and beautiful building, like a castle, was dark and eerie due to the weather. Fair. There were many different attractions in the beautiful square, but it was strange that there was absolutely no one there except the wind. Someone was running. A young guy with blonde hair shouted to him from afar for the captain to run to them. Then the girl told him to hurry up. They were wearing parts of knight's armor. Behind them were strange buildings made of metal sheets. Huge lizard monsters ran after Congrel. The monsters had large membranes on their heads, like collars, and large mouths. Captain Kim Kangryol was breathing heavily as he ran away. He ran away and thought, how can this be? What are lizards doing in a place like this? They only live in the ark. There were more and more light brown lizards. They did not lag behind Conrel. He didn't remember there being a breakthrough in the dungeon. In addition, this dungeon also has boss monsters, orcs and other dark forces. 2 green orcs appeared next to his face. They sparkled with yellow eyes and opened their mouths. Conrel looked at them in surprise. He thought that too many of them were born. He jumped and quickly flew towards the shelter, grabbing the gate. He rushed inside and then the guy immediately closed the door. The girl stood with a machine gun all this time, so that in case of failure she could join the fight. Conrel fell and coughed. The guy ran up and asked the captain if he was okay. Conrel was still on all fours. He was breathing heavily and asked, what did he say that thing was called? The guy immediately imagined a dark ball in his head, shrouded in dark red magic. He asked, is Conrel talking about the goblin ball? He once saw this in Dreamside 1. Conrel said that the ball also somehow affects this. He sat down, leaning against the wall and placing his hand on his forehead. He said it couldn't be that monsters carried around any equipment that didn't fit their characteristics. The guy said that his life is now in danger. This is more important. He better think about how they can get back. He talked about it excitedly. But Conrel calmly said not to worry. They will definitely come back. They simply must. He frowned. Conrel said it was a trap. He thought about how many monsters there were outside. There are orcs, giant lizards with the resemblance of a human body. Their long tails are shrouded in some kind of bright, blue magic, similar to fire. In addition, there are giant white wolves in the dungeon. Conrel said that they need to make sure that no one can enter there. Seojun, Hannah, and Lycan emerged from the portal in the train door. A joyful Sangsu followed them and said that he would wait for them in the carriage. They watched as he waved his hand to them. Seojun said that he should take care of the others instead. This dungeon remains his for now, so he shouldn't do stupid things. Kansu spread his hands and said yes, yes. He worries too much. Hannah and Seojun looked at him in disbelief. The boss of this dungeon is still a rank 3 goblin. He and Lycan looked at each other. If Lycan belongs to him, then he also has the right to move the dungeon. But it would be nice to ask for it. After some time, they entered a dark and empty room. Hannah shined the flashlight on her phone and they saw empty shelves. She said there were no traces of monsters or people. Jiang, who was following them, said that it was very creepy there. Hannah tilted her head and asked, really? But she is glad that at least she will finally visit the fair. Jiang asked, what? She's never been there? Hannah said with a big and proud smile that she made her debut at a very young age. Therefore, she could only dream of walking peacefully through such places. They didn't even hold any events there. Seojun looked at her and thought that he had already forgotten that she was the most famous idol in all of Korea. Absolutely everyone knows her. They continued to walk forward and suddenly she said that they were there. They stood in front of the entrance to a dark and strange room. Although it was large, it was obvious that it was abandoned. Jiang walked forward, saying, fair. Hannah happily told him to catch up with them. He said yes, yes. They all headed towards the entrance, as if it were a regular shopping mall. He said that it was too clean there. Was there really no one else there? They entered and found themselves in a completely different environment. The sky was bright, light, and blue. The castle with colorful towers attracted everyone with its beauty and radiance. Hannah looked at everything around her happily. Jiang was also shocked. Hannah looked at the castle with admiration and said that it was very big. Jiang pointed to something and told them to go there. Seojun looked at them with disappointment, like they were children. Even Lycan was delighted. Then he exhaled and looked around. A smile also appeared on his face, and his posture became confident. He thought that everything felt different there. It was like he was back to normal. Suddenly a loud boom was heard. Hannah and Seojun tensed up and began to look around. He said this sound. Seojun used the dragon's eye. He began to look around and saw that they were surrounded by light blue magic. Magic like long clouds surrounds them. He realized that this was a very suspicious energy wave. They were next to a carousel where you could ride horses and carriages. Suddenly the attraction, which was turned off, began to glow and work. Jiang asked in fear, what's going on? Hannah also looked at the carousel in confusion. The sounds of the attraction's music were heard. Seojun told them to get ready. Hannah took the revolver, and Jiang took out a sword and bit his lip. Seojun thought that they were coming and there were a lot of them. He stood with his red sword in his hand. The system reported that he used Vandi's blade of regret. He thought, over there. But then he looked surprised and said, stop. He stood in the middle of a huge crowd of ordinary people. Families walked with children, girls walked in groups, mothers and children ate ice cream. Everything around seemed absolutely peaceful and ordinary. He asked, people? Someone said, welcome to the fair. They are always happy to have their guests. Seojun said that this can happen. Happy families continued to walk and talk around him. The voice said that this is a real fairy tale world, full of hope and romance. Fair. He looked around incredulously. Hannah approached him. She asked what was going on. There was confusion on her face. He replied that he himself did not know. Behind them, two girls were discussing them. One asked, isn't that Choi Hannah? The second one said yes. She's even cooler in real life. Other people in the crowd started asking what? Choi Hannah? Where? She began to get nervous. People kept asking, is she cosplaying someone? They're probably filming there. Yes, otherwise who would come there in armor? They all took out their phones. People started asking if they could get an autograph. Seojun came up and covered it with himself. She said, Seojun? He replied that he didn't know what was going on, but the system window reported that they used a smoke grenade. A weapon appeared in the air, and he said it was time for them to leave. Then there was a loud sound and many large clouds of smoke appeared. All the people screamed and began to cover their faces. They asked in the fog, what was it? Where is she? Where is Choi Hannah? When the smoke cleared, they saw that no one was there. People asked, has she disappeared? Wow, I need to tweet this. What kind of mysticism? There was someone strange in the crowd. This man was wearing a pink bunny costume and was just watching what was happening. Seojun said that they attracted too much attention. Hannah said the problem was their costumes. They stood a little away from people and constantly looked around. Hannah said it would be a good idea to change her clothes. He thought about it, but did not deny it. They approached some store and said that this would be suitable. A little bit later, Hannah smiled and said that it had been too long since she wore a school uniform. Seojun awkwardly said that he agreed. He also said that Leekin is great. His horns are almost invisible. He replied that he did everything as His Majesty said. Leekin wrapped a towel around his head. Jaeyoung said he would not change his clothes. Seojun asked if he was sure. Jaeyoung rubbed his chin contentedly and said that he loves attention. Seojun turned away and said, okay. Hannah asked, is everyone ready? They looked in surprise. Jaeyoung asked, why does she need this? She put on a black Panama hat and said that everyone knew her face. They must go and inspect that place. Seojun constantly looked around as they walked around the fair. He looked at people. Leekin asked Seojun in admiration, what is this tall tower? In front of him was a tall skyscraper. He asked, are people so great? Jaeyoung listened to this with indignation. After a while, Seojun sat down on the bench. He exhaled and said that he did not know about such a large size of the fair. After a long walk he was tired. Hannah said it feels like nothing ever happened. Nice music is playing, people are happy. As if everything that happened was just a dream. She stretched her legs forward. Hannah said it was like they were back in reality. They looked at a huge park with large attractions and shops, beautiful and large buildings. Hannah was surprised when Seojun handed her a small piece of paper. She asked, what is this? He replied that this was the ticket he had just been given. The ticket had a cute bear and a hair drawn on it. He said that the ticket was issued last year. Hannah asked in shock, what? Have they gone back in time? Seojun said no, she can look at the phone. They never returned. The date on her phone was September 10th, 2023. Seojun said that the place itself points to a certain point in the past. It's all an illusion. Hannah held her hat as the fresh wind blew. She said she was sorry that all this didn't really exist. She looked at the sky with longing. Hannah told Seojun. He turned to her at that moment, she took off her hat and took a selfie. Hannah looked at the photo happily and said it turned out well. Seojun asked what she was doing. Hannah smiled and said, although it is an illusion, it turned out so beautiful. There must be at least one photo. Seojun smiled too. He thought that Hannah looked so different from herself now. But she doesn't look like an idol who performs on stage. He watched how happy Hannah looked at the photo on her phone. She also doesn't look like Clark's gunslinger. Someone asked again, Choi Hannah? Who is this guy with her? God. Are they really a couple? Hannah started to get nervous. Seojun said displeasedly that they were caught again. Hannah said they need to hide quickly. In the crowd, Jaeyoung ran after them and shouted K. Leekan sat on his shoulder and shouted King. Sejun said Jaeyoung Leekan. They were all running together now. Sejun said they need to run faster. Hannah asked, what should they do now? Sejun said this first. He activated the dragon's eyes. He said they need to figure out why things are like this. The day continued to be sunny. The attractions and buildings in the park were still just as beautiful. The huge Ferris wheel spun with music. They sat in one of the cabins and saw only the sky from the window. Seojun said that this is not a dungeon. Jaeyoung and Hannah opened their mouths in shock and remained silent. Then they screamed loudly, what? Hannah looked at the view from the window in fascination and asked, then where are they? Isn't the location suitable for a themed dungeon? He replied that he thought so too. But when they entered, they noticed that none of them had received a notification to enter the dungeon. Jaeyoung said in surprise, that's right. Hannah asked, then what is this all about? Seojun remained silent. He looked down and thought that at least he had told them that. He can't explain it. He looked at the ground and the many people who were constantly laughing. He thought, moreover. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted. The Gorin shouted joyfully, Gorin. The system window reported that he was drooling from the fantastic smell around him. The Gorin rejoices at the beautifully prepared dishes nearby. Seojun thought that when the Gorin behaved like this, it meant that there was a dungeon somewhere nearby. Leekan cursed displeasedly that Gorin could not hold back his drool in front of the king. But the system says the smell is everywhere. He looked at the Gorin in surprise. His brain is already boiling because he doesn't understand anything. Jaeyoung said displeasedly that he would have to search everything again. Hannah said wearily that last time they couldn't find anything. Seojun said they would do things differently. He said Hannah? She answered yes. They approached the stage and there was a large crowd of people around. There was equipment on the stage. Hannah asked, so he's offering to organize a concert? Seojun said that's exactly how it is. He replied that while they were exploring the place, he noticed several strange energy flows. He kept track of them with his dragon's eye. But as soon as he got closer, they disappeared. So they will try to attract streams to the scene. She was worried and asked if he really thought it would work. He replied that there were no other options. Jaeyoung happily said that they had finished preparing the stage. Sejun replied that they were great. Hannah said okay. They looked at her in surprise. She said if they were going to have a concert, then everything had to be top-notch. Hannah said seriously that it could be an illusion. But people there don't think so. Sejun smiled, and Jaeyoung couldn't stop being surprised. Hannah said people there think it's real. A smoke screen appeared on the stage. The woman asked what is that there? The man replied that there was some kind of concert there. The woman heard the melody and asked, this is a festival, is this Hannah's song? He replied that some people in the park reported seeing her. She asked, really? Beautiful and confident Hannah appeared on stage. She was used to shining on stage and even now incredible energy emanated from her. There was a loud sound. Hannah fixed the microphone on the stand. Hannah happily succeeded and began to sing. They need to move their bodies. This place is the festival. Her charm filled the entire stage. Beautiful Hannah is a force of beauty and happiness. The whole crowd started filming her on their phone. They screamed, Hannah! All the people sang the song and danced with her, raising their hands up. Catch this rhythm. Move your body. Seojun watched the scene and Hannah. Jaeyoung said, they all sing so loudly. It's immediately obvious that Hannah is performing. He also began to sing along and move his body. Sejun said well, it's time for him to move too. He activated the dragon's eye. He said it's impossible for her to be the only one trying. Hannah continued to sing, dance and jump on stage to loud music. Seojun finally noticed something. He thought, here they are. He again saw thick and bright streams of energy. Blue streams enveloped a pink hare, then a brown bear, and then a black puppy. Sejun thought those toys. When they first came there. He remembered that the hare was watching them. Also on the carousel, Seojun turned around and saw a bear. He stood watching them. They always appeared exactly where people gathered when they saw Hannah. Maybe they don't like it. Seojun said into the communication device that the enemies are nearby. Everyone should get ready. Hannah heard and turned to him. 3 huge toys walked among the crowd. There was that strange energy flying around them. They carried with them a club, a hammer and an axe. The puppy said that the guests should go on the rides. However, the toy's voice was very ominous. The puppy squeezed the axe tighter. He said, "That's enough." The puppy then jumped high into the sky and swung the axe. He fell straight towards Hannah. The puppy said, "Stop interfering with their work." A loud sound was heard. Seojun ran in front of Hannah and kicked the toy. This caused it to fly back, creating a current of wind. Seojun said that it did not interfere with the performance. The toy fell to the ground, hitting hard. The bear looked at this and clutched his club. Sejun told it to come to him. The bear prepared to attack, its entire body enveloped in ominous energy. Again the voice was heard saying, "Welcome to the fair." Seojun was surprised that then the voice began to distort and repeat the phrase in fragments. So far, all the guests were walking around with joyful faces. The voice continued to stutter and say the same thing in a very strange way. Suddenly, all the people began to evaporate and turn into pixels. The voice again tried to say "welcome" in fragments, but it didn't work. Then the phrase changed. The voice said that the night opening was beginning. The sky immediately darkened. Seojun and Hannah looked around in surprise. Hannah screamed that people were missing. Why did night come so quickly? Jaeyoung fearfully told Kay to look there. Sejun turned to where he pointed. A whole crowd of monsters appeared in front of them. These were all kinds of monsters. There were orcs, strange and incomprehensible predators, similar to wolves. In addition, there were evil knights without bodies. There were also black monsters with large heads that looked like amphibians. They were all shrouded in that same strange energy. Seojun thought, monsters? So much? He immediately took out his wand as sword. Then Seojun began to swing his sword and attack. He cut the knight in half. Seojun shouted for them to be careful. Under it lay fragments of a knight's armor. The voice said it was a themed dungeon, a monster party. Many different monsters appeared in the park again, who angrily ran to attack them. So many feet and paws raised a lot of dust from the ground. The monsters opened their terrible mouths and made terrible sounds. The voice said that they wished them a fun and happy day. Seojun stood in the middle of the square, on which many blunt parts and parts of proven monsters were scattered. He walked and looked around. He thought, if this is not a dungeon, then there must be another reason for all this. He used the dragon's eye. Among the whole crowd of disgusting monsters, he saw a toy hare and a ball in his hands. Sinister energy was concentrated in this ball. Seojun thought, this is it. He began to swing the sword and did not take his eyes off the toy. When he killed all the monsters, he noticed that the hare was running away. The toy was moving too fast. He ran after the hare and shouted for him to stop. Suddenly Jaeyoung shouted, "K!" He shielded himself with a sword from a huge monster bull. He hiccuped at the terrible look with which the monster looked at him. Even Leekin tried to fight against the dead man, but he also called for his majesty. He dodged, but his body was too small to resist. Hannah screamed that there were too many monsters. She tried to shoot directly into a crowd of different monsters. Hannah shot at them and a bright explosion occurred from this bullet. Debris and wind flew everywhere. Seojun stopped and looked at them in horror. Then he turned his head in the direction of the hare. But the toy was already running very far away. Seojun seemed to see a missed opportunity. Then he quickly and sharply turned his head with an angry look. He ran in the opposite direction from the hare in order to have time to help his friends. His gloomy face expressed dissatisfaction. At this time, there was also a night sky over the huge city. The further the houses were from the center, the more destroyed they were. This is the Ark. The entrance to the city is blocked by huge lattice gates in a stone wall and military ones. Zone 3. The military sharply prepared their weapons and told them to stop and give their name. The guy with the scratched shoes stopped. He said he was from Captain Kim Kangryol's unit. His name is Kim Hoon. Tired and beaten, Kim Hoon raised his hands up. Kim Hoon, player. He asked to speak with Captain Han Suk. He has some news. Han Suk asked through the walkie-talkie, did he return alive from Bermuda? How did he do it? What happened to the others? Han Suk stood up and shouted loudly, worriedly and panicking into the walkie-talkie. Hong said that he returned because he could move through space. The rest are still locked up. He was sitting in the medical center. He had already been changed and given some treatment. Doctors were walking around. Hoon said the fair is in the Bermuda zone. And, as they expected, it turned out to be a trap. At this point, they were able to find traces of the dungeon. But according to their estimates, it is no less than rank D, Han Suk was surprised and his eyes opened wider, and he asked, "Is this for sure?" Hong said it could be C. More reinforcements are needed. There is no place for high-level players there. Han Suk listened to his report with horror and tension. He asked what? Hong said he's sure it looks like everything that's going on there has something to do with memory. The higher the player's level, the more toxic their memories become. Han Suk clutched the radio with trembling hands. Hoon asked, "Captain?" Han Suk said it was a curse. He put his hand to his forehead and said that he had already sent reinforcements there. About an hour ago. Passage to the fair. Already at sunset the empty city was inhospitable. There were potholes on the road and cars were upside down. A group of people was walking along the roadway. The head of the group of people from the company said that this place never turned into a dungeon. He was the only one wearing black clothes. The rest wore green cloaks. Someone said it was strange. Attractions like these are ideal for this. The commander said that apparently this does not always happen. This is Yun Bengwa, commander of the 3rd detachment of the company's break group. Bengo asked if he was sure that K went there. The man answered yes. It is said that the group captured the running ghost train and arrived there. Bengo asked what were they thinking? This place is called Bermuda. The workers asked what? Is it about an area where people often disappear? Bengwa said that little is known about this zone. No one returned alive to tell. They got scared and became nervous. Bendo said that's where K went. He thinks that K clearly knows something. The Bermuda area also existed in Dreamside 1. Perhaps it is there that the source of great power is hidden. Bengo clenched his fist. He screamed, so they have to protect it from K. He began to run sharply and with lightning speed. His subordinates immediately obeyed and said yes. Bendo shouted, "Go ahead." They approached the bright stone gate. Suddenly Bendo stopped and asked in surprise what? He saw balls in front of him. All the people began to turn around and look at him. They saw the same peaceful and bright picture that Seojin's team saw. Bengo and his subordinates were greatly surprised. He asked, "What about this?" Suddenly 2 children ran past them, laughing and playing. Their mother behind them shouted for the children to be careful. Bengo and his subordinates stepped aside. They began to look around. Bengo asked what's going on. The employee asked, "Does the boss see this too?" Bengo thought, what kind of place is this? He does not understand. There are a lot of cheerful people around. He looked around and thought, those buildings are at the entrance, outside the fair. They look completely abandoned. But inside everything is as if nothing happened. He thought that everything looked like before the opening of Dreamside 2. Bendo said to listen carefully. The workers asked in surprise, right? Bendo said they need to figure out what's going on. They must follow him. The company group said yes. And they began to follow Bendo. They walked through the entire crowd of people. The girls asked, "What is this? Is there any event today?" They're probably cosplaying someone. Bendo was constantly looking around. He thought he couldn't believe his eyes. Is that possible? Then he heard the song and Hannah's voice. Bendo recognized the sound immediately. The worker asked in surprise, "Is this Choi Hannah's song? Is she really giving a concert?" Bendo thought as he rubbed his chin. She must be with Kay. Bendo told them all to go to the stage. The company's detachment began to walk quickly, but then they stopped. Their cloaks began to flutter in the wind. The sky suddenly became dark. Bendo looked up. He asked in surprise, "Night?" But just now. Then he thought it didn't matter to him. This place is too weird. Bendo turned and asked the team if they were okay. But a huge monster had already appeared behind him. It was a giant white wolf that opened its mouth to attack. Bendo heard this and was able to dodge. He clenched his teeth, pretending that this was unexpected. The wolf closed its mouth and missed. A weapon appeared in Bengo's hand. He gripped the handle tightly and then jumped. He dealt a strong blow to the monster's head. The wolf screamed and blood flowed from his head. Bengo asked what kind of monsters these are. He stood surrounded by a variety of different monsters. There was the same knight, as well as a strange, huge and creepy pirate. Bengo shouted for them to get ready to fight. Everyone in the squad said yes. Bengo pointed his finger forward and said that's all of them. But then he didn't finish the word attack. He fell silent, and his eyes widened in surprise. He said, stuttering, "It can't be." Bengo looked at someone very well equipped. He asked how he was. In front of him stood a man whose body did not look like a human. But he recognized his face and asked why. Bengo saw Seo Jun in front of him, looking majestic against the sky and moon. Bengo asked K? During this, bullets whistled in another place. Hannah constantly fired her revolver. Leekin tried to swing his club and said that we need to help the king. Then he asked, what is this guy doing there? He saw a second-rank goblin in front of him. A huge red goblin loomed menacingly over him. Leekin shouted that he was impudent. Then he quickly ran towards him. He shouted, how dare he go against the king? Leekin jumped up and struck the goblin with his club. Then he saw him and was surprised. The goblin looked at him menacingly and growled. A loud sound was heard. The goblin swung hard and threw Leekin far away from him. He began to roll on the ground and moan. Leekin released the club from his hands. He continued to slide along the stone road. Finally he stopped and lay completely covered with bruises. He said wearily, it cannot be that he was overcome by some non-entity. But the next moment a huge goblin was already flying above him. He jumped up and swung to hit Leekin and kill him. Jiang noticed this. He quickly grabbed Leekin and rolled along the ground with him. He managed to dodge and the goblin hit the ground. Jiang quickly stood up and began to run away with Leekin in his hands. Leekin screamed for Jiang to put him down. He's going to kill that goblin now. Jiang shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. Did he see himself? The goblin will smash it with one hand. Leekin shouted that he was impudent. He, a third-rank goblin, was beaten by a second-rank goblin. Jiang shouted displeasedly, yes, he is great, but they need to run away. Leekin shouted for Jiang to shut up and put him on the ground. Suddenly Jiang stopped. A giant monster appeared in front of him. It was something that looked like a person, an adult and fat man with gray hair. In his hand was a huge wooden stake. He looked at him menacingly with his red eyes. Jiang shouted for him to show his strength and attack. Leekin did not say anything and looked at him strangely. Jiang then realized his words and shouted, what did he do? Nightmare. But suddenly the monster's head was pierced by a bullet, flying right through the head of this giant. He stopped standing on his own 2 feet. Then the giant fell on his back, and Jiang managed to dodge. He sighed in fear but with relief. Hannah screamed, Chang Jiang Leekin. Jiang screamed in fear and then asked, Hannah? But how? Leekin said they should run away. Jiang asked in surprise, what? Leekin replied that as Jiang had noticed, he was in bad shape right now. He's not as good in combat as he used to be. That's why they need to leave. Leekin thought perhaps, while he was trying to control all the souls, he lost his powers. He frowned and thought that he didn't regret it anyway. After all, it was His Majesty's order. Jiang asked where should they run. Leekin answered, to the king. Jiang began to quickly run away with Leekin in his arms. Suddenly Jiang stopped when he saw someone in front of him. He was shrouded in dark magic. Jiang recognized him and shouted, K. But Si Jun didn't answer. Jiang said happily, he turned into a Kimemorio. But Leekin looked displeased at the man in front of him. Jiang said that in this form, no monsters can compare with him. K grabbed his sword. Then he struck with lightning speed. K approached Jiang and looked at him terribly with an inhuman gaze. There was a too thick accumulation of dark magic around him. Jiang dodged with difficulty, and said that it was very scary. Jiang looked at his sword in fear. He asked, stuttering, K? What is he doing? It's him. But in front of him stood an evil monster. K did not hear or understand him. He looked at Jiang furiously. Leekin said that this energy is different from normal. Jiang asked in surprise, what? He asked, did he do something wrong? Is he from that incident? Jiang shouted in panic, K. A monster with a sword was already running towards him to attack. Seo Jun screamed for the monster to go away. He covered Jiang with himself and blocked K's blow with his sword. A flash of purple magic illuminated everything for a second. The shock wave swept through Jiang and Leekin. Seo Jun screamed, is everyone okay? Leekin asked doubtfully, King? Are there 2 of them now? Seo Jun held back K's attacks and shouted, Leekin. Goblin asked what? Seo Jun asked who he thinks is the real king? The system window reported that the title of Goblin King had been activated. Leekin shouted, Your Majesty. He asked, who is this scoundrel then? Jiang and Seo Jun looked at K in surprise and confusion. Seo Jun said that was a good question. He himself does not fully understand what is happening. Jiang and Leekin stood behind Seo Jun so that he could protect them. Si Jun said that I will act quickly, so they need to get ready. He grabbed his sword. There were many souls flying around K. There seemed to be images of goblins and twinkling stars. Kay looked soullessly at Seojun. Seojun examined it carefully with his dragon eye. He realized that there was a loophole there. Seojun began to quickly run towards him, leaving a trail of shimmering ice crystals behind him. His face was also enveloped by these ice flows. Seojun hurried and looked at Kay resolutely. The system window reported that he had used the Spiny Frost skill. Seojun swung his sword, causing ice flows to fall. After a while, the park became too quiet and dark. The team hid in one of the alleys. They were trying to catch their breath. Seojun said that they have time to rest. Hannah folded her arms across her chest with displeasure and looked around. Jaeyoung was breathing heavily and sat down a little from fatigue. Jaeyoung said, "It got dark so suddenly. Aren't monsters more active at night?" Hannah said it was better than fighting an entire army. Hannah asked in confusion, "Was it him?" "They have absolutely the same appearance." She remembered Kay's monster. Seojun thought about it and said yes. It was definitely him. He said maybe it was because of that item. Hannah surprisingly asked what? Seojun asked, "Do they remember those strange waves?" It all started because of the thing the rabbit was walking around with. The toy carried a dark ball in its hands. Seojun said that it was clearly the same goblin ball. Hannah said that means that once they catch the rabbit, they will take the ball. Seojun hesitated to answer and looked away. He said it turns out that all monsters are just an illusion. Just like those people during the day. And the reason why they all appeared is probably because of them. Hannah and Jaeyoung listened in disbelief. Seojun poked his head with his finger and said that it was because of their memories. Jaeyoung said he didn't understand. Seojun replied that after they got off the ghost train, he no longer turns into a Kimemorio. Therefore, none of the locals can know that he once was. But they remember this. Hannah and Jaeyoung tensed in realization. Seojun said it was possible that this item had some effect on their memory. He thought, just for what reason did the memories about Kimemorio stand out? Then he understood. Seojun asked what they thought about his Kimemorio treatment. Hannah and Jaeyoung were surprised by this question. But then they said it was amazing. Hannah added that it was amazing. They said it with excitement, but then Hannah said it was a little scary. Seojun opened his eyes. Now he definitely understood. He thought that was the whole point. An emotion that makes it easy for anyone to drag a monster into reality. Horror. Each person is afraid of something of his own. That's how those monsters came to be. And he had just appeared as an object of fear from Lee Kin's memories. Then Seojun thought stop. He rubbed his chin and thought, what if the monsters he fears appear? Not this. Seojun imagined a huge body covered in scales in front of him. He didn't want to believe that that dragon would appear soon. He remembered the long and huge dark dragon. This monster strikes terror into his soul with one glance. This is the dragon from the tomb in the S-class dungeon. The entire park was eerily empty. Hannah and Jaeyoung asked what? They asked in surprise. Horror? Seojun answered yes. Besides, Captain Kim Kangryol must be 100% nearby. Otherwise, they would hardly have recognized the goblin ball. Seojun said that in short, they need to find two things. They did not notice how the ground was vibrating very slightly under their feet. Seojun said that we need to find the captain himself and this ball. Suddenly there was a deafening sound. Something huge and fast appeared from the ground. The shock wave pushed the team away and Jaeyoung fell to the ground. More stones began to fall around. Hannah screamed in surprise. Seojun looked up in surprise. He saw a red-brown shell. A monster with a terrible head loomed over them. The insect monster opened a huge mouth with terrible teeth. The monster also had huge, yellow and glowing eyes. The team looked up at the huge, long monster. Seojun thought, centipede? Jaeyoung began to stutter. Then he opened his mouth wide in horror and screamed loudly. Seojun saw him backing away. He asked, Jaeyoung? Seojun turned to the centipede and thought, is this his nightmare? He screamed, Hannah. She said emphatically that she would sort it out. She took a comfortable position and prepared to shoot. Seojun shouted that the centipede's weak point is the palate. The monster began to move actively, raising dust. Then the centipede began to scream loudly and protractedly. When the monster opened its mouth, Hannah ran forward. She jumped high and began to run along the body of the centipede. She began to aim. When Hannah jumped up again, she quickly began firing her revolver into the monster's mouth. Powerful bullets flew through the centipede's head, leaving bright, glowing tails. Many large holes appeared in the centipede's head, which melted its bullets. Then the centipede suddenly began to close into the ground, destroying everything and scattering stones around. Hannah was able to dodge. Seo-jun approached Jaeyoung and asked how he was feeling. Jaeyoung sat on the ground and tried to catch his breath. He said, "Oh yeah?" He said with fear in his eyes that this was from childhood. Every time his dad swore, he locked it in a drawer. Little Jaeyoung screamed terribly in the dark. He constantly asked for forgiveness. These creatures were constantly crawling in this box. Seo-jun looked in surprise. He would never have guessed. Hannah screamed for Seo-jun to look. Because of all this noise, the whole army of monsters is approaching them. They saw that again many different mutants, goblins, and wolves were approaching them. They opened their stalemates and growled terribly. The earth trembled from their trampling. Seo-jun told his friends to prepare their weapons. Hannah and Jaeyoung nodded confidently. Jaeyoung turned back and tensed. He screamed, "Okay! There's another one in the back!" They all turned around. Another horror monster appeared in front of them. Hannah looked at him in fear. In front of them stood a young guy with light gray hair and black eyes. The system window reported that this is the aristocrat Norkan, NPC. Seo-jun thought, "NPC?" Hannah said tensely, "It seems he is here because of her." She used to hate this character, since he strongly reminded her of a certain stalker. Apparently, it's not just monsters that appear. Seo-jun looked at him and frowned. Norkan began to draw his sword to prepare for the attack. Seo-jun ran towards him, grabbing his sword as he went. He said that this Norkan was his. Hannah told him to be careful. He is level 200, if not more. Seo-jun approached him. He jumped and swung his sword wide, hitting Norhan. The aristocrat blocked his blow with his sword. A bright flash appeared for an instant and sparks flew out. He pushed Seo-jun away from him. They both swung their swords, swirling the wind. Seo-jun approached him again and looked at him intently. They swung their swords quickly to strike and block blows. Norkan did this with particular elegance. Suddenly, he almost hit Seo-jun with his sword, but Seo-jun was able to dodge. Seo-jun looked at the blade in surprise. He thought, that means level 200. Norkan began swinging his sword again. He swung his weapon upward, and Seo-jun dodged by crouching down. Norhan's every move was full of aristocratic elegance. Seo-jun raised his head up and looked at Norhan. He thought maybe he just couldn't be defeated. He looked carefully at his shoulder and red cape. Seo-jun stood up abruptly and approached Norhan. The aristocrat was surprised and released his sword from his trembling hand. A large sword with a carved blade fell down. Seo-jun said, "Oh no?" Norkan looked at him gloomily. At this time, Seo-jun pierced him with his sword to test his theory. But it turned out that it is possible to kill fear. Blood flowed from Norkan. Seo-jun swung his sword hard and wide. Then he said that they had to go. It's high time for them. He passed by Norkan's body. Everyone else followed him. Hannah also looked at Norhan's body. Then she pointed her finger at the sky and told him to look there. There was obvious concern on her face. Seo-jun also looked up in surprise. On the roof of one of the buildings they saw a rabbit with a goblin ball. The rabbit held the ball and looked down, assessing what was happening. Seo-jun frowned and said angrily, "Rabbit." He sat down and said that this time it would be different. Seo-jun used the calm skill. He screamed that the rabbit wouldn't leave. Seo-jun pushed off hard and jumped high. The sweat of the wind followed him. The rabbit looked at him without any fear. Seo-jun looked down at the rabbit. Their eyes met, and they watched each other for several moments. Then the rabbit began to run away, jumping on the roofs of buildings. Seo-jun ran behind him just as quickly. He pushed off particularly hard from one of the roofs and approached the rabbit with lightning speed. He reached out to grab the toy's ear. The rabbit sensed this and turned around. Seo-jun looked ahead gloomily. He hit the toy rabbit hard, which began to fall. The rabbit released the goblin ball from his paws. The dark ball began to fall down. Seo-jun looked at this and shouted, "Jaeyoung." Jaeyoung was already in a hurry to catch the ball. He shouted that he was already running. He grabbed the goblin ball and thought happily that he had caught it. But then black matter began to emanate from the ball. The matter became more and more. The ball was enveloped in red and black magic. It began to rise upward. Jaeyoung shouted, "No!" He lay on the ground and asked, "What is this?" From that black matter emerged a bear carrying a goblin ball. Seo-jun thought, "A bear? Who are they anyway?" Seo-jun chased the toy as he ran across the rooftops of buildings. He felt something strange and trembled. The system window reported that the danger detection skill was activated. Huge cracks in the ground began to appear next to him. Up 8 huge cobblestones. Sejun dodged, but began to cough. He looked forward in horror, through the flying stones. He thought, damn it. And here he is. Sejun saw creepy, glowing eyes. This is an S-rank dungeon master, level 500. Seo-jun saw a huge, black dragon in front of him. This monster looked at him angrily. His whole body showed that Sejun was about to die. Very powerful energy and magical currents emanated from the dragon. This is the Kamushi dragon. At this time, someone in a clown costume, with a crazy and creepy mask on his face, opened his mouth wide. This someone said that they had a guest. Seo-jun said, Kamushi, this is a meeting. They called him, K. He turned around and said, Hana, Jaeyoung. They looked at the dragon in horror. Jaeyoung asked what kind of creature he summoned. Seo-jun didn't answer. He said he would try to give them time. They must get away from here quickly. They asked what? What about him? Seo-jun asked Jaeyoung, is he deaf? He already said it. Hana got scared and shouted that he was behind him. Seo-jun stood with his back to the monster. At this time, Kamushi opened his mouth wide and approached Seo-jun. Its purple mouth was filled with teeth the size of Seo-jun. He turned and looked at it in fear. There was a roar and an explosion. Huge debris scattered everywhere. Seo-jun will be able to dodge and fly back. Hana and Jaeyoung had difficulty dodging the flying boulders. Below them, the ground seemed to begin to move like waves. Jaeyoung was in the air for a short time. When the last stones arrived, they sat down. Hana asked, is Jaeyoung safe? He should get up faster. He said he was fine. They watched the dragon. Hana was very surprised. Jaeyoung wiped the dirt from his face and asked what it was. He asked Hana, does she see it too? She looked forward in horror. They stared at the smoke where Seo-jun was. Jaeyoung stammered and said that this couldn't be true. K exhaled and raised his head. He looked around angrily and arrogantly. His dark, magical attire gave him a majestic appearance. They screamed, K? The dragon growled angrily. He moved his head slowly and grinned constantly. K stood confidently right in front of him. Seo-jun sat on the roof of the house and looked at K, who was standing on a metal structure. Seo-jun said that he is indeed identical. He frowned and looked at K. In the light of the moon, what stood before him was not a person, but something stronger. K had no doubt on her face. The dragon began to growl very loudly and approached K. It moved along the ground, creating vibrations. His huge body was too heavy. K looked at the dragon without any emotion. But the dragon constantly growled and showed its teeth. He raised his head high up and completely closed his mouth. Then the dragon suddenly approached K and a ball of magic and energy began to appear from its mouth. The huge, white-purple blob was the size of K, but he stood and looked at it without running away. The dragon released this energy, and a powerful stream of magic fell on K. He jumped up, turning around to look at the flow of energy. Because of the light from this stream, nothing was visible around, only flying stones from the destroyed building. K swung his sword and dodged the dragon's attack again. He frowned and looked attentively at the dragon, who was growling angrily. He began to destroy buildings around with his tail and everything shattered into stones. K stood on the ground, which was covered with huge boulders. The entire surface of the battlefield turned into a dugout area with rocky ledges. K frowned henceforth with his golden eyes. He prepared to attack. K used his jet boots and pushed off the ground, flying up incredibly quickly. Only with this did he form a huge and strong stream of wind. The dragon growled and, noticing him, turned to him. K flew right up to the dragon's head and began swinging his sword, fighting the dragon. The monster roared loudly, but K fearlessly used his sword. The whole team watched this fight. Leekan asked, is this what His Majesty was like in the past? Jaeyoung watched this fight in shock. He asked, how is this even possible? How K? Seo-jun said, someone must have summoned this guy with their fear. There is someone with them who is afraid of him. But it seems that the dragon is unable to use all its power. Jaeyoung asked, huh? The dragon growled furiously and shook his head. He raised his tail up and hit the huge wall of the building, trying to hit K with it. But he jumped aside. The dragon created these huge stones just by moving on the ground. Jaeyoung asked, is he not hitting with all his strength now? Seo-jun replied that if they met the real Kamushi, he assures that Jaeyoung would fall into a fit just by looking at him. He hiccuped in fear as he looked at Sejun. Still, he thought that the dragon's techniques were the same. The endless flame of death. This is the name of the magical, bright ball and stream of energy that Kamushi releases to attack. At this moment, his body seemed to be enveloped by lightning. The dragon can also use black smoke. Seojun thought, so the characteristics of the weapon with which you can deal with the dragon remain the same. And K doesn't have this sword now. K flew down onto the dragon's head to attack with his sword. The dragon arched and lowered its head, but growled loudly and loudly, waiting for K. But without that sword, he had already lost in this battle. In fact, this beast killed him once too. Seojun remembered that then K was lying on the ground, covered with the same bumps and melted by fire. Towering above him was a dragon, which brought its head closer. And then lost because he was unarmed. Now K quickly ran forward. He jumped onto the dragon's body, closer to the neck, and stuck his sword. Kamushi frowned, then he shook his head and growled loudly with his mouth open. He again emitted the endless flames of death in a dark stream. Seojun thought, however, even if K couldn't win, he would at least keep the dragon occupied and give them time. K was constantly jumping around the dragon, as if he was flying. He struck the dragon's neck and head with his sword many times, trying to cut Kamushi. The dragon constantly moved its powerful body, moving around. He constantly growled angrily. Seojun ran forward and said that they must find the goblin ball. Hana said yes. They ran after him. Seojun thought now was the perfect time. He ran as fast as possible and did not want to waste a minute. The whole team quickly ran along the ground. Seojun stopped when their path was blocked by an old, green monster. Seojun attacked and easily cut the monster in half with his sword. He confidently moved towards the goal and did not want to linger. He shouted at them to be careful. Things could get even more complicated and worse. They ran after him and Jaeyoung did not like this information at all. Hana screamed, Seojun. K appeared in front of them again, summoned by Leekin. He, in the form of a Kimimoriyo, was enveloped in souls and blocked their path. K screamed loudly, causing his face to become terribly distorted. Hana said displeasedly that he was everywhere. Seojun looked at this awkwardly. Then he said that there was more to come. Kamushi and K make too much noise. Jaeyoung and Leekan could hardly stand on their feet as the ground began to shake violently. A huge flock of monsters stomped with their feet and created an earthquake. They all had the same dark aura and look. Seojun said that only means one thing. The team stood surrounded by monsters that personified all their fears. They kept appearing again and again. All the monsters headed towards them. K, in his Kimimoriyo form, looked at them angrily. The dashus who enveloped him smiled strangely. Seojun thought, it seems he has become even bigger. Apparently he ate a few more souls. K resolutely prepared for battle and attack. Hana said it was time to show him his place. He asked what? In what sense? She confidently told him to become a Kimimoriyo. Jaeyoung said happily, sure. Right. Seojun must strike back. Leekin said they should see his power. Seojun rubbed his chin and said that it's not that simple. They asked what? He said that Kimimoriyo is a type of skill that requires absorbing souls to use. There really was the energy of many different souls around him. But Seojun said that among them there are many children who could get hurt. K's face suddenly distorted again and began to scream. He clenched his fist, and the souls flying next to him also began to scream. K didn't move towards them. But he was ahead, and there were many other monsters. They have already been defeated, but the problem is that they constantly reappear. Hana said that Seojun should decide faster. He hummed thoughtful. Seojun looked carefully at K and the huge giant with a wooden stake. He thought that there must be another way out. K looked at him angrily with his black, unpleasant eyes. Seojun looked at them worriedly and said, this is bad. Seojun shouted for them to attack. The team began to quickly approach the monsters. But they also ran towards K's team. It was supposed to be a hard and bloody battle. But suddenly Seojun stopped and covered his face from the bright light. He clenched his teeth and looked at the light incomprehensibly. These were the headlights on the car. He thought, this light. The car engine was loud. A huge green car was quickly driving towards them. It drove right through the crowd of monsters. They screamed and scattered, diverging in different directions. The headlights illuminated the road, which surprised the monsters. The car stopped right in front of the team. They covered their faces from the dust of light. Seojun looked at it in surprise and thought, a car? He didn't understand anything at all and asked what? He said, guys. But Captain Congrel interrupted him and shouted for them to quickly get into the car. They continued driving. He said he was glad to see them. His name is Captain Congrel from the Arkansas. Everyone tried to rest and catch their breath. Seo Jun rode next to the captain. He thanked him and said that he saved their lives. Congrel laughed and said yes, he made it on time. Seo Jun asked, "Are monsters afraid of headlights?" Congrel said that he is smart. He said that monsters can't stand sunlight, not just electric light. Seo Jun said, I see. Congrel said that he noticed them during the day, but because he was looking for that very light, he could not approach them. A huge car, painted in military colors, was driving forward. All the monsters themselves ran away from the road, since for them this light and the car were unexpected. They continued driving along the empty road. Kangriel said that he was very surprised when he saw Hannah. Jian got seasick and said he was going to throw up. Hannah looked at him next to him with disgust. Kangriel said that this is how things are. He tried all night. But he didn't finish speaking and looked in fear at the dagger, which was right next to his shoulder. He screamed, "What a nightmare!" A long and curved blade appeared in front of his face. Seo Jun said that not all monsters are afraid of light. He looked at the mirror and saw a dark figure. He saw Kay sitting on the roof of the car. Seo Jun thought that there was no way he would leave them behind. Congrel said irritably, "That's harmful." He began to turn the steering wheel to make various maneuvers as sharply as possible. The car was spinning in different directions, making the sound of squeaking tires and a loud engine. But Kay remained on the roof. He looked angrily at the car and held on with one hand. In his other hand he held a long dagger. Kay pulled out the blade, but then screamed loudly and pierced the roof again. He began to frantically thrust the dagger into the roof, breaking through it many times. Jiang and Hannah looked at this in fear, as they did not expect to see this above their heads. One of the blows pierced the roof right next to Jiang's face and he screamed. The dagger touched his armor. He closed his eye and rubbed his shoulder. Leekin asked if he was okay. Hannah angrily screamed that he was a bastard and took the revolver. Hannah shot into the roof and the bullet pierced Kay's body with a huge, bright aura. Kay paused for a second, but quickly recovered. He sat with his head bowed down and leaning on his dagger. Seo Jun said as expected, "It's a doppelganger." He even survived a pistol shot. Kay gradually raised his head higher and became more active. Seo Jun opened the door and got out of the car. He jumped up, turning over. He goes straight onto the roof of Kay's car. Kay, in his Kimimoryo uniform, stood on the roof in surprise. Seo Jun landed loudly on the roof. Kay looked at him angrily and began to approach. To his surprise, there was still a black hole from the bullet. Seo Jun dodged his dagger attack. He grabbed Kay's hand. He began to pull the surprised Kay down. Kay didn't know what to do. He looked around. Seo Jun grabbed his entire arm with both hands and pulled him down with force. He ran forward and began swinging to throw Kay as hard as possible. He hit it as hard as he could against the hood of the car. Kay sat there and looked up in surprise. He opened his mouth and watched Seo Jun. But he had already jumped towards him and grabbed him by the hair. Then Seo Jun hit his head and face painfully on the hood again. He picked it up and looked pleased. Kay got blood all over his face. Seo Jun said, "That's it, Parasite, the games are over." He was very serious. Kay looked at him in surprise. Seo Jun grabbed him by the hair again, hitting him on the hood, lowering his head towards the headlights. Kay found himself directly in front of a bright light, his eyes widening. Suddenly he all began to disintegrate into pixels and evaporate. This went on for a little while and finally he disappeared completely. Seo Jun stood on the roof of the car and looked at the dilapidated park and fair. Then he carefully selected something. Seo Jun was clicking something in the system window. He stood on the roof, and many long, blue energy streams emanated from the system window. Finally, he chose an item and opened his palm under a very small system notification. When he closed his hand, it disappeared. Seo Jun sat on the hood and told the captain to drive faster. He replied that he understood, they would go to the hiding place. The car picked up speed and drove on. In the middle of an empty street, next to an ordinary stone building, there was a store made of metal walls. The door opened and all the people there looked at the light warily. There were young guys and a girl there. 2 of them were quite badly injured. They saw Congrel in front of them and shouted, "Captain." They asked if he was safe. He rubbed under his nose and said he was fine. Then the guys shouted in surprise, "Choi Hannah?" In front of them she was like a beautiful angel. A beautiful girl, the most popular idol. They asked if she was okay. One of them said to quickly bring the potion. Kongrel looked at them with disappointment. He asked, weren't they worried about him at all? The guy with blonde hair laughed awkwardly and said, of course, we were worried. Seojun was watching them. Kangreol said he's glad everything is okay. Hannah picked up a bottle of bright red potion. She asked, so how did they end up here? Hannah and Seojun looked at them in surprise. But Jaeon was very annoyed. The people from the Kangreol group were constantly talking. Someone said that his heart almost stopped. He was so worried about Hannah. They then asked why no reinforcements came? Kongrel interrupted their conversations irritably. He asked, do they even know that an S-rank monster just appeared outside? Everyone was surprised and asked what? Kongrel said that K and the dragon he summoned fought like crazy. There was still a vivid memory of that battle in his head, of the terrible dragon. Everyone inside asked what? They were shocked and their mouths opened in surprise. They asked K? Kongrel said yes. He's there now. Sejun stood to the side and exhaled tiredly. Then he frowned and thought, stop. They really seem to think that the K on the outside is the real one. Also, they don't know about Hannah's in-game personality. He looked at her carefully and thought that it didn't matter. Now the main thing is different. Kongrel excitedly said that this is their chance while K fights the Kamushi. His entire group quickly picked up on this upsurge. Kongrel said that they should take over the dungeon now. Sejun was surprised by these words. He asked, do they mean to say that they found it? Kongrel turned to him and looked at him in surprise. Then he said, contentedly and confidently, yes. In the hands of one of the team members was a control joystick with a screen. The fairgrounds were visible there. Seojun said it's the same. He watched the guy enthusiastically and skillfully operate the camera. They told him, yes, it's a drone. He is now flying over the fair. A small device flew across the dark sky. Seojun said it was amazing. In Dreamside 1 could only dream of this. He watched the screen carefully and enthusiastically. The guy with blue hair told the captain that they were almost there. The drone flew through a city with destroyed tall buildings and roads. Sejun thought, is it flying outside the fair? He looked at the screen in surprise. The camera gave them a detailed image. Seojun saw a very tall skyscraper. But the building was shrouded in dark magic. An ominous aura and energy constantly emanated from this place. Seojun asked, is this Latte Tower? He asked if he could get closer. The guy behind the controls said no. Otherwise they will lose contact. It's like they're in another world. Seojun said it was a dungeon. The guy answered yes. But as they noticed, it is not like everyone else. They saw a completely black portal. The guy said there were no doors or other entrance. It looks like just a hole. This is somewhat reminiscent of a black hole. Then the camera began to shake. He asked what? What's going on? Seojun asked what's wrong. The guy began to worry. He shook the joystick with the screen irritably. He said that the drone now does not respond to commands. Then he screamed, damn it! It's falling! The image was blurry. Seojun asked if it was a monster attack? The guy replied that he didn't think so. Then they saw someone's black shoes. Seojun frowned and asked, is it a human leg? Can they see who it is? The guy said that he will try now. The camera turned slightly. They saw a squad of people in masks and cloaks, and most importantly, they saw Bendo. Seojun thought, company. God, maybe they were the ones who called the Dark K? He looked at the screen in surprise and at the same time this realization came to him. They saw Bengo lift his leg over the drone. The guy screamed with pain in his voice, no. There was noise and a black screen on the camera. Hannah and Kongrel also looked at this. The guy with blue hair shouted in frustration, no. It's his drone. His hands began to shake from shock. Hannah asked, what if this dungeon belongs to the company? Sejun folded his arms and said that it was unlikely. If they really created this place, Dark K would definitely not be there. He frowned and thought that in any case he had to stop them. Seojun and Hannah looked at Kangreol in surprise. Seojun asked, Captain? His entire group stood behind. They were shocked. Kongrel looked at him doubtfully. He asked then, who called whom? He shouted in surprise, do they want to say that someone called K? Hannah and Seojun looked at them awkwardly and said, They better start again from the beginning. A company detachment stood near that building. Bengo said it's bad, they noticed them. He asked who they even were? They escaped from K with great difficulty. One of the workers who stood around him said, Boss, He asked, "What is this? Dungeon?" They looked at the dark portal, the aura of which enveloped them too. Bengo said that he himself does not know. He had seen a lot of dungeons, but this was his first time. In front of them was a huge, black, energy hole. A terrible rumble was heard from there. Bengo said they know one thing. He pointed with his finger. Bengo stood in the middle, right in front of the portal, and pointed at it with an outstretched hand. He said that it was in this place that all the power of the Bermuda Triangle was concentrated. This chance comes only once. He clenched his fist resolutely. Bengo said if they used this, it could very well become their weapon. Can they imagine what would happen if more creatures like the Kamushi appeared? They replied that they would not have to fear scoundrels like K. Bengo said yes. And if something happens, nothing stops us from blowing up this place. They will create a dungeon breach using the dungeon flower. The company's mission is to promote dungeon breaking by accelerating the transformation of weak dungeons through the dungeon flower. But company members also study them and turn them into weapons against the players. All the sprouts were in the laboratory. One such D-rank dungeon is the Ghost High-Speed Train. This is the main achievement of the first break group. Bengo happily said that if it works, but they will reach the same level as the first group. Everyone screamed loudly and enthusiastically yes. Also, they will earn bonuses. He asked, shouting encouragement, if everyone was ready for the promotion? The workers gave up their fists and said yes. Bengo said then. Suddenly something flew past him at great speed. The bear ran with lightning speed among their crowd. The toy ran in a zigzag from one worker to another. One of them asked, "What is this?" The bear ran quickly, clutching the sphere tightly. The workers kept a close eye on this creature. Bengo thought, a doll? They saw the bear go through the portal into the dungeon. Gradually his legs disappeared into the darkness. All the workers stood silently, their mouths open in shock. Bengo shouted menacingly, "Why are they standing? K will be coming very soon." They shouted that they understood. After that, Bengo saw workers quickly running in front of him. They entered the dungeon one after another. All around was a dark, blue sky, a huge building shrouded in black magic, and this creepy entrance. Again there was no one there, as always. But this was interrupted by one of the monsters, loudly stomping his foot. There was another one standing next to him. These were two huge blue orcs. They screamed loudly and angrily. Seojun said that this needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Kongrel said yes. Sejun grabbed his sword and said 1, 2. He ran towards the orc and jumped, swinging his sword several times. The orc screamed in pain. Seojun left him with deep wounds. Sejun said 3 and began to run further. An orc almost fell. Jaeyoung and Kangreal looked at him in shock. They didn't even have words. Seojun quickly defeated the orcs. Kongrel approached him and suspiciously examined their bodies, as well as cars and stones. Kongrel asked if they still need to look for the goblin ball. Seojun said it would be necessary if they didn't know where exactly the dungeon was. Then they would have to look for it, but now they don't need to. He was already looking towards the dungeon. He said the monster inside the dungeon must be involved. They need to carry out the raid successfully and the monster will disappear. Then the ball will remain without an owner. Hannah asked, what if the people in suits appeared because of the dungeon breach? Maybe they have nothing to do with this in reality? She came up and said that then, even if they tried to clean up, nothing would happen to them. Seojun thought about it and said that the dungeon is too big. Apparently, everything happened because of the power that is there. Jaeyoung raised one eyebrow and asked, is this even possible? Leekin sat in his arms. Sejun sighed and said he didn't have an answer. He's just guessing. He must not forget, they are in a world where Seoul has become a location in the game. They all looked at the tall, creepy building again. It was like there was a dark tower. Seojun and Kangreal walked forward confidently, clenching their fists. Seojun shielded himself from the dark streams of energy with his hand. He thought that if they solved the problem with the dungeon, it would be good. They will be able to defeat the guys in masks, fake K, and even a dragon. In regular dungeons you can get a description of the location itself. But here the situation is different. He looked carefully at his hand. Seojun was already standing near the portal. He thought for some reason everything looked familiar. He extended his hand into the portal and thought maybe he should try again. But suddenly he felt a strange energy. His body began to shake, indicating danger. He looked up. Something huge, black and long flew past him. He watched in surprise as this creature moved around him. He took the sword and dodged. The tail of this monster whipped around. Sejun bent down deeply, touching the ground. He thought in surprise, what is this? There was a huge monster in front of them. This one's body was black and slimy. Instead of a head there was like an open flower and a huge tongue. Each petal had many sharp teeth. They stood below and prepared to attack. The red system triangle has reported danger. An unknown force has awakened on the fairgrounds. The monster lifted one of the petals and then opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly and fiercely. Sejun swung his sword and prepared to fight. He was surrounded by a huge, long tail of a monster with spikes. Sejun jumped up, dodging. He began to quickly swing his sword, leaving bright, purple tails of energy. He cut the monster's tail into pieces. The system window announced the appearance of a new quest. Sejun was breathing heavily and looking at the system window. Hannah was worried. She asked, "What? Right here?" The monster's tail struck the ground around them. Sejun looked at the system message and frowned with displeasure. This is a dungeon transformation quest. Category: Subquest. Difficulty: Unknown. Condition: a parasite has appeared in the fair location. If all conditions are met, the system will create a theme park, the Dungeon of the Puppeteer Pierrot. The task is to leave the fair where the dungeon is located. There is no duration, but all conditions must be met. The reward is life, but the punishment will be death. Sejun looked in surprise and displeasure at the monster's huge body, which was squirming next to him. Sejun asked, "What is happening?" The monster's nasty, slimy tail continued to move around Sejun. At this time, the ghost train continued its journey. Young boys and a girl began to come out from there. They were wearing iron protective equipment. The head of their group was very serious. It was Captain Na Hansok. They got out and stopped in front of the train. He thanked Jack for giving them a ride. Sangsu stood in the doorway with his arms crossed over his chest. He shrugged his shoulders contentedly and said that he does it because he gets paid. Hansuk thought that he is so young and already has a huge business. He captured a D-rank dungeon and is now using it as transport. Sangsu said that he couldn't refuse anyway. But he was clearly lying. Hoon called the captain. He said it was time for them to go. He illuminated the road with a lantern and they walked forward. They walked along the corridor in a strange building. Everything was dark, and it was like they were inside a shopping mall. Hansuk said that soon they will enter a place where high-ranking players should not be. Also, none of them have played Dreamside 1. Do they understand what he's talking about? Hong turned and said that there were no long-time players with much experience among them. Hansuk frowned and said yes, but that's what they came for. Since they are again connected only with what they could cope with on their own. Hong said there was a problem. They don't know if those two best ones went there. Hansuk asked, Kay and Clark? Their game images were still in their minds. Powerful and dark Kay, and next to him is the mysterious but formidable Clark. Hoon asked, but is it true that Clark is Choi Hannah? Hansuk frowned and said he couldn't believe that Clark was the idol Choi Hannah. If they are truly invincible, then we can consider this to be a first-class danger zone. He seriously ordered everyone to be careful. The whole group was worried, but they obediently said yes. They saw an inscription near the entrance, Latte's World. They came to the entrance, but saw that the passage was blocked with something unknown. The huge gates were completely blocked. They were surprised and asked, what? Is it really blocked? Hong looked questioningly and said that it was definitely open before they arrived. Hansuk said that nothing can be done, the entrance is blocked. They began to take a different route. They went up the escalator. When they got up, they were horrified and shocked. Hong looked up in panic. He stammered, no. They saw a huge and long monster. His nasty tail was so long that it wriggled and seemed to make rings. Then the monster struck the car with its tail and easily lifted it up. With each movement, the monster's tail destroyed the road more and more, throwing up stones. Hong said, it can't be. They stood on the street in complete horror. Hansuk asked, what kind of plant is this? Next to him, Jansuk watched this in surprise. Hansuk looked up in surprise. The long and huge body of another monster rushed over them. It was Kamushi. They were afraid when they saw the dragon. Everyone screamed at once, dragon? The monster's tail disappeared behind the building. Jansuk screamed in horror, what? Is it true? Is this a roughly S-class creature? The girl stood nearby in shock and said that she was dreaming about it. How could he appear there? The monster's tail began to wrap around Jansuk's legs. He shouted, how is this possible? But then the monster squeezed him painfully. Jansuk immediately flew up. He got scared and screamed loudly. The whole group looked at him in surprise. They screamed, "Jansuk!" The monster opened its mouth in the form of petals. Many of its tentacles and tails moved nearby. Jansuk screamed and told the monster to let him go. But he was slammed into the ground by a strong blow. This created a large rut, and stones and asphalt rose up from the road. Jansuk went underground. Then there was silence. They looked at the rocky mound near the monster. They asked in a trembling voice, "Jansuk he?" Some of them shouted loudly. Hong looked at this in horror and thought, "What is happening?" Hansuk said he thinks it's a so-called parasite. It is similar to those that appeared during transformation during training. Hong realized this and remembered the ant animalia during his training. Hansuk said that if this place becomes a dungeon, Soul will completely disappear. The monster entwined the buildings with numerous, long stems. Hansuk thought that he needed to solve the problem, but how? They looked at a terrible sight. The monster opens its mouth wide and wraps its stems around the bus. The monster's spiked tentacles were everywhere. They punched cars and lifted them into the air. Hoon and Hansuk also looked at this in horror. He wondered if there was even a way. The monster brought its creepy and vile mouth closer to Sojin and Hannah. There were other similar flowers behind. A huge plant was chasing them. They ran away, constantly turning around. Seojun covered Hansok with himself and his sword and told him to move away. Seojun frowned and his face turned cold. Seojun's sword was also covered in ice. Seojun swung his sword and threw his sword forward with force. The ice sword pierced the monster, and the flower also began to become covered with ice. The flower stopped and froze. All the tentacles also stopped moving. The terrible mouth froze from his sword. The system window reported that the spiny frost skill was activated. Seojun thought, Bermuda area. He carefully examined the huge, frozen mouth of the monster. This is a place where many people have mysteriously disappeared. They're all here. Seojun jumped up and then began to fall down to perform a kick attack. He hit the monster covered in ice. All the stems and tentacles began to fall apart. All the people were eaten by this creature. Seojun thought, the entire area of this sector was where dungeons appeared. Seojun looked at the huge wreckage of the monster. He thought that these parasites must have affected as many players as the monsters at the fair itself. He looked ahead gloomily. They stood again near that large and tall building with black magic. Seojun said he seems to know what's there. He looked intently at the portal and said that there was something like a greenhouse there. Seojun said it would take a long time for this place to turn into a dungeon. Also, there are many conditions for this. Hansuk looked at him with fear and anxiety. Seojun said they still have to hurry. They must find the boss monster faster than the company people can. Hansuk asked, "Company?" Seojun said if they can defeat the main monster, then the transformation process will stop. This is the only way to stop a new dungeon from appearing. Hansuk was worried and said that no matter how hard he tried, they couldn't stop a transformation of this magnitude. He said that first we should return to the Ark. Seojun said they can't afford it. He clenched his fist and looked at the many demonic flowers. Seojun said he is sure that those dogs from the company will definitely do something. They will try to speed up the transition using the dungeon flower. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. Seojun said we should go now. They must destroy the dungeon. Seojun's team quickly ran forward. They were approaching huge flowers with teeth. Vile jaws terribly approached them. A guy from Team Kongrel ran next to the monster's mouth and shouted that he was too close. Hannah yelled at him to duck. She fired a powerful bullet with a stream of energy into the monster's mouth. The guy with blonde hair ducked down and groaned. Hannah screamed at him to run away faster. She aimed at the monster and ran forward. Jiang and Likan also constantly dodged the fast and powerful stems. Han Ok ran with his team through the flying stones. Seojun stuck a sword that had the spiny frost skill into the monster's stem. The monster began to cover me with ice and freeze. Immediately 2 mouths of a flower froze above him. Under his feet was a completely frozen ice stalk. Seojun shouted, "Hurry up, they need to go there." He stood near the portal. Jiang ran past him and said that he would go first. Seojun told him to be careful. Hannah was worried and trying to catch her breath. She said, "Seojun." Seojun said he would go right after them. Kongrel ran ahead and told his team to run faster. They jumped into the portal and immediately began to disappear. Seojun sighed heavily. He asked, "Is there anyone left?" He looked at the many demonic flowers that were nearby. They opened their mouths and approached menacingly. Their huge mouths were very nasty. The flowers began to shoot out many sharp stems, attacking Seojun. Seojun said then. He dodged the tentacles and jumped back. The huge mouth of the flower was approaching him menacingly. Seojun smiled and fell back into the portal. He said it was time for him too. He disappeared into the portal. At this time, a huge stem stuck into the ground in the place where Seojun was. The system window reported that they had discovered the secret greenhouse of the puppeteer Pierrot. Seojun was falling down in the dark blue pixel space. The system red triangle reported that possession of the goblin hat was confirmed. The system window reported that it was being controlled by an unknown thread. Seojun looked down and asked what? He again felt something strange and began to shake. He fell in an endless space of darkness and pixels. Hannah walked forward. The system window also informed her that she had discovered the greenhouse of the puppeteer Pierrot. She is led by an unknown stream. She stood with her hand on her hip and looked around. She thought, isn't this still the same fairground? They seem to have been placed in random places in the tower. Hannah walked forward, exploring the room. She noticed something ahead. There was something dark there. Then she saw it was Leekin running. He ran tiredly and asked if she had seen the king? Hannah asked Leekin. He ordered her to answer. Where is His Majesty? Hannah said she didn't know. He must have moved to a bad place. She told them to go look for him. Leekin enthusiastically, but stutteringly said okay. Hannah looked at him incredulously and questioningly. She asked if he was not afraid. Leekin shouted in displeasure, what? So that the Great One would be afraid of something? Nothing scares him. Hannah thought he was acting capricious, like a child. She turned around and sighed and walked forward. Leekin ran after her and told her to slow down. Where did she go so quickly? Hannah said she thought she and Leekin hardly communicated. Leekin looked at her and said yes. She asked if he wasn't a monster from the very beginning. By any chance, did his memories return? Leekin crossed his arms arrogantly. He said right. He is not a monster, but a proud descendant of the Goblin clan. Hannah asked how he became one? She had never seen monsters become NPCs before. Leekin thought for a moment. He said, he doesn't know, doesn't remember. Leekin thought and rubbed his chin. Hannah thought it was a strange situation. He keeps asking to find Seojun. Maybe Leekin has some kind of hidden quest? A strange sound was heard outside the window. Suddenly, glass shattered in front of them with a crash. The wall shattered into rocks and clouds of dust. Hannah asked, what is this? She frowned and shielded herself from the debris with her hands. She saw huge teeth in front of her. Then a giant Kamushi dragon head appeared in front of Hannah and Leekin. Hannah began to worry and asked, Kamushi? The dragon lay on the floor, its mouth open crookedly. Smoke and dust appeared from a huge hole in the wall. They saw the majestic figure of K in front of them. He looked with an icy, but bright yellow and luminous gaze. Hannah asked, Dark K? He stood on the ground, shrouded in a dark aura and magic. Hannah and Leekin stood warily in front of him. K looked at them creepily and bowed his head. It was as if there was an eerie rumble coming from it. Hannah readied her revolver and asked if Seojun seemed to have heard that Kamushi defeated him. She looked at him with red, bright eyes and prepared to shoot red bullets. She used the Bloody Bun skill. The system window reported that Seojun was leading an unknown stream. He discovered the secret greenhouse of the puppeteer Pierrot. A system danger sign has appeared. System windows reported that the presence of a goblin hat was confirmed. He is being pulled by someone's current. Seojun looked down in surprise as he fell. He thought, well. His feet finally hit the floor. He stood completely alone in an empty place. He thought, what kind of place is this? There was absolutely nothing around him. The entire floor, walls and ceiling are painted white, like a drawing sheet. Seojun continued to look around. He thought that his shadow was not even reflected. Seojun looked at the palm and thought, this means this is the place. He said this is the realm of play. Someone's voice said that a precious guest had complained to them. Seojun opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. He grabbed his sword and turned around. He shouted, who is it? Seojun ran forward, but saw that a man was standing in front of him. He looked to the side and asked what? In front of him stood a fashionable guy with blonde hair in a suit. He had a name tag, No Young Seo. He said he was glad to meet you. He extended his hand to him, and with an indifferent face said that his name was Young So. They stood together in the middle of a huge space. Seojun didn't understand what was happening. He asked what? Young Seo said that they should show one video first. Yongseo turned around and the remote control was in his hands. A huge system window appeared in front of them. Seojun looked at this in surprise, and Yongseo was looking for something on the screen. Seojun looked at the screen. There he saw the city and the people. A normal day, cars, buildings. Yongseo said that it is the 2nd of October 2021. It was his first day at work since joining the company. He was wearing a suit and carrying a backpack. Youngseo said that he had never been so close to his place and promised himself that he would do his best. He stood in the crowd and clenched his fists in irritation. He said not that, he doesn't want to be late. Youngseo said that life had its own plans. He constantly bowed and apologized to his boss. The boss kept repeating that this didn't happen in his time. He was so nervous that no matter what he tried, nothing worked. He looked at the huge stack of paper and thought with horror that he had printed out 100 copies, but only 10 were needed. On the way home, he was constantly exhausted. Youngseo said that the next day he came to his workplace at dawn. He worked in Latte's world. Youngseo said that he really didn't have to come so early. But he wanted to be the best worker. Seojun looked at the screen in surprise. He asked, "It seems like that was the day that Dreaside opened, right?" Youngseo sadly said yes. At 6 o'clock he entered the fair location. Then Youngseo looked in horror at what was happening around him. His clothes were shabby. Then he said that he met him, the boss of the dungeon. In front of him stood a huge clown in a carnival costume. The clown was constantly smiling. Youngseo even reached his knees. He said he didn't understand what was happening at all. He froze with fear. Youngseo could only groan in fear then. The monster opened its eerie mouth wide and a loud growl was heard. He said the boss killed him right away. The clown continued to smile widely and at this time his hand quickly flew towards Youngseo. He said that at that moment his only thoughts were that he had wasted his life on all sorts of nonsense. However, in the clown's hand was a dark ball with a purple aura. Seojun thought, goblin ball. Youngseo said that for some reason Pierrot used the ball. He brought the ball to the head of the bloody Youngseo. Pierrot brought him back to life. A purple aura spread from the ball throughout his body. Youngseo said that he became a puppet who lost his memory. He couldn't feel anything because of Pierrot's curse. Then Youngseo lay on the ground in a pool of blood and opened his eyes. He was wearing torn clothes. Youngseo then said that Pierrot gave him the ball, which became his salvation. He told Youngseo to kill people. He said Pierrot then quietly disappeared. Then Youngseo found himself in the middle of the crowd. The sky became blue and light. The voice said, "Welcome to the fair, a world full of hopes and dreams." Youngseo looked tiredly but surprised at everything around him. The voice wished him to have fun. Youngseo said that after this, people entering the fair would experience a night opening. Then terrible monsters appeared, attacking everyone. The players couldn't resist this monster because they were too afraid. Youngseo said that the fear that settled in their heads soon turned into monsters. They pursued all the survivors. But the real tragedy occurs only when those who were able to survive finally realize what is happening. This happened to all players and groups. They fell to the ground, defeated by the monsters. The players understood the main rule. Every time a new person arrived, the night shift began. Then a new monster appeared. Because of this, every time someone new appeared, they took his life before darkness came. Seojun thought that the problem was that they themselves ended up dead. He asked why he showed it to him. Youngseo extended his hand and said that he doesn't know. Maybe he just didn't want to be forgotten. Or to prove that it is not his fault. Youngseo clenched his fist. Seojun asked what is he talking about. Youngseo replied that it was a good question. These are just the thoughts of a former employee named No Youngseo. Seojun thought it was strange. Youngseo asked, "Does he know this doll?" A toy bear appeared in front of him. Seojun shouted in surprise, "Is he the same bear?" It turns out that he attacked them, and then escaped with the help of the ball. Youngseo said that it is and no. He said the doll they met was not him at all. We can say that these are just the screws that make the fair work just perfectly. Seojun asked, "Are they all under someone's control?" Youngseo said yes. By the way, only he knows the true thoughts of No Youngseo. He regained consciousness about a month ago. This happened after the place started looking like this. Wandering around the fair, he gradually understood what had happened. He stood outside in the dark while the rain poured down on him. He realized that he had died, and then was resurrected. But he was just a thought tied to the ball. There was nothing he could do. Then he raised his head up and looked at the sky. He said that every time his memories came back, he walked everywhere. He tried to save the stranded people, but even that never yielded results. But he was able to understand why there is no difference between day and night at the fair. Pierrot likes to read dark stories. Pierrot constantly smiles to himself. Apparently he loves the fear-filled moments that lead from a happy day to a terrible night. This is his strange hobby. He really enjoys watching people do things and make extreme choices. They do this while they are struggling with pain. Young Seo said that every day he could feel all of Pierrot's emotions. This made his hair stand up all over his body. He remembered sitting alone, breathing heavily and wincing at the sensations. He said that he was able to get through this pain, and only 2 months later he came to his senses. Seo-jun listened to this in surprise. Young Seo asked, "He's K, right?" Seo-jun asked if he knew him. Young Seo smiled for the first time during their conversation. He said of course. After all, he was also a player in Draeside 1. However, he was never able to earn any reward. He wanted to say something else, but his voice disappeared. It gradually began to become transparent and disintegrate into pixels. Seo-jun shouted, "No, Young Seo." Young Seo said that there is not much time left. He looked at his hand. He said that leaving the shackles of Pierre means not being able to exist even as a thought. He told Mr. K that he had to do something. Seo-jun looked at him in surprise. Young Seo said, or rather, only he can do this. If he has a goblin hat, then this will be possible. Seo-jun felt the flow of wind. He looked at Young Seo, who was holding a goblin ball in his hand. Now Seo-jun took this thing. He asked if it was a goblin ball. He frowned at the huge, dark ball in his hands that exuded purple magic. Young Seo said yes. K must take this ball. The system window reported that he had taken possession of the goblin ball from No Young Seo's thoughts. Now the ball belongs to him. He received the title of Goblin King. Now he has the right to make a royal engraving. Seo-jun continued to look at the ball in fascination. Young Seo said that first he must become the owner of the ball. He looked at him seriously, and said that then he would be able to show his true powers. Seo-jun said, "That's it." Young Seo said that in order to defeat Pierrot, the artifact must be completely under his control. Moreover, if there is a chance to fight the boss, he should not close his eyes. He shouldn't even breathe near him. Young Seo became more and more transparent. He said finally in Dreamside 2, Seo-jun should get ready. It will. Seo-jun stood in front of him and watched as Young Seo disappeared. He asked what did he say. Young Seo said no, anyway, he should beware of regular updates. Seo-jun looked at the almost transparent Young Seo in shock. Updates were made every year and according to the information he received from Pierrot. Then Young Seo disappeared completely. He said that Seo-jun is in great danger. Seo-jun stood in front of the white pixels that Young Seo had turned into. The golden bullet flew with a whistle. Hannah screamed for Leekin to hide. The bullet pierced the wall and created an explosion with its powerful energy. Kay frowned angrily and dodged. He began to run towards them, attacking. Hannah looked at him worriedly. They stood opposite each other. Kay quickly found himself next to her. He jumped and then struck hard with his sword. Hannah was able to dodge. She looked in horror as Kay's sword hit the floor. She stood away from him. There were various huge cracks on the floor around Kay. He looked at her like crazy. Several daggers appeared near his face. Hannah asked, "Daggers?" Kay swung and sent the daggers flying towards her. Hannah used her eagle eye skill and her pupils turned red. She watched all the daggers flying towards her. She began shooting daggers and waving her hand, fighting back. There are details of bullets and daggers everywhere, leaving tails of wind. The daggers fell, but then began to tremble. Hannah watched Kay closely. He frowned at his outstretched hand. There was something shining brightly in his palm. He then released a huge ball-shaped fiery matter in front of Hannah. It was a bright, powerful, and incredibly dangerous cloud of magic. Hannah was horrified by this ability of his. The ball of flame grew larger and moved towards Hannah. She began to dodge the magical fire. She thought, well, no one found out what Dark K was doing. But it's good that at least it's different from the real thing. Kay looked at his palm in surprise. Hannah realized that he couldn't think straight. She frowned and screamed loudly, "He's invincible, right?" "But that's not true." She pointed the gun upward. Hannah put her strength into the shot. She fired a revolver and used the D-rank bomb skill. At the same time, 3 bullets approached Kay's face. He ran forward, sword ready. Kay watched all the bullets that flew over him. These bright and larger bullets sparkled with gold. He ran forward. But then Kay could only block the blows with his sword. He began to fly backwards, sliding along the ground and hitting the wall with a roar. Hannah activated her eagle eye and ran forward. She watched him confidently. She activated the skill, Magic Projectile Shooting, rank B. Hannah stopped next to Kay and began shooting. She fired many powerful bullets from the revolver while Kay lay leaning against the wall. Bullets even flew through walls. After some time, nothing was visible in that place because of the smoke. She saw that Kay put his sword forward and was deflecting her bullets. He pushed off the wall and ran towards it. She asked excitedly, "Isn't he stronger than Kay?" "No, he's a monster." In front of her, Kay emerged from the smoke with glowing eyes. His aura was overwhelming and dark. Although he may have the skills of the original. Kay jumped up, swinging his sword. Hannah was right below him. She said that he would remain in imagination. She snapped her fingers. Hannah did it again and said that time was up, it was time for him to disappear. The bullets that were in the ceiling began to glow above Kay's head. He landed covering his face. Kay looked up in surprise. Many bullets in the ceiling began to buzz. The system window reported the activation of C-rank explosive shells. Then powerful streams of magic and energy rained down on Kay. He shielded himself from the bullets with his hands and stood still. The sounds of explosions and the whistling of bullets were heard around him. Kay looked in surprise at how many stones and boulders were falling from above. He frowned and realized his situation. He saw through the rain of stones that Hannah was approaching him. She walked towards a huge hole in the floor. Huge pieces of floor and a sword fell to the ground floor. Hannah peered down attentively. Kay lay there unconscious. He was crushed by a huge boulder. She said he was a real monster.